Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 651 to 670. At the entrance of the city, the Imperial Guards wore armors and stood upright in 2 rows on both sides of the gate. The Imperial symbol was stitched onto the bright yellow Imperial canopy, and the canopy was followed by feather fans that were embedded with precious jewels as the procession led them into the city. Music was playing, people were singing, and the sound of a drum could be heard. The Emperor donned a bright yellow dragon robe and sat on the luxurious carriage. The officials of the court crowded around the carriage, escorting the Emperor as they headed for the Imperial city. The commoners that were standing on the 2 sides of the procession held their breath as they watched. Marching orderly behind the officials was a row of black armored guards with their armored horses. Among all the guards, one man was clad in silver armor, carrying an épée on his waist. He sat upright on an ink-colored warhorse. The man exuded a dense and austere aura. Next to him was a lean and competent man, carrying a unique bow. The black flag fluttered in the wind. The words, "Great Ming," were written flawlessly and powerfully on the flag. Royal Prince Yong took the lead in the procession. He lifted the reins of the horse, urging it to move forward. The armored horses followed after him unanimously in order. The warhorses' hooves hit against the ground in a neat and orderly fashion, which resonated within the people's inner hearts. It took a while for the commoners to snap out of their trance after the army passed by. They began to gossip in low whispers. The man clad in silver armor, leading the procession, has such an imposing aura that I didn't even dare to look straight at him. I heard that he is the famous God of War of our great Ming dynasty. As soon as he led the soldiers to the northwestern border, they managed to defeat the different tribes to the point where they didn't even dare to raise their heads anymore. I just wanted to see how our great general, who is always victorious, looked like. However, when he glanced back at me with his ice-cold and murderous gaze, I immediately lowered my head and almost fell to the ground in fear. Even now, my legs are still trembling from the shock. He was so scary. The man next to him is old General Zhao. Although both his hair and beard has turned white, he is still strong despite his age. He isn't weaker than any of the young men following behind him. If it were not for old General Zhao, who was stationed in the northwest for a long period of time, how would we have been able to live such a stable and peaceful life? Look at General Zhao. He has a tall and sturdy build. He is the best of all the men on the battlefield. It doesn't matter whether he is leading his soldiers or slaughtering the enemy, he always does a great job. Unfortunately, he fell into the foreign tribe's devious traps, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Royal Prince Yong for help. Although General Zhao is brave, he is not as skilled as Royal Prince Yong. The father and sons of the Zhao family have been stationed in the northwest border for many years now, but they have never managed to defeat the different tribes occupying the borders. However, Royal Prince Yong was stationed by the border for merely a little over a year, yet he managed to drive the tribes far away like he was herding a group of chickens. The tribes don't even have the courage to bother us again. Did you see the young girl next to the Emperor's carriage? Is that Royal Princess Jinan? I've heard that Royal Princess Jinan managed to cultivate rice fields in the Imperial plantation that produce up to 400 to 500 caddies per mu this spring. It has only been 5 years since she's taken office, and she already has produced cornfields that yield more than 1,000 caddies of corn per mu and high-yielding winter wheat. She also grows fruits and vegetables in greenhouses, which allows the people of the capital to continue to be able to eat fresh vegetables in the winter. All the meritorious deeds she has contributed helped the country immensely. Now, her experiment of creating high-yielding rice fields has also succeeded. Who could have imagined that a young girl would be able to make such major achievements? Yes, that's right, I have a distant relative who is married to someone from the Northeast. When I went to visit them, I heard that the Northeast could only plant one type of crop in a year due to the climate, and the yield from the crops was always low. As a result, they have a famine every year. However, ever since they started planting the corn and high-yielding winter wheat, the family could finally eat without fear of having another famine. I've heard that the important officials from Zhongnan requested Royal Princess Jinan to help them improve the rice seeds a few days ago. Royal Princess Jinan has a kind heart. She planted dozens of rice fields on the imperial plantation at the beginning of spring to improve the yields of the rice seed. It was unexpected that she managed to succeed in such a short time frame. Each field managed to produce over 500 caddies, which is more than double the original output. Reportedly, Royal Princess Jinan isn't satisfied and is determined to improve the rice seeds until it yields 1,000 caddies per mu. Rice seeds that yield 1,000 caddies per mu. Stop joking around. Aren't you worried that your tongue might be cut off? A mu of rice yielding 500 caddies is already quite high. Rice seeds are not like sweet potatoes and corn. It's impossible for 1 mu of field to yield 1,000 caddies of rice. Why would I lie to you? My younger cousin is a tenant farmer at the imperial plantation. He told me that he heard Royal Princess Jinan say this to the imperial plantation steward. You didn't make it up. Royal Princess Jinan actually said that. If that's the case, then it's us, the commoners, who will benefit in the end. If she succeeds, then everyone will be able to afford to eat white rice and white noodles. Every family will have a surplus amount of food. We won't have to worry even if there's a disaster. Do you think Royal Princess Jinan is the child of fortune sent by the heavens? No matter what she grows or raises, the crop will always produce high yields. It seems like she's able to communicate with the spirits. She's definitely not an ordinary person since she's able to grow vegetables in seasons where vegetables aren't supposed to grow. It must be because of the emperor's concern for the country and the commoners that moved the heavens. The heavens have sent an immortal girl to assist the emperor and establish a foundation for this country that will last throughout the ages. The heavens protect the great Ming dynasty and the commoners. The commoners that were watching the procession were originally talking about the army stationed in the west. But now, the topic changed to the child of fortune, Royal Princess Jinan. Xiao Cao didn't know that in the blink of an eye, she was branded as a little fairy who had descended from the heavens. At the moment, she was watching the soldiers being promoted to nobility with great interest. The emperor's carriage had just arrived in front of the imperial gate. The emperor straightened his dragon robe before he descended from the carriage. He was escorted by the civil and military officials as he entered the Jinluan Hall and sat down upright at the dragon throne in the middle of the hall. The civil and military officials stepped into 2 neat rows on either side of the hall. Xiao Cao was standing in one of the rows, fading into the background. She stood upright and remained quiet as her large eyes watched the scene unfold in front of her with great curiosity. At this moment, her gaze was solely focused on the tall and heroic general clad in silver armor. He stopped at the imperial gate and raised his right hand slightly. The soldiers behind him immediately stopped moving forward. Zhu Junyang got off his horse and slowly walked forward with a straight back. He was shrouded with a murderous aura. His face was so handsome that it made the heavens angry and the mortals resentful. His solemn and serene expression gave off a frightening feeling. Xiao Cao's gaze remained on his enchanting face for a long time. He had been fighting in a war all year round, so his originally fair skin had now turned a healthy wheat color. His charming phoenix eyes were brimming with anger and might. His straight nose bridge was like a delicate work of art sculpted using a carving knife. She originally thought that his thin lips weren't that sexy, but now, it gave off a majestic feeling. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly and her eyes shone with pride. That man was her man, a man that can support both heaven and earth with just his bare hands. She suddenly recalled a well-known sentence from Journey to the West. In her mind, my sweetheart is an unrivaled hero. One day, he will ride a 7-colored magical cloud to pick me up. Fairy Zixia never received the mystical treasure, but she found her unrivaled hero. The unrivaled hero, in Xiao Cao's heart, had already quickly arrived in the throne room. He walked up the marble staircase one step at a time and unhurriedly stepped into the throne room. He slightly lowered his gaze and kneeled down. There were several generals who had contributed to the war kneeling one after another not far behind him. Fortunately, this official has not failed your orders. Zhu Junyang's words were resounding, powerful, and concise. He immediately raised the tiger tally over his head. Su Kai bent his waist and took the tiger tally from him with both hands. Then, he presented the tiger tally to the emperor. In the beginning, many of the officials were worried and feared that giving the tiger tally that commanded the army would incite disloyalty in Zhu Junyang. However, the emperor reprimanded them for worrying too much at the time. The emperor was good at judging other people's characters. Although Royal Prince Yang achieved outstanding military service by subduing the enemy army at the northwest border, his heart did not yearn for power that the tiger tally provided. Instead, he took the initiative to return the tiger tally back to the emperor. It seemed like the old generals were worried about nothing. My beloved officials, please rise. My beloved officials, please rise. The emperor did not take the tiger tally from Su Kai, so Su Kai placed the tiger tally on a case. Zhu Junfan raised his hand slightly, hinting at the head eunuch, Su Kai, to announce his decree. It was silent in the Jinluan hall, and only Su Qi's voice could be heard as he read the emperor's edict in a shrill voice. The imperial edict started off politely by praising royal Prince Yong for the illustrious feats he had done. It was only at the end of the imperial edict that something substantial was said, bestowing the title, Imperial Prince Shu, to Royal Prince Yong. The meaning behind the title was quite clear. It referred to a rising sun and a bright future. The meaning behind the title was similar to the Yong One title he received. Not only was he rewarded a lot of gold and silver, jewels, silk, gauze, satin, and so on, but his feudal fiefdom was also expanded to encompass the entire Jinwei prefectural city. In other words, all of the taxes collected in Jinwei prefectural city, except for the ports, was going to belong to Imperial Prince Shu, Zhu Junyang. Jinwei prefectural city was very close to the capital, and it was the top 3 wealthiest prefectural cities of the Great Ming Empire. For the emperor to bestow Imperial Prince Shu this feudal fiefdom showed that the emperor regarded him highly and favored him greatly. Zhu Junyang received the yellow imperial edict made of thin silk with both of his hands. He thanked the emperor for the rewards and rose. He turned around and faced the high-ranking military officers standing outside the throne room. He said in a respectful yet solemn voice, "This achievement and glory was achieved through the blood-soaked efforts by the soldiers of the Western Army. It was achieved thanks to the brothers who lost their lives on the battlefield. For the brothers who died on the battlefield, in addition to the emperor's reward, I will also look after their families, old and weak women, until their children reaches adulthood and finds a job." The hundreds of soldiers in the army were all soldiers that Zhu Junyang trusted, and every single one of them was a brave warrior. The soldiers' blood began to boil when they looked at the bright yellow imperial edict in their leader's hand, and after they heard their leader's generous speech, they began to shout in unison, "Long live the emperor," and "We pledge our lives to protect the great Ming dynasty." Their voices resonated through the sky and shook the heavens and earth. The emperor revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the majestic soldiers standing before him with their battle regalia fluttering in the wind. These people represented the spirits of the great Ming dynasty's army. With such an invincible army, he didn't need to worry about the stability and strength of the great Ming dynasty. "Your Majesty, I think Imperial Prince Shu harbors bad intentions by doing this." One of the old officials couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. It was the emperor's job to reward the soldiers in the army. Wasn't Royal Prince Yong? No, Imperial Prince Shu overstepping his boundary. The old official's words actually drew the emperor's resentment. Zhu Junfan glanced at him indifferently and said, "Are you doubting Imperial Prince Shu's loyalty? If I didn't know how hardworking and loyal you are normally, then I would have already punished you for trying to sow discord. In the imperial court, anyone can suddenly have a change of heart and betray me, all except for Junyang. You can't just become suspicious of him for abusing his powers in the future just because he has the skills to lead an army. A man being used cannot be suspected, but if he becomes suspected, he cannot be used. If my beloved official doesn't understand my meaning, then you should return home and think carefully about it behind closed doors." The emperor looked at the civil and military officials and sighed deeply. Only an incapable ruler would become overly suspicious of a godlike general and push him away, forcing a once loyal subject to rebel. "Do we look like a muddle-headed and an immoral ruler to you?" The old official was terrified by the emperor's speech. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Yu Xiaosao almost started clapping and cheering for the emperor. "The emperor is mighty. The emperor is wise. The emperor is a fair and just ruler." People believed that becoming the emperor was amazing and wonderful, so everyone would scramble for the throne. The truth was that it was a demanding position that required a lot of work. If they wanted the throne, then they could just fight for it, but her Jun Yangyang wouldn't fight for such a strenuous and unrewarding job. Some people put great importance on power and influence, while others viewed power as a pair of discarded shoes. Different people had different views. The unrivaled hero of her heart was not the kind of person who would covet the army for himself and plot a rebellion. She could guarantee that as long as the emperor retained his trust in him, then he would definitely return his trust 100% with loyalty. After that, the generals of the war were bestowed their rewards. Of the father and son duo from the Zhao family, one was bestowed the title of a first-rank General Zhangwei, while the other one was bestowed the title of second-rank General Longhu. With the addition of the Duke of Junyuan, all three generations of the Zhao family continued to prosper. The emperor even graciously allowed the father and son from the Zhao family to rest in the capital for an extended period of time. They couldn't leave the Zhao estate unattended without a man in charge, so General Longhu stayed in the capital with an official position. General Zhangwei, old General Zhao, returned to the northwest after resting for half a year to protect the great Ming dynasty's borders. In addition to that, his loyal and hard-working apprentice, Fang Zizhen, General Fang, went with him. Fang Zizhen had been idle in the capital for many years and now, he finally had the opportunity to achieve his ambition. Even if there wasn't any war on the northwest border, it was better than idling at home and taking care of some trivial matters. Moreover, this was an opportunity for him to gallop through the battlefield with his master. He was undoubtedly overjoyed by this opportunity. The only regret he had was that he was going to be separated from his wife and son in the future. He wondered if his son, Fang Haolin, would still recognize that he was his father the next time he returned to the capital. His wife doted on their child too much. It seemed like he needed to ask his daughter to visit her family frequently to make sure that his wife didn't raise his son into someone useless. After Zhu Junyang was conferred the title of Imperial Prince Shu, rumors of the two princes from the Jing estate spread far and wide. Imperial Prince Jing returned to the estate and happily held his princess consort in his arms and proudly said, "This prince's title was only bestowed on me because this prince was the previous emperor's son. When our child was young, I didn't think that he would achieve much. But now that he's older, not only does he have a prosperous future, but he also depended on his own abilities and contributed military merits to the country and earned the title of nobility. No wonder he's my son." "What are you talking about? Stop acting so shameless. Prince, you don't need to be so humble. You are also a pillar of the country and one of the emperor's most trusted aides. You deserve your title." Princess consort Jing was also elated by the news, but nevertheless, she still took her husband's feelings into consideration and comforted him by saying a few pleasant words. Ha 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 ha. Prince Jing laughed happily for a long time. Not only did the emperor redivide Yanger's fief, but he also rewarded him with a large estate. The estate in question is said to belong to one of the corrupt officials in the previous dynasty. I have seen the estate and the estate is grander and more majestic than our Jing estate. The estate was originally reserved by the emperor for his elder brother as a retirement house, but the emperor's elder brother said that he was used to living in his current house. He didn't want to move, so the estate was left empty. Although the house was built during the previous dynasty, it was still being repaired over the years. There are even people who have been assigned to take care of the house. They can move in any time they want. A lonely expression appeared on Princess Consort Jing's face. She sighed softly and said, "Is it necessary for Yanger to move out of the Jing estate? If he moves out, then there will be fewer opportunities for him to visit us. I was even thinking about helping him raise his kids after he has a child. When I visited Dongshan village, I saw that it was always the grandmother of the family who helped raise the children. We have so many maid servants and senior servants working in our family, why would you need to raise the children yourself? When the time comes, we can just send the couple a few hard-working and capable senior servants. It's time for him to separate from the flock. Yanger has been bestowed with the title of an imperial prince, so it's no longer suitable for him to live with us. Let's take his elder brother for example. Will Yanger need to greet his elder brother first, now that he received a title? Don't be disheartened. Their new estate isn't far from our estate. It will only take a quarter of an hour by carriage for them to come here. Xiao Sao is a filial child, so she will definitely encourage our son to come and visit us often. Besides, if you miss the kids, you can move to their estate for a couple of days. You can also move into their estate for a few days when I'm busy or if I don't have time to accompany you because of work. I feel at ease if Xiao Sao is there to accompany you." Imperial Prince Jing tugged Princess Consort Jing's hand and comforted her carefully. Under the candlelight, it seemed as if her beautiful pair of phoenix eyes were twinkling with reflections of waves of sunlight. It was extremely charming. In the beginning, it was her beautiful and moving pair of eyes that had captured his heart, and his heart still belonged to her after nearly 30 years. Ever since Xiaoxiao produced the anti-wrinkle skin rejuvenation cosmetic cream and sent some over, the princess consort looked much younger after using it for less than half a year. Her skin became dewy and delicate, and the fine wrinkles around the corners of her eyes had magically disappeared. She was around 45 to 46 years old, but she looked like a woman in her early 30s. If the princess consort stood next to her daughter-in-law, they would look like a pair of similarly aged friends. Imperial Prince Jing stroked his old face. He was already 3 years older than the princess consort, and he was usually very busy with his work. Even if he persisted in eating the medicinal cuisine that was prescribed by Xiaoxiao, he would only have a strong and youthful body. But his face, if he stood next to the princess consort, would people mistake him for her father? Princess consort, have you asked if the anti-wrinkle skin rejuvenation cosmetic cream can be used by men? Imperial Prince Jing thought about how his complexion was ashy and his face was covered in wrinkles while his wife still appeared beautiful and youthful like a mature honey peach. Would she dislike him because he looked old? With that thought in mind, he instantly blurted out the question. Princess consort Jing was originally immersed in the melancholy of having to separate from her son and was immediately stunned when she heard Imperial Prince Jing's question. When she finally came back to her senses, she almost couldn't help but burst out into laughter after understanding the reason behind his question. However, she knew that her husband was someone who had great pride, so she tried her best to control her facial expressions. She pretended to be calm and collected and said, "I don't know if men can use it. Xiaoxiao told me that this set of skincare products that she gave me was specifically made according to my skin type. Since it was specifically made for me, it's not sold to the public. Should I ask her when I meet her again?" Princess consort Jing raised her head and looked at her husband. Although there were a few wrinkles around the corner of his eyes, the wrinkles made him look more manly. Her husband was handsome. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he looked. "You can't tell her that I'm the one who asked that question. Just say that your friend's husband asked. Cough cough. I have some matters that I need to attend to, so I'll head back to my study. If you can't stay awake, you can head to sleep first, okay?" Imperial Prince Jing walked away quickly. In the princess consort's opinion, it seemed like there was a wolf chasing after him as he quickly walked away. PFF'd. Princess consort Jing could no longer hold back her mirth and burst out laughing. Imperial Prince Jing was extremely adorable. It had been many years since she had seen him blush like that. He told her to head to bed early, but it wasn't even dinner time yet. Why would she head to bed to sleep? Standing to the side and serving the princess consort was Mei Xiang, whose hairstyle was combed into a married woman's updo. She resisted her desire to laugh and brewed a cup of scented tea for her master. Even though Mei Xiang married a young steward that worked in the outer courtyard of the Jing estate, she remained by princess consort Jing's side to serve her. Princess consort Jing's maid-servants Lanxiang and Zhuxiang also married the stewards working for the Jing estate. However, they left the estate with their husbands after the marriage. Zhuxiang and Meixiang remained in Prince Jing's estate. One of them was in charge of the princess consort's courtyard while the other one was in charge of teaching the young maid-servants working in the courtyard. The 4 main maid-servants serving by the princess consort's side were replaced with 15-year-old Chuxiang, Shaxiang, Chuxiang, and Dongxiang. Yu Xiaoxiao almost burst out laughing when she heard the names of these 4 maids. She couldn't help but stare at the beautiful young girl named Chuxiang for a long time. Chuxiang was anxious and uneasy when she saw that Xiaoxiao was staring at her. She racked her mind, wondering if she had made any mistakes in front of Royal Prince Yang's future wife. Was she not hospitable enough? Did she somehow annoy her by accident? How could she have known that the future princess consort Yang was thinking about the movie, Flirting Scholar 1 and the scene in the movie where Chuxiang's head was kicked beyond recognition? Yu Xiaoxiao had a stronger connection with Mei Xiang, so she was specially prepared by princess consort Jing for her future daughter-in-law. Once Xiaoxiao married into the family and had her own courtyard, princess consort Jing's plan was to reward Mei Xiang to Xiaoxiao as the head maid of her courtyard. Now that her youngest son was bestowed a large estate for his military merits, it was even more crucial for them to have head maid servants and head senior servants. Meixiang, in the past 6 months, you have to observe the servants in the estate and note down which servants can be used, their temperament, and their capabilities. Xiao Sao is busy with the court matters and she also has to take care of her own business. I'm considering sending her a few capable managers that can take care of and arrange all the minor matters. This way, she won't have to worry about the matters regarding the estate as much as she needed to, and she won't exhaust herself. Princess Consort Jing browsed through the book that listed all the staff that worked in the estate and would ask her a few questions from time to time. Meixiang stopped talking and chuckled softly. Miss Yu is really fortunate to have a mother-in-law like you, who would worry about her well-being. But this servant heard that not all wives want their mother-in-law to push servants into their courtyard. Princess Consort Jing stopped browsing through the staff book. She lowered her head and pondered over what Meixiang said for a moment, before she slowly said, Xiao Sao is not someone who can't tell what's good from what's bad. Besides, I'm only sending her servants because I'm afraid that she doesn't have many servants working under her since she's still young. When she moves into the new estate, she will have to take care of a large courtyard and it will be a lot of work. Xiao Sao wouldn't overthink my intentions of sending her servants as something intrusive, right? Even so, I think your worries are not too excessive. The next time Xiao Sao comes to visit me, I'll ask her what she thinks about my plan. Princess Consort, if you directly ask her for her opinion, I'm afraid that Miss Yu would be too embarrassed to reject your offer even if she doesn't want it. Why, don't you let the third young master ask her for her opinion? Meixiang was afraid that she would be sent to serve Xiao Sao but would be pushed to the side and not granted an important position. If that happened, then she would be caught in an awkward position. Princess Consort Jing nodded and said, You are right, I'm glad to have someone who is thoughtful and cautious like you. It seems like I didn't choose the wrong person. I'll feel so much more relieved with you by Xiao Sao's side. However, Meixiang was feeling a little apprehensive. Could she receive the approval from her future master even though she was originally Princess Consort Jing's servant? Besides, it wasn't like there weren't any capable servants serving Miss Yu. Wadong had become more and more steady and capable recently and, in addition to that, she was solely devoted to Miss Yu. She was one of Miss Yu's most trusted aides. Wadong was in her early 20s now and she still hadn't gotten married yet. Based on her observation, Wadong would definitely become the head maidservant to the future princess consort. At that time, it was uncertain whether it would be her or Wadong who would end up receiving the role. The third young master is back. The third young master is back. There was a burst of footstep sounds outside. A young girl's excited voice could be heard by Princess Consort Jing. Meixiang curbed the emotions from her face. She raised the curtain, headed outside, and scolded the maidservant, Why are you making such a big ruckus? Don't you know the rules? If you accidentally frightened Princess Consort Jing, then you will be skinned alive. Forget it. Today is Yanger's big day, so don't fuss over minor matters. You can teach the maid servants in the future on how to properly behave. Princess Consort Jing was in a good mood today, so she waved her hand at Meixiang to stop. While they were talking, a tall figure clad in silver armor walked in, bent his waist, and greeted the Princess Consort. Princess Consort Jing looked at her third son and noticed that his skin was darker, and he became thinner. Even so, he appeared much sturdier and more reliable. Recalling how her most beloved son must have suffered a lot of hardships at the border after being stationed there for more than a year, the rims of her eyes started to sting. She was choking with emotions as she said, It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Look at your tanned skin. You should hurry and ask your wife to produce some skin whitening products for you and nurse your skin back to how it originally looked. Lady Mother, why would a man be afraid of being a little tanned? Don't you think that your son looks very masculine now with the tan? Zhu Junyang posed like how a bodybuilder would with his arm, showing off his muscles. Princess Consort Jing smiled slightly and slapped his arm. She said, I would never dislike you for being ugly. No matter how tanned or ugly you are, you're still my son. However, my future daughter-in-law has skin as fair as snow and if you stand next to her, there will be a drastic comparison between your complexions. Aren't you afraid that she will dislike you for being tanned and ugly? Aren't you afraid that she will change her mind and break off the engagement? Princess Consort Jing was merely amused and was deliberately teasing her son. However, Zhu Junyang took his mother's word to heart. He naturally knew his little lass's character. She was very superficial. She could never resist a handsome man. He remembered when his little lass was still young, she was extremely shocked by his handsome appearance. Before the engagement, she would drool over his handsome face from time to time. He reckoned that the little lass only agreed to marry him largely due to his handsome appearance and because he was destined to have a prosperous future. Zhu Junyang subconsciously touched his cheek. It seemed like his skin had become rougher. He looked at his skin that wasn't covered by the armor. He noticed that his skin tone was also several shades darker. Although he rarely looked in a mirror for more than a year, he didn't even need to use one to check to know that his face had definitely become less attractive. The little lass told him that she was going to make Buddha jumps over the wall for him tomorrow. Not only did she invite him, but she also invited the father and son duo from the Zhao family as well as Su Ran. It was fine if she only invited the father and son from the Zhao family. They were stationed in the northwest all year round, so their skin was in no better condition than his. However, he didn't know how, but Su Ran's complexion and skin tone remained the same. He didn't become tanned at all. He still had that annoyingly handsome face. The little lass kept telling him that Su Ran looked like an immortal that had been banished from heaven, and that he had a refined and clean temperament. She even said that although Su Ran appeared to be cruel and heartless on the surface, he was actually a warm and kind-hearted guy deep inside. The little lass was cheated by that guy's outer appearance. That guy killed people like cutting grass. His methods of dealing with people were cruel and merciless. He just never showed his true colors in front of Xiaoxiao. No, compared to that guy, his skin was tanned and rough, and he was definitely going to lose to him in terms of appearance. Although he believed that his current appearance made him look more manly, his current looks didn't match his little lass's taste. Her taste was different from ordinary people's. Well, he believed that his lady mother was correct. He needed to ask his little lass to make some skin whitening cream and moisturizing cream for him to use. Otherwise, he would really be in danger of being abandoned. Seeing how her stupid son actually took her words seriously, Princess Consort Jing couldn't help but smile and said, "You should ask her to give you some whitening, anti-wrinkling, and moisturizing cream." Zhu Junyang was startled and immediately touched the corners of his eyes. He asked in an impatient manner, "Lady Mother, does my face have wrinkles? It must be because I've been pondering over how to end the war earlier, so I lost a lot of sleep during the past year. I'm doomed." The little lass looks tender and lovely, like a budding flower. If I stand next to her, won't I look like her father? Princess Consort Jing had never seen her son care about his appearance so much. Before he met Xiaoxiao, he would become unhappy if someone complimented him for being handsome. Now, he was actually concerned about whether his skin was fair or not and whether or not he had wrinkles. She was amused by this, but she didn't forget to comfort her son. "No, you don't look like her father. At most, you look like her uncle." Let me laugh a little bit. To tell you the truth, you are older than her by 7 to 8 years. In many families, uncles and nieces are around the same age, so there's nothing for you to worry about. How could he stop worrying? His little lass would definitely dislike his old and ugly appearance. He needed the skin care products soon, so he should hasten his little lass to make it for him. He should take the break he was given to nurse his skin back to its original condition. Oh right, can you ask Xiaoxiao to also make some skin care products for your father? It's time for him to start taking care of his aging face. You have to believe me when I tell you that the gap between those who take care of their skin and those who don't, will only become more drastic with time. Look at me, I don't look like a person who is about to reach 50, right? Princess Consort Jing happily showed off her delicate and dewy skin to her son. The other married women asked her what skin care products she used, but these skin care products were something specially made for her by her future daughter-in-law to show her filial piety. It wasn't something that can be bought publicly. Zhu Junyang recalled the age gap between his father and mother, and he noticed that his lady mother seemed to grow younger each year. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that she was growing younger each year, but she indeed looked much younger than before. It seemed like the 1,000-year-old ginseng that his little lass found in the northeast was quite useful. His lord father and lady mother were only 2 years apart in age. However, based on appearance, it seemed like his lord father was over 10 years older than his lady mother. He was 7 to 8 years older than the little lass. If he didn't pay attention to the future maintenance of his skin, then he will have an ashy and wrinkly face. If he went out with his little lass, other people might have mistaken him to be her grandfather. No, although it was a little effeminate for a man to use skincare products, he was only going to be using it at home. Who would know besides him? Your son will be heading to the U estate now. I think the little lass might have some finished skin care products that I can use. Zhu Junyang could no longer sit still and immediately got up to leave. Princess Consort Jing didn't forget to remind him, remember to ask for some skin care products for your father. Also, aren't you tired? Why are you still wearing the heavy armor? Why don't you change first before leaving? It's not going to take much time. Before she even managed to finish speaking, Zhu Junyang's figure disappeared in the courtyard. Princess Consort Jing couldn't help but smile, that stinky little boy. Whenever it's something concerning Xiaoxiao, he would panic and try to calculate his gains and losses. He is simply a mirror image of his father when his father was younger. After she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth were curved upward into a joyous smile. Her gaze became unfocused, like she had returned to the time when she was still a young girl. Zhu Junyang listened to Princess Consort Jing's words and returned to his courtyard. He took off his heavy armor and changed into a fresh black embroidered robe. He combed his hair until there wasn't a strand that was out of place. He pondered for a few seconds before he went to wash his face and asked the servants to shave his beard. He peeked at his reflection in the mirror and saw a man with charming features but a tanned skin tone. He was still very handsome. However, his current appearance didn't necessarily conform to the little lass's taste. When Zhu Junyang arrived at the Yu estate, Xiaoxiao had just taken off her court robes. At this moment, she was reclining happily on a rocking chair that was located under the grapevines in the courtyard while tasting the sweet grapes. The orchard planted on the mountain located at the back of the imperial plantation had expanded to more than 300 mu of land in the past 2 years. With all of the various kinds of fruit trees added up, there were about 5,000 to 6,000 fruit trees. This year, there was a bumper harvest on most of the fruit trees. The rumors of the fruits from the Yu family's orchard had spread far and wide. She didn't need to worry about not being able to sell all the fruits. Almost the entire northern capital would come to the Yu family's orchard to purchase fresh fruits from them, even if they lived thousands of miles away. However, some of the people lived far away from the capital, so it was inevitable for some of the fruits to turn bad from the long trip. As a result, Yu Xiaoxiao established a transportation team that specialized in transporting fruits door to door. However, the price of the fruits would increase around 10 to 20% based on the distance. But this meant that none of the fruits would turn bad. This way, people didn't have to spend as much time and effort to buy fruits. It was much more cost-effective than personally going there to buy it themselves. Over time, except for those that lived in the nearby prefectural city, most people would rather pay a higher price to have the Yus deliver the goods to them. The Yu transportation team now had more than 80 carriages and more than 200 employees. These employees were recruited by Zhu Junyang's former attendant, Dong Dali, who was now Commander Dong. He received a lot of injuries from the battlefields. Although he was wounded and sick, it never affected or delayed his work. His valiant temperament as a soldier was still there, and he was not afraid of fighting against the enemies even if he was outnumbered 3 to 1. Many of the people that were part of the transportation team were formerly soldiers that worked under Royal Prince Yong, so they naturally respected his future wife. In addition to that, the people working in the transportation team received great benefits. The medicines that they needed were pricey and rare, but Xiaoxiao gave them bottles after bottles of the medicines they needed. Before they joined the transportation team, their leader's future wife even invited doctors from Tongren Medicine Hall over to treat their illnesses and injuries. Their old diseases and injuries that had hindered them for a while now were treated and they quickly recovered. For example, the captain of the transportation team had his arm broken on the battlefield before. The treatment he received before wasn't done correctly, so his left arm was not properly reconnected together. As a result, he couldn't fully extend his left arm, nor could he apply too much force on it. When he returned to his hometown, he couldn't farm, and no one wanted to hire him for a job because of his arm. He was 27 to 28 years old and yet he still didn't have a wife. When Commander Dong found him, he was poor, dejected, and barely hanging on to his life. After he was diagnosed, Miss Yu sought his permission before she helped him reconnect the bones that weren't properly connected before. Although the medical procedure was quite painful, his bones grew quickly, and he made a full recovery after using a high-quality bone replenishment ointment. After 2 months of rest, he was no different from an ordinary person. Now, he had no problem carrying a basket containing 100 caddies of fruit with one hand. An example like the captain of the transport team could be found everywhere on the transport team. Because most of the transport team were ex-soldiers, the robbers suffered several losses. They remembered the words, the U's, deeply and didn't dare to provoke the transport teams anymore. The Yu family had a method of preservation so there was very little loss during transportation. When they left, they transported fruits and vegetables from the orchards in the capital. Coming back to the capital, they transported local specialties and some good, cheap products to sell in their own shops. Back and forth, taking into account the various expenses of the transport team's personnel, they made a couple thousand taels of silver every month. Although the profit of the transport teams compared to Xiaoxiao's other businesses could only be considered a drop in a bucket, Yu Xiaoxiao was satisfied that she could help the wounded and retired soldiers who had difficulties and also make an income. The leader of the transportation teams was also a talented person with a unique vision. Every time the goods were transported back, they were in great demand and there was never any worry of not being able to sell them. The transport teams carried all kinds of fruits in the fall and greenhouse vegetables in the winter. Out-of-season vegetables were more profitable than fruits. After spring, the Yu family's vegetable sales were good. Then there were cherries, strawberries, peaches, watermelons, and so on. In short, the transport teams never had an idle time. Now, it was the season for grapes, pomegranates, apples, oranges, and crisp pears. The taste of the Yu family's fruits was incomparable. Of course, the price of their fruits was also 2 or 3 times higher than ordinary fruit, so they were especially sold to the rich. Xiaoxiao comfortably picked up a purple sparkling grape from the fruit plate Wadong had brought over and put it in her mouth, enjoying the sweet taste and feeling it slowly spread in her mouth. The evening breeze was slow and the setting sun was picturesque. What a pleasure! When Zhu Junyang came in, he saw this scene of a lazy leisurely lass lounging under a cherry apple tree. He couldn't move his gaze. The lass was even more dazzling than the cherry apple tree. "Miss, Imperial Prince Shu has arrived." Wadong saw who was coming and quickly whispered in her master's ear to remind her. "Imperial Prince Shu, who's that?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't register what she said and casually asked. "As the clerk of the capital for grain, really a noble person who's forgetful. It hasn't been an hour since I left you and you've already forgotten me." Zhu Junyang's voice jokingly rang out in her ear. Yu Xiaoxiao lazily opened her eyes and continued leisurely rocking in the rocking chair, not getting up. Her chin pointed towards the bench next to her and casually said, "You're here. Sit and try some of the rose-fragranced grapes that I planted. They are sweet and fragrant, and the flavors are pretty good." Zhu Junyang took one and put it by her mouth. After seeing that she ate it, he took another one and put it in his mouth and said, It's really good. It's sweeter than ordinary grapes. Lass, you really know how to enjoy life. Life is just a few decades of suffering from fatigue, so one should enjoy it as much as one can when one has the chance." Yu Xiaoxiao worked hard for her younger brother and sister in her previous life. In this life, the first few years were also very hard and tiring. Days like these where there were things came to her easily with the snap of her fingers, she naturally would cherish and enjoy it. "After you marry me, you can live a leisurely life and do whatever you want without any difficulties. Of course, others wouldn't even think about forcing my wife to do anything." Zhu Junyang helped her push aside a stray, knotty piece of hair by her cheek and put it behind her ear. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly laughed and said, "What's more, I'm a 4th-ranked official, clerk of the capital for grain. Was the emperor giving me the title for fun? We still have to go along with it from time to time to keep people's mouths shut. Since you came over right now, Is there something important? Nothing. Just asking if you need me to come over early tomorrow to help. How could Zhu Junyang say that he purposely came over for skincare products? Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and asked, can you help me tend the fire or wash the dishes for me? Forget coming over to help me, I bet you're coming over to make trouble, right? Quote, are you looking down on me? Tending the fire, washing the vegetables, these are simple things, how could it be hard for me? Zhu Junyang said, looking proud and confident. Gentlemen, keep far away from the kitchen. How could I dare to ask your highness, Imperial Prince Shu, the great General Junshi, to do odd jobs in the kitchen? Yu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and let the man put the peeled grape in her mouth, and enjoyed it happily. Her man looked rough, but he was actually very attentive and indulged her. It looked like she had taught him well over these past few years. The two of them chatted for a bit longer before Zhu Junyang finally said what he came for. Yu Xiaoxiao held back her smile and looked at his face carefully for a moment. Then she nodded slightly and said, your skin is pretty good. Although it is a little tanner, it's not a natural-born tan. It will change back soon. However, didn't you always think that men were more masculine if they were tanner? Why do you suddenly want to maintain your skin? Quote, aren't I doing it for you? Tell me, do you like tanner ones or fairer ones? In her bright eyes, Zhu Junyang's expression was slightly unsettled. As long as it's you, fair or tan, I will always like it. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't seen her handsome men for more than a year. Now the longer she looked, the more valuable he became. These words made Zhu Junyang feel sweet. He took the lass's hand and wanted to become a single body with her. Unfortunately, there was a large oil lamp, third wheel, hanging around him, so he could only anticipate for nothing. However, according to Zhu Junyang's understanding of the lass, she still liked that kind of gentle, elegant, warm, white, and pure type of man. He had a height of nearly 1.9 meters and a strong physique. Elegance, gentleness, and he would never be on the same side. Only his face could attract the lass's sight. Not to make trouble, but he was afraid that shortly, the lass wouldn't want to see him. Alas, the Imperial Prince Shu, the ever-victorious general on the battlefield, was reduced to the point of pleasing people with his face. In the end, Zhu Junyang got the whitening skincare product from Xiaoxiao. A few days ago, Xiaoxiao was very bored and made a lot of high-grade skincare products. Whitening, anti-wrinkle, moisturizing, firming, there were a lot of bottles and jars. Zhu Junyang chose 2 sets of anti-wrinkle and firming products, saying that his lady mother had asked him to take them back. Yu Xiaoxiao was a little puzzled. She seemed to have just given her future mother-in-law a set of anti-wrinkle and firming skincare products. It had only been half a month. It was impossible to use it up already, unless Princess Consort Jing wanted these 2 sets to gift people. Zhu Junyang's eyes dodged Xiaoxiao's surprised eyes. He wrapped the 3 sets of skincare products in a bag and put them into Hu Xiaoliang's hand, and told him to handle them with care. Hu Xiaoliang's mind was currently all on Wudong. He thought about it, the two of them weren't young anymore. Should they arrange something for their marriage? But then he reconsidered. Wudong had said she had to wait till her young miss was married before she could consider the matter of marriage. Also, after marrying, she wanted to continue staying by her young miss's side. If he couldn't fulfill these 2 conditions, then he would have to choose someone else. Hu Xiaoliang didn't know what he loved about Wudong. Was she gentle? When this lass was protecting her young miss, she was as fierce as a cat with claws and open teeth. She could withstand pressure in front of her young miss. Call her virtuous. What kind of master will determine the type of servant? She was like her young miss, someone who didn't stay within their bounds, and she also ran about outside all day. Her ability to handle affairs was not any less than that of a man. However, her loyalty and willingness to work hard were really impressive. Perhaps, it was because of this that he had a deep affection for her. Alas, as mentioned before, the kind of master will have what type of servant? His master wasn't married yet, but he was already like a slave to his wife. He would have to yield to her about when they might get married. He didn't lose any face by doing this. Besides, he had no intention of leaving his master or planned for another way out. In the future, he was going to be the most effective person around the master, and she was going to be the most important person around the mistress. They were going to help their masters manage their residence and share their worries. Wouldn't that be good? The next day, Yu Xiaoxiao entertained several meritorious officials in her home, which could be regarded as helping them. The first to arrive, of course, was Zhu Junyang, who self-proclaimed to be half a host at the Yu's. The Yu family father and son pair were in Tanggu most of the time and needed to have a crash course in receiving noble guests. When entertaining the guests, they naturally wanted him, the future half-son of the Yu family, to help. Buddha jumps over the wall had been simmering on the stove for a long time. Other dishes, ingredients, and so on had already been prepared and waiting. Once the guests arrived, they could be cooked immediately. Although Su Ran had not yet recovered from his injuries, he only arrived a little later than Zhu Junyang, and he had also come to Yu's estate early in the morning. Looking at Su Ran's pale face and lips, which had no trace of blood, Yu Xiaoxiao's tears almost came down. Even if she was half-skilled in medicine, she could see that Sir Su's vitality was greatly damaged. If he was not well taken care of, then he may be bedridden for the rest of his life. I'm fine. I'll be able to recover after a few days with some care. As soon as Su Ran arrived back to the palace, the emperor had called over an imperial physician to diagnose and treat him. This time, a vital point had been gravely injured. If it weren't for Royal Prince Yang's Imperial Prince Shu's medicine, his bones would be rotten into the mud at this time. He knew very clearly that the medicine Imperial Prince Shu carried with him was specially made for him by the lass, Xiaoxiao. He reckoned that a lot of precious medicinal materials such as the 1,000-year-old ginseng and the 100-year-old purple lingzi collected in the northern region were used in them. Otherwise, how could he be pulled back from the hand of the underworld? This time, he owed the lass his life. He didn't know if this broken body of his would ever have a chance to repay her. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that his physical condition was not as trivial as he said. However, she still nodded and said, I'll prescribe some medicinal food for healing and nourishing your body. Eating that along with some thriving vitality pills for half a year will ensure that you'll recover to full and complete health just like before. Su Ran knew that the lass was really worried about his health. Going with what she said, even if he recovered up to 70 to 80% compared to before, he would be satisfied. No matter whether the medicated diet and pills were good for his body or not, he needed to be the most cooperative patient. Then my health will be all up to you, godly Dr. Yu. I don't dare claim to be a godly doctor, but the medicinal cuisine and medicine made by the Yus are definitely excellent. You will not regret believing and trusting me. As long as Sir Su trusted her and cooperated with her, Yu Xiaoxiao was confident that she would be able to help him take good care of himself. However, if Sir Su continues to stay in the palace, I'm afraid it might not be convenient. Quote, the emperor has allowed me to leave the palace to recuperate. I set up a small courtyard near here a long time ago. It only takes around a quarter of an hour to walk to it from here. As the eunuch in charge of the palace, the emperor's right-hand man, he naturally had the wealth to buy a residence outside. Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, that's great. You can tell me the location. After that, I'll send the cooked medicinal cuisine to you every day. To improve your health, you will have to take a variety of specially prescribed medications every day. Just taking the thriving vitality pills alone will make your recovery more slow. As long as I can recover around 70 to 80% compared to what I was before, I will even be willing to drink bitter Chinese gold thread soup every day. He only knew how to cherish his health once it was gone. The current Su Ran, after having a ray of hope at recovery, had emotions of anticipation and hope. Xiaoxiao giggled and joked, I didn't expect Sir Su to still have the habit of drinking Chinese gold thread soup. When I make your medicine, should I put in some Chinese gold thread to fulfill your hobby? Bad girl, who would like to eat something so bitter? Just go with what you prescribed, don't put anything else in. I'm old and can't afford to be messed with. Su Ran glared at the mischievous lass and the corner of his mouth could help but turn up into a little smile. Yu Xiaoxiao made a cute face at him and said with a smile, don't worry. I wouldn't dare to trouble you, Sir Su. I have always respected you. If no one loaned you the courage, wouldn't you still be able to make fun of me? You say you don't have the courage. Who would believe you? You're someone who dares to bargain and mess around with the emperor. Su Ran roasted her in his mind. Don't you think you should drink the medicinal soup while it's hot? If you send it over, I'm afraid it's likely that some medicine might be spilled. I'd better come here every day. Su Ran was aware that his originally cold iron heart was gradually beginning to soften and warm up. It was getting closer to those of ordinary people. That cold and small residence, even if the layout was more gorgeous, had no sense of home. The Yu's residence was simple with warmth, low-key mixed with excitement. Was this what a home was like? He was getting more and more attached to the lass that brought him warmth. That's good. However, you should stay in bed and recuperate right now. Can you stand going back and forth like this? Yu Xiaoxiao also took his left hand to check his secondary pulse. His pulse was very chaotic and weak. Even an amateur like her could diagnose that his current condition was not optimistic. Seeing the care in Xiaoxiao's eyes, Su Ran felt a heat stream attack his heart. He nodded slowly and said, "It's not like I'm walking over. Lying on the bed every day as if I'm waiting for death will make a person think about everything and be depressed, which isn't conducive to recovery. It's good to get out and walk about. The emperor has said, life lies in moving around." This quote is quite reasonable. Of course it made sense. He plagiarized the achievements of his predecessors. Yu Xiaoxiao silently complained about it. However, since he insisted, she had to order her servants to prepare a room for Sir Su's recovery in the outer courtyard of the estate. In this way, he could come in the morning and go back in the evening, so as not to rush back and forth, which would not be beneficial to the recovery of his injury. Zhu Junyang was upset, very upset by all of this. This old eunuch was so cunning, acting pitiful in front of the lass and winning the sympathy of Xiaoxiao. How big was his reputation? Letting the future princess consort Shu personally concoct and make medicinal cuisine for him. He himself wasn't willing to order the little girl about, but the eunuch, on the other hand, was coming over 3 times a day to get a meal. This ticked him off. He didn't even have this type treatment, yet this old stinky eunuch had taken over the attention of his lass. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken out the medicine to save this annoying guy. Zhu Junyang snorted coldly and said, "Lass, it seems that there is something wrong with your decision. If you think about it, you're the master of Yu's estate, and you are still a girl. Chief Steward Su Ran, after all, is a man. Having him coming in and out of Yu's residence so often is harmful to your reputation." Quote, Su Ran raised his eyebrows, glanced at him provocatively, and said, "Your Highness, your worries are not unreasonable. However, in front of the emperor, I still have a bit of influence. If the emperor knew that the lass, Xiaoxiao, can cure my body, he should agree with the lass to take care of me. At that time, Royal Princess Jinan will be ordered to treat me. A doctor gives her patients care, so others will not dare to talk about it again." Quote, "You're so shameless, asking my lass to help take care of your body. Have you asked her future husband, me?" Zhu Junyang felt that he was about to blow up. He would like to drag this hateful guy out and beat him violently, regardless of life or death. Xiaoxiao naturally knew that his vinegar jar had been turned over again and hurriedly said, "This is not a trivial matter. It's not a time to have a childish temper. If Sir Su's body is not nourished in time, it may hinder his lifespan. Sir Su is loyal to the emperor, devoted to the court, and has helped me a lot. Since I have this ability, I can't just ignore it." Quote, "Lass, your medicinal skills must have improved again. What you've said is still too courteous. The imperial physician said that my body, even if provided with good medicines and supplements, can't survive past 5 years and I also have to stay in bed. I've thought about it. If I have to stay in bed like a piece of trash, then it would be better to die at once, nice and clean." Su Ran deliberately said this purposefully and successfully won Xiaoxiao's sympathy. Xiaoxiao looked at him tearfully and shook her head. "Sir, don't have this idea anymore. You can rest assured that since I said that I can take care of your health, I will certainly cure you. The premise is that you have to be a cooperative patient. All right, I promise I will be the most cooperative injured patient in the world." Su Ran patted his chest for assurance, hesitated for a moment, and he asked, "If I cooperate fully with the treatment, how many years can I live?" 10 more years, is that possible? Not that he was afraid of death. Ever since he chose this road, he always regarded each day as the last day of life. He asked, but it was only for the warmth of love in life. He was just reluctant to let the lass be sad for him. "Sir Su, You look down on me too much. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled through her tears, took out a common thriving vitality pill to let him take it, then continued, rest assured, as long as Yu Xiaoxiao is here, the King of Hell will have no chance to take you. According to my method, after a year and a half of recuperation, the injury will be cured. If there are no other accidents and diseases, it'll be possible to live 100 years. The lass's confident look was so lively and lovely, Su Ran could not help but show a genuine smile. Long life, 100 years old, was of little significance to him before. At this moment, he was eager to fulfill this wish. This way, he can witness her get married, have children and her children grow up day by day, and then accompany her in a distant place to grow old together. Lass, don't forget that we will be married in less than half a year. During this period, there are many things to prepare, which are very complicated, and you won't be able to handle it. Look. How about I come and give you a hand? A normal man would not be willing to have the opposite sex appear next to his future wife, and at such close contact at that. No, he had to watch from the side. How come I remember that married men and women cannot meet before marriage? Su Ran covered his chest and coughed gently 2 times. Well, just after the thriving vitality pill was eaten, he felt more comfortable. At least when he coughed, it no longer felt like 10,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Zhu Junyang stared at him fiercely with anger and pulled a long face. The custom of marriage is that 2 days before marriage, the couple should not meet. Is there not half a year left? Why can't we meet? Moreover, many things are inconvenient for Xiaoxiao to do. Caring for a male patient, but men and women should have boundaries. However, this prince can do it on her behalf. Come on, didn't you say after the marriage, we can move into the residence that the emperor bestowed upon you and the 2 of us can close the doors and live our daily lives? How many years has it been since that residence had someone live there? Shouldn't there be some repairs or maintenance done? The main courtyard we will live in, shouldn't it be arranged according to our preferences so we can live comfortably? As you said, with half a year to go, it's only enough time to rush the renovations on residence. When do you have the time to care for Sir Su? In Yu Xiaoxiao's mind, there was a feeling of helplessness. There was nothing she could do about this narrow-minded and petty man. Listening to the series of Our Daily Lives and The Courtyard Where We Live, and Ours, Zhu Junyang was almost so happy that he almost became dizzy with glee. What the lass said was very correct. No matter how bad the damn old eunuch was, Xiaoxiao belonged to him after all. HMPH. When they got married, Imperial Prince Shu's estate would definitely keep that fellow out. Unfortunately, after marriage, he was not the head of the family. That's all right, I keep so many people under me. They weren't there to just eat food. As long as I visit once a day, what do I have to do personally? Zhu Junyang had not yet returned from the imagination of their future couple's world, and he had a silly smile on his lips. I don't need you here either. My father sent a letter saying that he and my mother, as well as my brother and sister-in-law, will arrive in the capital after the New Year's. They will help at that time. If there's anything that they don't understand, isn't there still my godmother and godfather? Yu Xiaoxiao felt that if Zhu Junyang came, besides adding confusion, he really wouldn't play a big role. Your godfather, is he not going to the border garrison? Zhu Junyang disappointedly muttered. Godfather has asked the emperor for a favor. When he finishes attending our wedding, he will go to the front line. Godfather has said that I'm his precious goddaughter and he couldn't miss my marriage. He was afraid that the emperor wouldn't agree and even squeezed out a few crocodile tears in front of him. Every time this memory was brought up, Xiaoxiao always felt it was very funny and touching at the same time. Her godfather was truly a manly man, yet he had run to the emperor, crying and weeping in order to have the chance to see her get married in front of his eyes. In all of these years, her godfather had truly treated her like his true biological daughter. Whenever he had something good to eat, fun to play, material for clothing, or bright jewels and gold, he always thought of her and left her a portion. He didn't even change after Linlin was born. Sometimes, he would treat her better than his own son. Her godmother had also never treated her like an outsider. She had taught her how to manage relationships, oversee the household, and customs and etiquettes of the nobility. And then there was the little fellow, Fang Howlin. He had always regarded her as his true older biological sister, and would even fight for favor with little Shido. However, little Shido was now older and disdained trying to compete with a tiny brat. Fang Howlin had always been very close to this older sister. Whenever she was around, he would even throw his mother to the side. With an extra set of parents to love and pamper her, Xiao Xiao truly felt like she had fallen into a pot of gold. If she had the choice right now to go back to her previous life in the 21st century or stay here, she would easily make the choice to stay. That was because this era had people who loved her and people who she loved. Young Miss, old General Zhao and his wife are here. One of the second-ranked maid servants came over with hurried footsteps as she greeted the guests clearly. Grandfather Zhao and Uncle Zhao are here. And Auntie Zhao as well. I need to personally see them. Yu Xiaoxiao had Su Ran rest in the rocking chair that she often lounged in as she bustled over to the inner gate. Zhu Junyang noticed that the little lass regarded the Zhao family highly, so he also came along. There wasn't a man in the residence now, so he needed to help her receive the male guests. However, when he saw the group of people from afar, he knew he had thought too much. The little lass's godfather was currently respectfully next to old General Zhao, listening to his teachings and wisdom. Grandfather Zhao, Uncle Zhao, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I've missed you both terribly. In front of her elders, Xiao Xiao had always had a sweet and endearing manner, making her a likable girl. Although it had been almost 10 years since they last saw each other, when she saw these familiar faces, it was as if she had been transported back to when she lived in Dongshan village. In those years, during her family's hardest times, Grandfather Zhao and his family had welcomed them with open arms and helped them quite a bit. The fact that they had sent aid during their time of greatest need truly showed the depths of their kindness. Lass Xiao Xiao, in the blink of an eye, you've grown up into a young maiden. At that time, when Grandfather Zhao left Dongshan village, you were such a wee thing and so skinny that you looked like you could fall over at any second. You didn't dare to eat any of the prey that you managed to trap with great effort and hid it at our residence before sneakily going into town to sell them. At such a young age, you learned how to manage money. No wonder you're such a successful businesswoman now. Old General Zhao gestured with his hand at his waist as his eyes sparkled with mirth. Grandfather Zhao tilde. Yu Xiaoxiao stepped forward and pulled at his rough and calloused hand as she swayed back and forth. She looked quite bashful as she said, at that time, my family hadn't split from the main family, right? If I brought the game back home, not a single bite would go into my mouth and not a single coin would fall into my purse either. Thus, selling it off and keeping the money in my purse was the only right thing to do. General Zhao also grinned. I also remember that when you, little lass, became gluttonous, you would have your Auntie Zhao help you cook the wild pheasant you had trapped. You'd sneakily eat the cooked meat like a tiny mouse. However, you never forgot to leave some for your parents and your siblings. What did I say then? Yu Hai and his wife would rely on their daughter to have a good life. Didn't those words become true now? Uncle Zhao, I'm not a tiny mouse. Have you ever seen such a beautiful and adorable mouse like me? Yu Xiaoxiao proudly turned around in a circle, showing off her newly made bright yellow clothing. She looked quite elegant and stately. Now you're beautiful, but at that time a mouse had more meat on its body than you. General Zhao guffawed loudly. Fang Zizhen revealed a sad expression on his face after hearing this. Arg. This child had a hard life. It was I who had showed up too late, allowing this child to suffer so much. That old crone surnamed Zhang treated my cow so poorly then. I shouldn't have let her off so easily. Auntie Zhao had a gentle and sweet smile on her face. What's the point in bringing up those old bad memories now? Without the icy cold of winter, could we possibly enjoy the beautiful scent of plum blossoms? Hasn't Xiaoxiao emerged from the bitter parts of life and is now enjoying the sweet? Not only are all of her businesses extremely successful, but she also has many noble maidens in the capital vying for her favor. She's also the only female official in the entire Great Ming Empire. Now she's even a fourth-ranked official and it's possible one day that she'll surpass you all. The smile on Uncle Zhao's face became even more brilliant. Then I must work even harder in order to avoid being surpassed by the younger generation. Wouldn't that be so embarrassing? The student has surpassed the master. You should enjoy the glory and achievements of the younger generation instead. Yu Xiaoxiao cracked open a smile, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth. Oh, that's right. I heard that older brother Han has now been promoted to the leader of a battalion now, right? He has relied on his own abilities to slowly climb up. He's definitely much more talented than I am. He's only a tiny little 6th-rank military official. He's just killed a few pirates here and there. How could he be as talented as you? Your actions have benefited all of the commoners of the Empire. General Zhao gave a big thumbs up in approval. Uncle Zhao, let's stop complimenting each other now. The reception pavilion already has tea set out and the leaves being used today have been personally processed by me. The taste should be acceptable. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled on Auntie Zhao's hand and welcomed all of the guests to head towards the pavilion to rest. After they passed the wisteria flower gate, the group of people suddenly saw Su Ran, who was clothed entirely in white and had a deathly pale face. Despite his obvious poor health, he couldn't hide his inner elegance. The Zhao family had known that he had been injured heavily and hasn't recovered yet, but they would have never expected that they would see Chief Steward Su at a welcome home party at Xiaoxiao's place. Clearly, Xiaoxiao had quite the status in the capital. Old General Zhao, I'm currently indisposed and it's difficult for me to get up to greet you. Su Ran apologized gently to them and didn't have a hint of his famous icy and aloof demeanor around him. No need to be so polite, Chief Steward Su. Your health is most important. Old General Zhao had also heard what had happened to Su Ran. He was afraid that it'd be difficult for the man to make a full recovery, so he addressed the eunuch with equal parts politeness and slight pity. The group of people entered the reception pavilion and sat down. The fragrant tea was quickly served up and, naturally, the food present included pastries personally made by Xiaoxiao. As they reminisced and chatted, they ended up inadvertently touching upon the topic of Su Ran's injuries. At that time, Xiaoxiao vehemently vowed that she would help him reach a complete cure. Auntie Zhao remarked somewhat worriedly, Xiaoxiao, I have never regarded you as an outsider. You're still young and are still inexperienced. You can't be too certain when you speak sometimes. Otherwise, if you can't fulfill what you promised, other people will end up hating you for it. Not even the imperial physicians are certain that they could fully heal Chief Steward Su's injuries. Even though you have some good remedies on hand, you can't make a complete guarantee. Auntie Zhao, thank you for reminding me. I know you're doing this out of the kindness of your own heart towards me. However, don't worry, I am 100% certain that I can heal Sir Su until he is completely healthy as if nothing had ever happened. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a plate of fruit mousse cake and placed it into Auntie Zhao's hands. Her eyes glittered with a warm light. All right, as long as you're confident, that's what matters. Lady Zhao knew that Xiaoxiao wasn't someone who would make a promise she couldn't fulfill, so she smiled in relief and took a bite of the cake. She exclaimed in awe, Xiaoxiao, you are truly incredibly talented. The cakes you've made are not only so enchanting that people almost can't bear to eat them, but they also taste incredibly good. Auntie, I made too many earlier. You should take some back when you head out later. Yu Xiaoxiao intimately nestled next to Auntie Zhao in a way that was exactly like how she used to act around the older woman back when they were still at the old Zhao residence halfway up the West Mountain in Dongshan village. Although old General Zhao was a military official, he was quite fond of tea. Currently, he was spellbound by the fragrant and mellow taste of tea that had been served to him. After taking 2 sips, he looked towards Xiaoxiao and said, Lass, even when you were in Dongshan village you knew how to process tea. After all these years, I can't seem to get the taste of your tea leaves out of my mind. None of the teas that are sold on the market, no matter how expensive they are, can compete with the taste of the tea that you've made. It was obvious why the other tea leaves couldn't compete with the tea that she personally pan-fried and processed. This was because the other tea artisans didn't have the giant cheat item, the little divine stone, on their hands. It wasn't that she was bragging, but even the most precious Da Hong Pao one in the Imperial Palace couldn't compete with the taste brewed from her own tea leaves. Grandfather Zhao, I made around 10 caddies or so of spring tea. If you don't disdain my wild tea for being crude, you can take back 2 caddies with you to drink. Next spring, I'll make sure to process more and have someone send it to you at the border garrison. In the future, I will supply all of the tea that you drink. Yu Xiaoxiao was always generous to the people she saw as her own. It was only tea leaves. The back mountain behind the imperial plantation had a dozen or so old tea shrubs which should produce more than enough tea leaves for her purposes. Old General Zhao nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to quietly enjoy the taste of the young tea. General Zhao asked about Yu Hai, who had been good buddies with him back then. Last Xiaosao, has your father been well lately? Does he have any hint of his old injuries now? At the time, if it weren't for your father's bravery, then there wouldn't be me, the Longhu General. Ah. Uncle Zhao, my father is even more healthy and strong than he was before. He can even jog around easily with 100 caddy sack of wheat seeds on his shoulders. The farmstead in Tanggu and the business there are all being managed by him and my older brother. My father also talks about you constantly and often mentions that if it weren't for you teaching him how to hunt so well, he wouldn't have been able to bring home game from time to time. Without that food, it's possible that I, an unfavored lass, would have already died from disease or starvation now. If the dangerous situation had been reversed at the time, I'm sure you, Uncle Zhao, would have chosen to save my father just like he chose to save you. Otherwise, why else would you two be considered close friends? Xiaosao felt her heart tremble a bit after remembering the dire situation that her family was in at that time. It was also the event that turned their fortunes. They had used that opportunity to split from the main family. Otherwise, they would still have that old witch leeching blood off of them even now. Oh right, my father should be entering the capital the day after tomorrow. If he knew you had come back from the borders, he would definitely be extremely happy. Yu Xiaosao suddenly remembered that she didn't mention the news about Grandfather Zhao and Uncle Zhao coming back to the capital in her letters to her family, so she felt a bit annoyed at herself. General Zhao Bufan chuckled loudly and said, "At that time, I'll need to drink a few more cups of wine with your father. I heard that the strong alcohol made by the Yu's family business has a unique taste and very limited sales. Even those with money may not be able to buy any. Your Uncle Zhao has been thinking about it even when I was out in the northwest. Don't worry, Uncle Zhao, there is definitely enough good alcohol today to be had. Although other people may not be able to buy any, how could people from our own family not be able to have any?" Yu Xiaosao knew that her Uncle Zhao only had one particular hobby, and that was that he enjoyed drinking some alcohol here and there. In any case, Uncle Zhao was probably going to spend a good amount of time in the capital in the future. Thus, with the good relationship between their families, he would definitely not lack for good alcohol to drink. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for those words of yours. Zhao Bufan laughed even more uproariously. Auntie Zhao gave him a look and then smiled. You clearly don't see yourself as an outsider. Do you know how much a jar of Jiananchun, or Gujinggong, costs? They're a couple hundred taels a bottle. As an uncle, do you really feel okay taking advantage of Xiaoshao's generosity? Auntie Zhao, these words truly make us seem like outsiders then. As the younger generation, what's wrong with giving a few bottles of alcohol to my own uncle? Are you implying that the words you said before, when you stated that we were as close as a family, were just for politeness' sake? Yu Xiaosao cutely swayed back and forth with Auntie Zhao's hand in her own as she exclaimed in an adorable manner. Last Xiaosao is right, we're not outsiders. Zhao Bufan grinned until his eyes scrunched up into a small line. Xiaosao chatted about household matters with Auntie Zhao while old General Zhao happily enjoyed the tea in front of him. Zhao Bufan conversed idly with his martial brother Fang Zizhen. As they talked, the topic of the conversation had turned to Zhao Han. Xiaosao asked out of concern, Auntie Zhao, will older brother Han be spending the New Year's at his garrison again? It's been so many years but he hasn't come back once to celebrate the New Year's. Does he really need to work this hard? But of course, originally, I wanted him to go into the Northwest with his grandfather and father, but he was as stubborn as a donkey then and insisted on advancing through the ranks through his own efforts. Last year, I used the excuse of feeling under the weather to trick him home. He only spent 2 days at home before he went back. It's as if the garrison wouldn't be able to survive if he wasn't there to oversee things. Auntie Zhao had a belly full of complaints whenever she talked about her only son. She also felt bad. The last time her son came back he was tanner and thinner. When Uncle Zhao heard this, he remarked in disapproval, being a man means you need to advance your career and protect your home and country. The seas around our country haven't been very peaceful lately. Hanner is just doing his part in keeping the peace. Don't be an impediment to his duties. Zhao Bufan was quite pleased with his son's abilities and hard work. He had just reached the age of 20 but had already been promoted to the leader of a battalion, which was a 6th-ranked official's position. As someone in the military, how could one obtain merits and promotions without any battles to fight? For the next dozen or so years, the Northwest would likely be very calm, with only a few skirmishes here and there. Serving in the Navy was also a good choice, as in recent years the Wokou pirates and other ruffians wouldn't be as bold as before in their attacks. Auntie Zhao glared at him with suppressed anger and sighed. People always say that it's important to first establish a family before pursuing a career. Last Xiaoxiao is younger than him by 4 to 5 years, but she'll be getting married at the start of the new year. Yu Heng is younger than him by 2 years but is about to become a father. He, on the other hand, is already in his 20s but he's still alone by himself. He never comes home. Just when will someone like him come back to show me his wife? Zhao Bufan picked up his cup and drank a sip of tea. Hanner is only around 22 to 23, so why are you in such a hurry? His Highness, Imperial Prince Shu, is only older than Hanner by 2 years and he isn't married yet. Zhu Junyang, who was at the side helping to take care of the guests, wanted to express his own feelings of indignation at this. This prince is not like that foolish son of yours. He clearly knew the little lass from childhood, yet he had no idea of his true feelings and let me take advantage instead. Ahem. In any case, this prince needs to thank him for being slow in the feelings department. Otherwise, how could I possibly be able to find such a perfect wife? Auntie Zhao had been pushed into a frenzy by her husband. Imperial Prince Shu has long known the target of his affections and has only been patiently waiting for Xiaoxiao to grow up. After all, last year in the spring, he finalized his engagement with Xiaoxiao. If Hanner had his own marriage matters all tidied up, how could I be so worried now? Auntie Zhao glanced briefly at the sweet and adorable Yu Xiaoxiao and a flash of melancholy passed through her heart. Clearly her own family had known Xiaoxiao's family first, so why didn't they strike first and set down a childhood betrothal down then? If they had done that, then Imperial Prince Shu wouldn't have been able to butt in. Where else would she be able to find such a sweet, hard-working, and perfect daughter-in-law like Xiaoxiao? Auntie Zhao, don't worry. Marriage is something that is ordained by the heavens and is controlled by fate. Thus, it will happen when it happens. Older brother Han is so outstanding and has such a great family background. If you let the word out, I'm sure there are plenty of young noble maidens in the capital who would come clamoring for him. Yu Xiaoxiao wittily interjected as she tried to soothe Auntie Zhao. If only it would come as you say. May the heavens bless your older brother Han such that his marriage becomes official very soon. That way I would no longer have to worry about this. Auntie Zhao clapped her hands together and bowed towards the sky. After chatting a bit longer, Xiaoxiao finally stood up and said, "Godfather, help me entertain Grandfather Zhao and the others. I'm going to the kitchen to whip up a few dishes. Grandfather Zhao, Uncle Zhao, Auntie Zhao, please sit here first. In a bit, you will all be able to try my food." Zhu Junyang had also been instructed by his little wife to go and spend time with Sir Su. Zhu Junyang's response: "I don't want to go." Auntie Zhao also stood up. "How could I not know about your culinary talents, lass? When we were still in Dongshan village, you didn't even have a full set of spices yet you were still able to craft a table of delicious foods. At that time, you were still a tiny thing who had just reached the height of the stove. In the blink of an eye, you've grown into a beautiful young maiden. Let's go, Auntie will go be your sous chef. In the past, when we were living in the residence on the West Mountain, didn't we work together? I still recall those memories fondly. Although it was harder at times, our whole family was still together, living happily as one. Alright. Is there any point in saying more? I think you have too much time on your hands, causing you to think too much." Zhao Bufan interrupted her. In actuality, he had also known it had been hard on his wife to live alone in the capital by herself. All she could do was think about her father-in-law and husband, who were at the borders, defending the empire. However, as a manly man who had the duty to protect his country and home, how could he be solely preoccupied with his immediate family? Xiaoxiao hurriedly changed the subject out of compassion and said, "Auntie Zhao, Every year my family cleans and fixes up your family's residence in Dongshan village. All of the furniture and household items are also preserved as well. When older brother Han goes on break, he'll even stay there a couple of days. The villagers in Dongshan village constantly speak of you all. If you have time on your hands, you can go back there a few days to see older brother Han or find my mother to chat a bit. Auntie Zhao also thought that this idea was feasible and smiled. Then that will have to wait until after you and Imperial Prince Shu are married. Didn't you say that your parents will be here in the capital the day after tomorrow? Ah. At that time, your mother will have more than enough to preoccupy her. Xiao Sao wasn't the least bit bashful when the subject of her own marriage came up. She even shamelessly said, at that time, Auntie Zhao should come over and help more often. Otherwise my mother won't be able to handle everything. Okay. At that time, I will come over every day and help you, you shameless little lass, prepare your dowry. Auntie Zhao tapped Xiao Cao's head a few times. Why was this little lass such an oddball sometimes? All of the ingredients had long been prepared and ready to go in the kitchen. The servants had washed all of the raw foods and had followed Xiao Cao's instructions on what to cut into cubes versus slivers. Now, they were just waiting for the head chef to appear. On the stove, there was a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, bubbling merrily and blowing off steam. The aroma of the pot wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone it encountered. This is the signature dish of medicinal cuisine house, Buddha jumps over the wall, right? It truly lives up to its name. Just the smell of the dish alone could make a person fall into ecstasy. Auntie Zhao saw that all of the ingredients had been prepared in the kitchen and there were even some that she couldn't recognize. Thus, she realized that there was very little she could do to help now. Yu Xiaocao had shamelessly used the fruits of future people's efforts and grinned, isn't the seafood in our Dongshan village famous? Ah. In my free time, I wondered if I could come up with a dish that used a lot of top-notch seafood and other ingredients. Buddha jumps over the wall was the result of my slow experimentation. In terms of ingredients, it requires at least 18, such as sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fins, shark lips, peppercorn and other famous and expensive materials. Furthermore, this dish replenishes the body, eases and lubricates the lungs and intestines, and prevents inflammation. Not only does it taste divine but it also heals the body. Thus, although it is on the expensive side, there are plenty of people who want to try it. You are truly being too modest now. Who doesn't know that the Yu's medicinal cuisine houses, Buddha jumps over the wall, requires a 3-month wait off. Although Auntie Zhao very rarely left her residence, there was very little that happened in the capital that escaped her notice. This only means that there are plenty of people in the capital who don't lack money. The emperor is a wise ruler as the common people's lives are only improving as time goes on. Yu Xiaocao gleefully chirped. During this entire time, her hands had never stopped moving. This looks like ground meat, right? Are we making dumplings for lunch? Auntie Zhao saw that she was mixing up the already minced meat together with slivers of water chestnut and egg white, so she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Xiao Cao rolled the meat mixture into large meatballs as she explained, I'm planning on making 4 treasures meatballs. This dish embodies the meaning of luck, good fortune, long life, and happiness all in one. Before long, she had finished making the 4 large meatballs. Following that, she had the servants pour oil into a large pot and heat it up until it was smoking. Then she placed the meatballs into the hot oil, frying them until they became a golden brown. Next, she took out another pot and added an appropriate amount of hot water, soy sauce, star anise, scallions and ginger before placing the 4 large meatballs in. On low heat, she let them stew before raising the heat to finish the cooking. The finished 4 treasures meatballs had a lustrous golden shell and a fragrant aroma. It was obvious that Xiao Cao's culinary skills had improved again. Following that, she also made pan-baked pork fillet, Westlake fish in vinegar gravy, handheld mutton, steamed pork with rice, flour, braised intestines in brown sauce, which were all famous dishes, and everything had been prepared perfectly. First on the table were the cold appetizers. These included capital roast duck, unique roasted chicken, pickled pepper chicken feet, century eggs with tofu, pig ears with chili oil, and tree fungus salad. Since most of the guests present were men and most men preferred eating meat, she deliberately made sure to have more meat dishes present. When all of the beautiful and delicious dishes appeared on the table, everyone looked at them appreciatively. Zhao Bufan couldn't help but say a few compliments. Last Xiaoxiao's culinary talents are too good. She could even become a chef at Junshou restaurant. Zhu Junyang unhappily retorted, many of the chefs at Junshou restaurant have personally taken lessons from my lass. If it weren't for my lass, I'm pretty sure Junshou restaurant wouldn't even be standing very steadily in Tanggu town. His meaning was clear. Comparing his lass with the head chef at Junshou restaurant was an insult to her culinary talents and skills. Fang Zizhen became quite displeased after hearing the prince throw around the words, my lass. He glared hatefully at the youth and coldly huffed, my cower isn't a part of your family, Imperial Prince Shu. You need to be more careful with what you say in order to avoid harming my cower's good name and reputation. Oh ho, there was a fight brewing between the father-in-law and son-in-law now. In order to be able to marry his little lass smoothly, how could Zhu Junyang possibly dare to confront Fang Zizhen, his future godfather-in-law, right now? He was quite sullen in his heart though. In about half a year's time, the little lass would be a part of his family. They were already engaged, so what was wrong with him saying, my lass, from time to time? Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes flickered as he looked towards Yu Xiaoxiao. That lass was currently grinning simple-mindedly. The thing that made him the most angry was that the little lass was personally helping that fellow Su Ran ladle up a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, and she even blew on the soup a bit as if she was afraid he would get scalded. Ahem ahem. Zhu Junyang coughed fakely a couple of times. When everyone turned their heads to look at him, including the puzzled Xiaoxiao, he slightly frowned and pretended to look out of sorts as he sighed lamentfully, Arg. I don't know if I wasn't used to the crude environment of the Northwest, but I wasn't able to eat very well there. Lately I've been feeling under the weather quite often. Not sure if I'll ever get back to full health. Old General Zhao and his son were speechless at this. Everyone who had served in the Northwest knew that, from time to time, they would sneak into the enemy's side in the middle of the night and steal some cattle and sheep from them. These stolen goods were then used to reward the soldiers with some added meat to their rations. As the commander of the Northwest Army, Zhu Junyang ate quite a lot of beef and mutton while he was there. In addition, this fellow frequently took his trusted aides along to infiltrate deeply within the prairie and hunt game. They ate and ate until all of them were plump and brawny. Who within the army didn't know that Royal Prince Yang had a set of barbecue condiments on hand that caused any meat that he roasted to taste incredibly delicious and unique? If he claimed that his body was weak and sad, old General Zhao would be the first to jump out and state that he was lying. However, when he saw Imperial Prince Shu look over in his direction, he understood a simple point. A certain person was feeling jealous and was now playing pathetic to get attention. How could Yu Xiaoxiao not know what tricks this fellow was playing? Obviously he saw her ladling up some Buddha jumps over the wall for Sir Su and became incredibly jealous. In front of all of these people, she also couldn't say much and silently ladled up a bowl for him as well. She glared at him surreptitiously and said, the reason why Buddha jumps over the wall has become the signature dish at the medicinal cuisine house is because it has the ability to replenish a person's yang energy, ease constipation, clear the lungs, and prevent cold energy from settling into a person's body. Thus, you should eat more. Following that, she served up a bowl of the soup to everyone present. Although old General Zhao didn't spend much time in the capital, he had also heard of the fame of the Yu's medicinal cuisine house, especially the dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. All of the rich and powerful individuals in the capital praised this dish to the skies. Old General Zhao was also considered an old glutton and sent his servants over to reserve a spot at the medicinal cuisine house. However, who would have thought that all of the private rooms had been reserved for the next 10 days? As for Buddha jumps over the wall, there was a 3-month wait in order to eat this dish, so was it easy to eat something scrumptious anymore. Luckily, the owner of the Yu's medicinal cuisine house was an old friend of the Zhao family. Today, she had welcomed them back with a feast that included Buddha jumps over the wall. Furthermore, the creator of this dish had cooked it for them today. He needed to savor this food as much as possible. Old General Zhao first used a spoon to bring up some soup to his mouth. He lightly blew on it before taking a sip. The rich and savory taste of food exploded onto his taste buds. He ate a few more bites in quick succession before he finally remarked in pure satisfaction, "This dish has simply been simmered in a ceramic pot, but it has a very complicated and delicate flavor while preserving the unique taste of each ingredient. The food is soft, tender and moist with a dense savory taste. It's rich without being greasy, and every ingredient adds its own flavor to the whole. It is incredibly delicious. Very good, very good. It's worth waiting 3 months to eat this. Grandfather Zhao, if you like it, I'll give you the most honorable membership card to the Medicinal Cuisine House. Members who have this card have supreme authority to eat at the restaurant and don't need to reserve a spot in advance or wait in line. They can eat as much as they wish. There were only 5 special membership cards available, and they were made out of carved pieces of nephrite and inlaid with pink diamonds. These cards looked very classy and elegant. She had only given out 2 most honorable membership cards so far. One had been given to the emperor and the other had been given to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. When old General Zhao heard this, he shook his head repeatedly. What a joke! Only the emperor could be considered the most honorable above all. As for Imperial Prince Jing, he was Imperial Prince Shu's father and Xiaoxiao's future father-in-law, so it was fine for him to take it. He, on the other hand, didn't have the virtues or connections. How could he dare to get the same treatment as the emperor? When Yu Xiaoxiao saw that he was persistent in declining her offer, she didn't force it and said, "In actuality, it doesn't matter whether or not you have this card. I'll inform the manager of the store that when you go and give him your identity, there will naturally be someone who will bring you to your own private room to eat there." Only then did old General Zhao nod his head in agreement. Zhao Bufan chuckled, "Can this special private room of yours only be used by your grandfather Zhao? Can your uncle Zhao also enjoy the glories of this benefit?" "Of course you can. However, you need to make sure you discuss things with grandfather Zhao to avoid going there on the same day." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. In actuality, she rarely went to the Medicinal Cuisine House to eat there herself. Thus, the private room that was set aside for her was hers in name only. The 2 Zhao generals looked at each other and expressed their satisfaction. That last Xiaoxiao hadn't distanced herself from them just because they moved away from Dongshan village and hadn't seen each other for a long time. Instead, she remembered them accordingly. Following that, the rest of the meal went by smoothly and happily for both the guests and hosts. Pan-baked pork fillet had a golden color and delicate texture. It was salty and savory. Sweet and sour crispy pork was flaky on the outside and tender on the inside with a tasty sweet and sour flavor. It truly stimulated people's appetites. West Lake fish in vinegar gravy had a tasty sweet and sour flavor while also containing the savory flavor of crab. Steamed pork with rice flour had the sweet scent of glutinous rice permeating into the fatty cuts of meat, making the dish incredibly rich. The father and son pair from the Zhao family had similar tastes and both fell in love with the taste of braised intestines in brown gravy. The dish used cleaned pig intestines that were first blanched in boiling water before being deep fried. Following that, more than a dozen condiments were roasted slowly over a low fire to create the sauce. It was sour, sweet, fragrant, spicy, and salty. It truly contained all 5 flavors. The dish had a red and glossy appearance and the meat was soft and tender. The giant platter of large intestines had pretty much been monopolized by this father and son pair. Auntie Zhao covered her face helplessly. Fortunately, they were guests Xiaoxiao's residence. If they were at anyone else's banquet, the hosts might have thought that she privately treated her husband and father-in-law quite harshly and restrained their food intake. Otherwise, why else would they eat as if they were a bunch of hungry ghosts? However, she still thoughtfully picked out food for these 2 men. After all, was there any delicious food to be had when they served in the frontiers of the Northwest? After lunch, the group began idly chatting again and couldn't avoid the topic of the upcoming nuptials between Imperial Prince Shu and Xiaoxiao. The 2 of them had set their wedding date in the 3rd month of the upcoming year. That day was chosen after Princess Consort Jing had taken the birthdate data from both parties and gone to the head priest of Tianan Temple, which was just outside the capital, to divine some good dates. Although Tianan Temple could not compare to the fame of Huguo Temple or Whitehorse Temple, it was said that they were the best at divining good dates. Thus, Many people who lived far away from the capital would travel long distances to get their dates divined. The old priest gave Princess Consort Jing 3 dates. There was the 6th day of the 3rd month, the 18th day of the 9th month, and the 12th day of the last month. Princess Consort Jing didn't even think about it before choosing the first date. How could she not understand her son's feelings? She had never thought that her youngest son could have so much perseverance and patience before, but he had waited for the little lass for around 8 to 9 years. Her son's thoughts were probably the same as her own. He wanted to bring the little lass back to his home as his wife as soon as possible. Fortunately, her son had set his sights on her very early and made his claim. Otherwise, with the little lass's fame and fortune in the capital, there were plenty of people who would want to take her as a wife or daughter-in-law. After all, the little lass's abilities and immense fortune were an enticing lure that many people couldn't resist. For example, she had caught the emperor's eye, so if they had a relationship with her, that would be the same as entering the emperor's eye themselves. Thus, they would be able to be on speaking terms with many influential officials. Zhu Junyang clearly showed that he approved of his lady mother's wise and brilliant decision. Now they had just entered the 10th month, so there was less than half a year from the date of their marriage. The betrothal gifts and other things had long been prepared by him in his father's estate, but he still felt like there wasn't enough. In his eyes, only by sending a large amount of gifts and precious items could he show the world just how much he and Imperial Prince Jing's estate esteemed and respected the little lass. He had already sent people over to renovate the residence that the emperor had given him. As the future masters of the estate, he and Xiaoxiao would naturally live in the main residence. He was planning on bringing the little lass over on another day so she could also voice any opinions she had about the renovations. After all, this was the place she was going to live in the future. He needed to do his best to make it cozy, relaxing, and up to her standards. The two Zhao generals and Chief Steward Su Ran all considered themselves to be on Xiaoxiao's family side. Thus, they also participated in the discussion about what to add to the betrothal and dowry gifts. They talked and somehow ended up on the topic of Zhu Junyang's Wisdom Jade Pavilion. Manager Zhang was truly a genius. Even though his master hadn't been back in the capital for more than a year, he still made sure the business at the store was up and roaring the entire time. He did especially well with Xiaoxiao's idea, which was gambling with raw jadeite and nephrite ores. This had already become a very popular feature at the store. Although the people living in the southwest were dowdy, the environment there was a bit chaotic. Nevertheless, the subordinates under Zhu Junyang weren't pushovers. Shop manager Zhang especially had gone once to the southwest to find the most famous expert in identifying jade ores. With the help of this person, he daringly bought 2 jadeite ore mines that had just opened and then came to a business agreement with a few local mine owners. On the first trip, he came back with over 20 carriages full of jadeite raw ores. It was quite difficult considering the lapses in communication in this time period. As soon as the jadeite ores got to the capital, shopkeeper Zhang winningly invited Xiaoxiao over to pick a few. Within the 20 or so carts, Xiaoxiao picked out a stone that produced a piece of jadeite that was about the size of a basketball and was a pure emerald green color. She happily took that into her hands. In addition, she also picked out a piece of crystal red jade and golden yellow jade. One had to admit that manager Zhang had a good eye. After buying 2 jadeite mines, both of these mines produced raw ores that were quite likely to produce good stones. Out of 10 rough ores, there was at least one that had a good piece of jade. Thus, in 20 carriages, it was quite likely that he'd get around 10 pieces of the glass type or the better quality ice type jades. After manager Zhang asked her to, Xiaoxiao helped him pick out a few other pieces of jade to become the selling points of the store. The jadeite, great master, that manager Zhang had invited over was quite shocked by Xiaoxiao's abilities. Every single one she picked produced great quality stones. He would never have expected that there would be a hidden expert in the capital of the great Ming Empire. A young and beautiful young maiden was actually better than him, someone who had worked with jadeite ores for more than a dozen years, at picking the right ores. Once the delicate and fine jadeite jewelry and decorations came onto the market, the bright colors and lustrous stones combined with the fine craftsmanship instantly attracted a bunch of fans. Although the prices of these new stones were not low, it couldn't stop the capital's noble matrons and maidens from pursuing them. The clamoring for these new stones especially reached a fever pitch once Princess Consort Jing appeared at a flower banquet wearing an entire set of deep emerald green jadeite jewelry and head ornaments. The dense and concentrated color seemed as if it could drip out at any time. Under the direct light of the sun, the stones appeared a lake blue with a few streaks of teal within. Then, in the blink of an eye, the color seemed to have changed into a bright green. The constantly changing shade made it unpredictable and incredibly beautiful. This set of jadeite jewelry made Princess Consort Jing look even more dignified, noble and elegantly beautiful. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoxiao had also invited many of the capital's noble maidens over to her first tasting banquet. At the party, the delicious food was no longer the focus of the young ladies' conversation. Instead, they were all mesmerized by the red jade bracelet that was on Xiaoxiao's wrist. It was the shade of rosy red that appeared in the sky at sunset, and she also had a set of head ornaments in the exact same color that were carved into delicate flowers. The color glowed brightly and the texture of the stones were lustrous and glossy. Compared to the white jade, light green jade, and even the mud and fat jade that they had seen a lot of, the young maidens much preferred this type of jade that had gorgeous and dazzling colors. A couple of them were about to get married and were especially enthused about this new type of jade. If they could wear a set of bright red jade hair decorations on their wedding day, then they would definitely be the talk of the capital. With Princess Consort Jing and Yu Xiaoxiao both making an all-out effort to personally advertise this new type of jade, it very quickly became popular within the noble and high-borns in the capital. Within moments, Wisdom Jade Pavilion's jadeite goods were all sold out. Shop manager Zhang was not only keeping an eye out on the artisans who were working overtime to carve and make the jewelry, but he was also paying attention to the workers in charge of transporting more material. He was so busy that he was on his feet constantly, yet he still had a body full of energy. Since the jadeite was selling so well, Manager Zhang made the executive decision to open all of the raw ores so that they could use and sell all of the jadeite within. As for his future mistress's idea of using these ores as a gambling product, he had also smelled the whiff of a golden opportunity. There were quite a few wealthy rascals in the capital who were itching to gamble. The blazing popularity of the horse racing track and amusement arena in the capital was just a peak of what was possible. However, gambling on stones was definitely an unfamiliar concept to the people of the capital. The fact that one could possibly pick a raw ore, open it to reveal beautiful jade and jadeite, and become rich overnight was an incredibly enticing lure to many of the gamblers in the city. Manager Zhang clearly was a capable person. Although he didn't plan on using the first batch of raw ores in this gambling business, he still invited a group of customers who were fascinated by the new stone to participate in a public ore opening. As the unassuming rocks were opened one after another in front of the audience, revealing gorgeous and dazzling veins of jadeite, the people found themselves astounded. This was the first time they had ever seen something as mystical as this. Manager Zhang also picked a few lucky people from the audience and gave them the opportunity to pick out a jadeite raw ore to be opened in front of everyone. Naturally, all of these rocks had all been previously inspected by the jadeite grand expert and the shop's future mistress. Although there were a few stones within the batch that didn't have anything interesting inside, more than half of the specimens contained jadeite. However, the quality of the jadeite within could not be guaranteed and was dependent on luck. When the stones were opened in front of everyone, revealing the sparkling and pure jadeite within, the lucky customers who had been selected to choose a raw ore couldn't help but reveal proud expressions. As for those who selected duds, they couldn't accept their loss and begged to choose another one. Everyone was leaping to participate, which pushed the popularity and legend of these jadeite stones into a whole other level. Naturally, these opened ores of jadeite were still the property of Wisdom Jade Pavilion. There were some people who were reluctant to lose the jadeite that had been opened in front of their eyes and immediately paid a high price to buy it right then and there. Then, they asked the artisans at Wisdom Jade Pavilion to help them process the raw jadeite. There were even some who directly took the raw jadeite back home to keep as a souvenir of this amazing day. Everyone who had been invited to participate in this jadeite ore extravaganza were naturally old customers of Wisdom Jade Pavilion. Thus, who among them would care about the money required to buy some pieces of jadeite? Under the hard work of shopkeeper Zhang, jadeite jewelry became extremely popular within the capital's high society. The noble matrons would often deliberately wear a new dazzling set of jadeite jewelry at the various parties they gathered at to show themselves off. As for the other ladies and maidens, even if they were a bit hard-pressed for money, they would end up gritting their teeth to buy a set of jadeite hair ornaments or a jadeite bracelet. Otherwise, how could they show their faces at the next banquet? It wasn't just the noble matrons and maidens who were competing amongst themselves. Even the imperial court's old officials began showing off. Whoever had a jadeite belt decoration hanging off his waist would also be subject to the envious stares of his colleagues. Other people couldn't compare to Imperial Prince Jing. He would have a new jadeite belt accessory switched out every few days, and each one, whether it was in terms of its color or crystal clarity, was a piece that was incredibly valuable and precious to the discerning person's eyes. Some of these accessories had been picked out for him with the help of Princess Consort Jing, while others had been given to him by his son. However, the vast majority had been given to him by his future daughter-in-law to show her filial respects to him. He was the only one with a future daughter-in-law with an extremely discerning eye. Every single jadeite she picked produced a top-notch quality stone. Furthermore, the ones she opened were always used to make ornaments to be sent to him and his wife. After receiving countless ambiguous looks from his colleagues, Imperial Prince Jing felt incredibly refreshed from head to toe. He truly felt like he had a rich and imposing aura now, as he could use a set of jadeite accessories and then toss it aside to use another. It was the feeling of a rich tyrant. Oh, what was that? People were envious of him. Well, they just weren't lucky enough to father a good son who had found a good daughter-in-law for him. Once jadeite jewelry and accessories came into vogue, Wisdom Jade Pavilion was flooded with money every day. Its business wasn't in any sense inferior to the Yu's medicinal cuisine house or blossoming beauty. Using the analogy of the goose that laid the golden eggs to describe Wisdom Jade Pavilion wasn't an exaggeration at all. However, Wisdom Jade Pavilion, the goose that laid the golden eggs, had actually been offered up as a betrothal gift. Manager Zhang had ended up hearing the news through some unofficial channels and pursed his lips at the thought. It looked like he was about to change masters very soon. Although the Yu family would definitely not try to take advantage of Imperial Prince Shu and would send Wisdom Jade Pavilion back as dowry, it still meant the owner would ultimately change. However, in Manager Zhang's eyes, his future mistress was famous within the capital for having good business sense, so she would obviously be much more reliable than Imperial Prince Shu, who was a boss who left everything to his stewards to handle. After all, wasn't the reason why jadeite was selling so well related to the fact that his future mistress had casually given him an idea on how to advertise properly? He had a feeling that as long as he followed his future mistress's orders, he wouldn't regret it. Other than Wisdom Jade Pavilion, Zhu Junyang also added all of the fruits and vegetables stores under his name to the list of betrothal gifts. Within the capital, there were around a dozen or so of these shops in the capital, and all of them were supplied with fruits and vegetables grown in the plantations and orchards in the suburbs. With the super cheat item, the little divine stone, on hand, not even the vegetables and fruits produced in season by the imperial farms could compare to the tastes of these specially raised plants. After eating these specially grown vegetables and fruits, how could the picky nobles and officials possibly be able to stomach eating ordinary fruits and vegetables anymore? Naturally, it was obvious that these fruit and vegetable stores ran a brisk business. Even though their products were much more expensive than the normal stores, they didn't have to worry about their fruits and vegetables sitting out to rot. Furthermore, the out-of-season vegetables and fruits they sold were naturally extremely popular too. Out of all of the stores under Zhu Junyang's name, these fruit and vegetable stores were among the most profitable. Now, they were all on the betrothal gift list. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, the reason why the profits of these stores were so high were related to his little lass. As a man, not being able to give his wife money and also taking advantage of her talents was really too shameful. Thus, it made the most sense to give them all to his wife. The little lass used to always quip, after marriage, what was his was hers and what was hers was still hers. If she was able to handle it, what was wrong with him handing all of his businesses over to her? Nevertheless, with such a hard-working wife at his side, Zhu Junyang felt quite a bit of pressure. If he didn't do his best, then he would end up becoming a husband who relied on his wife to eat and drink. The little lass would happily raise him, but he would lose out on the pleasure of making money so his wife could spend it. Thus, Would there be any meaning left in his life at that point? Old General Zhao, and Fang Zizhen all had their heads lowered, inspecting the betrothal gift list that Zhu Junyang had given to them. Within the list, there were all sorts of gold, silver, jewels, gems, antiques and paintings written. It was enough to dazzle a person's eyes. Then there were precious damasks and silk brocades that could only be found within the warehouses in the imperial palace. It was too much for their eyes to take in. Further down, the list contained properties, farmsteads, and stores galore. It was enough to make a person dizzy. That didn't include the rare treasures listed. Any one of those would be more than enough to shock a person speechless. Imperial Prince Shu's wealth was truly too astounding. The three men looked at each other and they could all see the same type of surprise in their eyes. Imperial Prince Shu was truly too willing to give anything to that last Xiaosao. They now regarded Imperial Prince Shu with an additional look of approval and admiration in their eyes. Oh right, the more lavish the betrothal gift was, the more it showed just how much the bridegroom's side valued the bride's side. Would Imperial Prince Shu truly end up sending all of his property and wealth to that last Xiaosao as his betrothal gift? This thought of theirs wasn't out of the realms of possibility. Zhu Junyang had truly given almost half of his belongings as betrothal gifts. What was wrong with that? He was fine with it, so who could stop him? Your Highness, do you want to take this list back home and discuss it first with Imperial Prince Jing and Princess Consort Jing? Old General Zhao also thought that this list was a bit too excessive and was afraid that Zhu Junyang had done it privately without consulting his parents. This would lead to Xiaoshao's future father-in-law and mother-in-law resenting her. After thinking about this for a bit, he opened his mouth to tactfully remind the prince. Yu Xiaoshao, who had gone outside to make some pastries for the afternoon tea, entered the room again. When she saw her godfather, grandfather Zhao, and Uncle Zhao muttering over the betrothal gift list incessantly, she casually took the list from their hands and sat next to Zhu Junyang. She grinned and remarked, "What's this about the betrothal list? Let me look. Was this fellow too stingy and gave you guys a list you look down upon? It doesn't matter. If we're not satisfied with this list, then we can push back our wedding date a bit farther off." Auntie Zhao glared at her and stated in a scolding tone, "How could you possibly change a wedding date that has already been set? You little lass, everything else about you is good but you're just too pure and don't think before you speak. Fortunately, Imperial Prince Shu understands your personality and won't blame you for it." Zhu Junyang knew that Lady Zhao's words were meant for him, so he immediately expressed his position. The little lass's personality matches this prince's taste the most. This prince disdains those noble maidens who only speak in riddles and refuse to say what's on their minds. Old General Zhao, please don't worry. My lady mother has always stood at the little lass's side and she personally wishes that I would send all of the estates and businesses under my name to the little lass. Sometimes I feel like I was a kid picked up from the side of the road and Xiaosao had been personally birthed by her. He. This shows that I am loved by all. Birds of a feather flock together. You're already so big but you still want to fight for favor with me. Isn't that too embarrassing? Yu Xiaosao bantered as she mirthfully met his eyes. Only then did she lower her head to inspect the betrothal gift list in front of her. This prince is ecstatically happy that my lady mother likes you. So how could I possibly fight for favor with you? Once you marry over, not only will my mother spoil you but I also plan on spoiling you until you are the happiest woman in the world. You absolutely will not regret your decision." Zhu Junyang shamelessly said some sweet nothings in front of all of the elders. His honeyed words made Su Ran, who was drinking medicinal tea at the side, grimace in disgust. Auntie Zhao's face turned bright red and glanced at the little maiden next to her who was sniggering like a fool. She couldn't help but silently sigh at the silly little girl's stupidly good fortune. Her son had truly lost. With Zhao Han's slow-witted nature, he would never be able to say such slick and corny words. Royal Prince Yang. Imperial Prince Shu looked cold on the outside but he was surprisingly adept at expressing his feelings. Wow, you're giving me so many shops as a part of the betrothal gift. Then the dowry I'm preparing absolutely can't lose to you, right? Zhu Junyang, you're so devious. In order to catch me, this giant fish, you're quite willing to send out the bait. Yu Xiaoxiao saw the dozen or so estates and shops on the list and felt like she had suddenly been rocketed from a small wealthy woman into a giant tycoon. Just what are you saying? Imperial Prince Shu views you with importance, which is why he is giving you such an excessive amount of items and estates as a betrothal gift. Auntie Zhao lightly patted the little lass in an effort to hurriedly mediate between the two. She lightly sighed inwardly. Why did the little lass always have to say things that made it difficult for other people? Zhu Junyang felt bad for the little lass as he watched her being patted in the same location for a while. He opened his mouth to say, without the Wudong tree, how could one attract the golden phoenix? If I don't offer up enough capital, then how would I be able to show just how precious and valuable Xiaoxiao is to me? You deserve the best. He, you truly have a good eye. Yu Xiaoxiao casually placed the list of betrothal gifts on the table and sent an admiring look towards Zhu Junyang. Don't worry, I won't let you be at a loss here. This maiden's residence absolutely can handle and return such a magnificent betrothal gift. However, now I'm worried about whether or not the dowry I bring during the wedding might be too excessive or not. This dynasty at the moment hasn't set down clear-cut customs for marriage. However, the previous dynasty did, but since we've already switched dynasties, who cares about the customs of the previous one? That being said, Imperial Prince Shu is now an imperial prince, so even if his princess consort's dowry is a bit on the larger side, who would dare to voice their complaints out loud? Fang Zizhen also believed that his daughter deserved the best. He had obtained so many good things over the years for the sole purpose of making sure his daughter would be able to lift her head proudly on the day she got married. What was wrong with having a lavish dowry? If the residence was able to support it and wanted to give a lot for the dowry, what could other people do about it? Well, now I'm relieved. Yu Xiaoxiao shamelessly wondered if she would end up becoming known as the woman who had the largest dowry in the Great Ming Dynasty. Having a dowry train that spanned 5 kilometers was a dream every nobly born maiden yearned for, right? Zhu Junyang accompanied Xiaoxiao as they sent off the 3 members of the Zhao family to the front gate as well as his future father-in-law. Fang Zizhen glared at him with an ambiguous and telling look as he said, Your Highness, you should also head back soon. After all, you're not married yet, so it's best to keep those gossipy tongues away. Lord Father-in-law is right. Once Chief Steward Su is all settled, this prince will head out immediately. Zhu Junyang righteously and shamelessly used Su Ran's name as an excuse. He was a bit unhappy that this fellow would be able to live in the outer courtyard of the Yu residence for a while. Although this fellow's identity was special, he still had his stunning looks, and those from the outside, who might not know of his eunuch status, may start having odd thoughts when they saw an adult man who wasn't related to Xiaoxiao living at the Yu residence. Fang Zizhen had a cursory understanding of Su Ran's current condition after talking to his daughter. Although he was also not entirely happy with this situation, his daughter had said that a doctor has the heart of a parent, and didn't have any other intentions. Furthermore, that fellow, although it wasn't something that was nice to say, that fellow wasn't truly considered a man. That being said, in a couple of days, Yu Hai and his family would enter the capital. At that moment, they didn't need to worry about the impropriety of the situation anymore. When he saw that Zhu Junyang had an acceptable excuse, Fang Zizhen didn't bother trying to quibble with him anymore, as he still had things to accomplish that afternoon. After he saw Fang Zizhen mount his horse and leave, Zhu Junyang turned around to look at that adorable and spoiled little maiden next to him and smiled. Are you satisfied with the betrothal gift list that I gave you? It's all right. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly shrugged her shoulders and revealed a crafty smile. If you also added in Treasure Pavilion to the gifts, then this maiden will be completely satisfied. Hu Xiaoliang, who had been standing slightly behind his master this entire time, raised his head to look at his future mistress briefly as he thought, Miss Yu's appetite is quite big. The master has given more than half of his estates to her, but she still hankers after my master's Treasure Pavilion. One had to know that the income from Treasure Pavilion accounted for around 80% of his master's total income. Zhu Junyang reached out his hand and tapped her adorable little nose. He lamented in a voice full of love, You, are truly a tiny little money grubber. Since you've opened your honored mouth, then this prince will have to agree, otherwise it will seem like I'm being too miserly. All right, when I get back, I will add Treasure Pavilion to the list as well. Hu Xiaoliang had long become used to his master's bottomless ability to pamper his wife. Even if his master had said right now that he was going to give all of his businesses over as a betrothal gift to her, there still would be no ripples in his heart. Don't. I was just casually joking, that's all. You've already given me every business that makes money in your hands. If you end up being hard-pressed for money later on, then people will laugh at you. As an imperial prince, he would only have more subordinates and servants beneath him, so he would naturally have increased expenditures. Xiao Cao believed that she was a virtuous person and didn't want to be so tight-fisted with his purse that her man had to be stingy whenever he went out. Money had very little relation to whether a man would turn bad or not. The crucial point was whether he still had her within his heart. This prince knows what's going on. I'll give it to you, so you should take it. Zhu Junyang tasted a flood of sweetness when he saw his little lass considering him first. He used a large hand to ruffle her hair for a bit before continuing, "In my heart, you are the most precious thing in the world." Yu Xiaocao felt extremely touched by this statement. She raised her head and revealed a brilliant and glittering smile, "As long as you don't leave, I won't abandon you." Whether or not someone has sincere feelings for you isn't measured by money or the amount of betrothal gifts. Thus, you should still keep those businesses. Her first statement caused Zhu Junyang's enchanting pair of eyes to light up. He held on to the little lass's soft and tender hands as he gently said, "I will love you for the rest of my life, so let's grow old together. In this life, don't ever think that this prince will ever let you go. Everything that is mine is yours, including myself." If a person from the ancient times became enlightened, then his ability to say terms of endearment would blow a modern man out of the park. Yu Xiaocao felt her cheeks grow hot and she bit her lip before smiling. "Since you say it like that, then do we really need to care whether or not our estates and stores are in your hands or mine? However, this prince wants everyone in the capital to know just how much I regard you. I don't want other people to look down on you." The little lass's cheeks, which were normally as lustrous and pale as the finest mutton fat jade, now had two enchanting red clouds blooming on them. Zhu Junyang felt a bit bewitched looking at her. Yu Xiaocao lowered her head in embarrassment after seeing his fervent eyes that were completely filled with love and adoration. She inadvertently began to draw circles on the ground with the tip of her foot. An old man, who had been single for 25 years, truly had some astounding offensive abilities in the romance department. It really made it hard for a person to resist. Under the warm light of autumn, there were two figures that could be seen. One had a tall, strong, and elegantly handsome figure while the other was short, delicate, and adorable. They looked incredibly harmonious together and the pair of them made a sight that other people couldn't look away from. Ning Donglin quietly stood at the corner of the street as he gazed at these two familiar figures from a distance. That adorable and special little girl was currently revealing a shy countenance that only a young lady could have. Ning Donglin knew that, within the capital, Yu Xiaocao was considered to be an unconventional young maiden. Compared to the other noble maidens who were gentle, refined, sweet, lively, and cautious, she was quite fickle and unpredictable. At the imperial plantations, she was extremely confident. When she was with her friends, she was bright and pretty. In front of a powerful enemy, she was calm and composed. But he had never seen this type of her before. Apparently, in front of the person she liked, she could also be embarrassed and shy and would reveal what other girls often showed. She could also show that she wanted to lean against someone. He really wanted to be the one standing in front of her now, to be able to affect her every frown and smile, to be the man that she loved with all of her heart. Unfortunately, in her life, he had arrived too late. He could only gaze at her from a distance and silently give his blessings to her. Zhu Junyang seemed to sense something and turned his head to look towards a specific distant corner. Ning Donglin had already dodged into one of the side stores on the street, leaving an empty and desolate street corner. It somehow seemed as melancholy as a cool breeze. "What are you looking at?" Yu Xiaocao advanced a step and curiously looked in the direction that he was gazing at. She didn't see anything special and looked back at him with a confused look while she inquired. Zhu Junyang frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at the young lady in front of him before smiling again. He pinched her cheek and softly said, "Nothing. Let's go and see your Sir Su. He should be awake now." Su Ran, who had just eaten lunch and drunk his medicine not long ago, had been escorted to one of the guest rooms in the outer courtyard to rest. His injuries had severely sapped his energy. Even if he wanted to endure and discuss the betrothal gift list with everyone to get more good things for the lass, he wasn't able to. Under the effects of the medicinal tea, he fell into a lethargic sleep. In fact, the eunuch he had brought along with Zhu Junyang had to help him organize the guest room. "Sir Su, how are you feeling? Was sleeping here okay?" After knocking on the door, she entered the room to see that clever little eunuch currently helping Sir Su wash up. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a sweet smile on her face. The little eunuch who was helping him was one of the many disciples under Su Ran. He knew the chief steward usually regarded his words as precious as gold, so he smiled and hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Royal Princess Jinan, for concocting your special medicine. The chief steward hasn't been able to sleep so well in a long time. In the past, he would always wake up halfway through from pain and have a full body of cold sweat on him. Go down first." Clearly, this eunuch's attempts to be helpful were not appreciated. Su Ran faintly gave him a look and the little eunuch immediately felt cold sweat pour out of his pores. He hurriedly bowed and left the room. Xiaoxiao stopped the eunuch. "Go brew another cup of the medicinal tea I gave you. Sir Su, you need to drink more of this medicinal tea as it will help your body recover better." The latter sentence was to warn Su Ran and had a hint of cajoling a reluctant kid to take medicine, to it. The subordinate eunuch sent her a grateful look and hurriedly stepped out. He had only been sent out to serve the chief steward after the master had come back to the capital with heavy injuries. Before he took this position, he had been instructed that the chief steward didn't like social niceties, so he needed to be clever. He had only been in this position for a short while but had analyzed the chief steward's likes and dislikes incorrectly. It looked like he needed to be more careful in the future. Su Ran didn't attempt to engage with Xiaoxiao's childish tone. He was an adult but he was being treated like a child. He really didn't know what to say. However, when he raised his head and saw the constipated look on Imperial Prince Shu's face, he immediately felt his spirits rise and his heart lighten. "If I obediently follow your orders, will I get a reward?" Su Ran deliberately asked. Zhu Junyang muttered in a grouchy manner, "We're trying to heal your body. It's up to you if you want to obey. But isn't your face too thick to also want a reward for this?" It truly wasn't easy to eat a meal at the Yu's medicinal cuisine house, especially the dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. Those without patience really wouldn't be able to get to taste it. It was still his father who had the clout. No, it would be more accurate to say that his old father had received a good disciple. Perhaps, the next time he invited people over for a meal, he needed to use his old father's name. Don't even think about it. Yuan Xinian was able to see at a glance what his son was scheming and leveled a glare at him as he rubbed his full belly in contentment. He leaned back in his chair as he slowly said, "This old man needs to call ahead in order to borrow this private room. Today, if it weren't for the fact that that musclehead surnamed Zhao had something to do and ended up changing his reservation at the last minute, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. If everyone was like you, asking to use it to invite anyone over, then wouldn't the Yu family's lass have a giant headache now? That being said, as the grand and magnificent prime minister of this dynasty, how could you have the face to take advantage of a young maiden's generosity?" Prime Minister Yuan silently roasted his father. "You're shameless enough, so how could I, as your son, also not be shameless?" That being said, Miss Yu actually should be calling me uncle, as she's best friends with my daughter. Oh right, find some time for your younger disciple brother and son to talk to them about the metropolitan examination. Impart them some tricks of the trade on how to take the exam. For this exam, I, your old father, have hoped to produce another top scorer in the Imperial Palace examinations. Yuan Xinian easily ordered his son around as if it were nothing. Prime Minister Yuan slightly frowned and said, "Father, the Emperor plans on having me take on some duties in relation to the exams. It's not suitable for me to communicate with exam candidates prior. Has the head examiner been set yet?" Yuan Xinian continued his line of questioning. Prime Minister Yuan shook his head. "We haven't gotten to that point. I and the imperial tutor should be picking one together. Then resign." Your son and youngest disciple brother are going to be participating in the preliminary round, so it's best that you avoid rousing any suspicion. Otherwise, if they end up placing in the top two, other people will use this to attack you and claim that you fraudulently altered the exam results. Yuan Xinian had quite a bit of confidence in his little disciple and youngest grandson. He had taught many students in his life, and there were very few people he had encountered who had the talent and ability of his youngest disciple. He truly had high expectations for this disciple and was hoping that he would place first in all 3 sets of this exam. As the greatest scholar of his generation, being able to patronize his last disciple to get first in all 3 sets would allow him to leave this world without any regrets. When he thought of this youngest disciple brother who was younger than his youngest son and younger than him by a few decades, Prime Minister Yuan couldn't help but grimace in discomfort. His youngest disciple brother's older sister was good friends with his daughter and called him uncle. This really made the relationship web between them complicated and messy. In essence, it was all the fault of his old father to take such a young boy as his last disciple. Then that should be all set. Try to push back on becoming the chief examiner or being involved at all. When the Imperial College lets off for break, let's go to the U residence and tutor your youngest disciple brother a bit on the matters of the preliminary round. That way, we can avoid him losing the grasp on first place due to being unfamiliar with the exam's customs. Yuan Xinian didn't wait for his son to voice his opinion before coming to a final decision. What could Prime Minister Yuan do? He was powerful and mighty at court, but he still needed to obediently listen to his father, as he had no desire at past the age of 40 to be beaten by a plank in front of all of his descendants. His old urchin of a father really made things hard for him sometimes. Go to the Yu residence. Is that proper? The Yu family is incredibly busy as they're currently preparing Royal Princess Jinan's dowry. That being said, who knows who's coming and going at their residence? It's better to have my youngest disciple brother come to our study. Prime Minister Yuan wasn't able to continue his line of thought before being glared at by his father. Yuan Xinian angrily growled, "Come to our residence. Can the chefs at our house compete with Las Yu's culinary talents? Can they make food that causes the heavens to sing? Can they bake delicious and beautiful pastries? Your head is not screwed on right. Can it be that officialdom has made you stupid? Do you really believe that your youngest disciple brother needs your advice?" The old man almost said these thoughts out loud. "As your father, I see that you're working hard and I'm trying to find excuses for you to catch a meal. That way your poor stomach can get rewarded with some tasty food." Little Shido, who had been captured by his master and sent to the Imperial College, was now obediently settling down, throwing away all of his extraneous thoughts, and focusing his mind on studying. Although he already knew all of the essays in his books by heart and had an original and refreshing interpretation of these texts, he still had quite a harvest from staying at the most illustrious academy in the country, being able to talk to all of these scholars, exchanging ideas. Furthermore, the Yu residence wasn't very far from the site of the college. Thus, he was able to return home every day and eat the nutritious meals that his second sister had personally made for him. Every night, he also had tasty midnight snacks and pastries. He was living an incredibly happy life. It was as if he had returned back to 6 years prior, when he was about to take the county-level exams. His second sister had especially gone to that simple and crude residence they had in Tanggu town to cook for him. Although their conditions were not as good as they were today, his second sister still managed to come up with tasty meals for him every day then. If it weren't for the fact that there was an eyesore thinking up excuses to catch a meal at their home every day and showing his face to his second sister, then he would be even more pleased. Little Shido was like a fish in the water at the Imperial College. He also had very good relationships with the other schoolmates there. After less than half a month, he had made quite a few good friends there. This clearly was with the help of his second sister, using a tactic that she called snack diplomacy. This was because he needed to take his noon meal at the Imperial College. Xiaoxiao felt bad that her younger brother was working so hard to study, so she especially made delicious and unique pastries for him every day. He brought them every day to school to eat. She made a large variety of food and they were all incredibly delicious. Even a tightly closed meal box was unable to conceal the fragrance within. Thus, it was obvious he had attracted the attention of other students. The vast majority of students at the school were all going to participate in the Metropolitan Civil Service examinations next year. At first, they regarded little Shido, this new student, with a bit of suspicion. They were either cautiously polite around him or ignored him coldly. Before little Shido could even start implementing snack diplomacy, the sweet smell of his meal box had already perked up the interest of some cold-looking students. Most of these students were the sons of officials in the capital. Naturally, they knew about the Yu family's line of businesses. Furthermore, little Shido was the younger blood-related brother of the creator of the Yu's businesses, Royal Princess Jinan. Royal Princess Jinan not only knew how to manufacture medicine, brew wine, cook medicinal cuisine, but she was also an expert at baking pastries. The pastries that Princess Consort Jing had once given out at her banquets had caused quite a sensation in the upper circles long ago in the capital. The two beauties of the capital and Royal Princess Minglan's wedding banquets all had new dishes and refreshments there, which caused people to praise them endlessly. It was said that many bold guests had come over to congratulate Royal Princess Jinan's friends' weddings in order to eat at their tables. Thus, they had to add table after table at the banquet, and it was quite a lively atmosphere. Many people were now starting to plan, wondering if they should show up with a big present at Royal Princess Jinan's upcoming wedding the next year. That way they could enjoy some delicious food. It was possible that every table would have a big surprise. The fact that all of these powerful officials who were willing to throw away their faces for the sake of delicious food spoke volumes about her culinary talents. Many families of the students here at the Imperial College did their best to find a way to break into Royal Princess Jinan's and Imperial Prince Shu's inner circle. Nowadays, Royal Princess Jinan's younger brother had appeared in their midst and always brought a box of pastries to tempt them. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, then they'd be the biggest idiots around. Although Yu Fan was young, he had a good understanding of the world and of how people worked. Second older sister was helping him smooth the way for him, so he naturally needed to treasure her work. At first, he only shared his food with a few schoolmates who expressed their goodwill to him. Afterwards, his friends increased and increased. During lunch, even the teachers and lecturers at the Imperial College would sometimes cozy over and ask him and his friends courteously about how their studies were going. Therefore, his young personal servant began carrying more and more food boxes along, and the contents inside became more and more rich and complex. Other than some light refreshments, there would even be some substantial dishes in the boxes. Thus, he and his friends could add some food to their lunches. After spending more than a month there, he was now the student with the best social connections out of all of them. Although his snack diplomacy only opened the way, his clever mind, likable personality as well as his sincere treatment of others caused many people and classmates to view him in a good light. "Hey, Xiaofan, what delicious foods did you bring today?" Little Shitu's closest friend, the youngest son of a scholar at the Imperial Hanlin Academy, Zhang Borui, came up from behind him. He patted Shitu's shoulder. Little Shido slanted him a look and asked, "So if I don't bring tasty things along, you wouldn't come over and greet me?" "Haha, how could that be? To tell you the truth, at first, I truly was coming over because of your food. After spending some time with you, I feel like you're a chummy fellow and worthy of my friendship, which was why I kept coming back. Do you think I, this older brother, would spend time with just anyone?" As he talked, he also inadvertently threw a look at his arch-enemy, Lu Hongzong. Zhang Borui and Lu Hongzong had been enemies since they were toddling kids. The two families had been fighting against each other since their father's generation. Neither wanted to back down from the other. Zhang Borui's father was a fifth-ranked official at the Imperial Hanlin Academy, and Lu Hongzong's father was the consultant of the Communications Bureau and was also a fifth-ranked official. The two of them used a lot of effort to defeat the other. There truly wasn't a great grievance or hatred between the two families. Their fathers, in their youth, only had a few quarrels now and then, leading to the two families not seeing eye to eye with each other. As soon as they saw each other, they did their best to put the other down. Now, even Zhang Borui and Lu Hongzong acted the same way too. However, it turned out that these two people both had decent relationships with little Shido. In order to not embarrass their friend, the two of them would calm down a bit in front of him and would at most use their eyes to express their displeasure at the other. Lu Hongzong ignored the provocative look and spoke to little Shido, "In 3 days, on your birthday, it will also be coincidentally a break day at school. How about we use this opportunity to relax a bit and have a celebration?" Little Shido remembered the words his second sister had said yesterday and smiled foolishly. My second sister had said that she was planning on having the family's medicinal cuisine house cater my celebration. I've already prepared the invitations. When the moment comes, you guys need to do me the honor of coming. Does that even need to be said? Zhang Borui had a tall and strong figure and didn't look like a scholar. He somewhat resembled a military man instead. He hugged little Shitu's neck as he chucked mischievously, "Your birthday celebration will be held at the medicinal cuisine house. Then, will the banquet have?" Buddha jumps over the wall. "Will your second sister personally make a birthday cake for you? Will there be the Yu's fine wine there? Will there be?" The friendship between gentlemen is clear like water, no flavor but free of harmful substances like self-interest. As the son of a scholar at Hanlin Academy, do you not know of this? Lu Hongzong couldn't take it anymore and raised an eyebrow as he coldly remarked. "You're a gentleman. Then what are we, just nobodies? Don't tell me that you don't lust after the Yu's pastries, good wines," and Buddha jumps over the wall. What a hypocrite. Xiaofan, when the moment comes, just prepare a cup of plain water for him. He so badly wants to be a gentleman, so let him stay one. Zhang Borui exploded in anger and began to argue vehemently with Lu Hongzong. Little Shido, who was stuck in between them and feeling quite awkward, helplessly sighed within his heart before he said, "My dear friends, just what sort of hatred do you have between you two that make you fight whenever you see each other as if you're in a love-hate relationship? Let's get it all out in the open and decide whether you will both make up or have a clean break. Make it final, all right." Zhang Borui had a more straightforward personality and frowned, thinking for a long time, before he finally stated with a stupefied expression on his face, "We don't really have a hateful history between us." "But, what the hell is a love-hate relationship? Xiaofan, can you stop spewing out these weird and bizarre phrases of yours? You dare to claim that the phrases that my second older sister likes to say are weird? You're done. Be careful. My second sister might add some wasabi into your favorite matcha cake." Little Shido had a look in his eyes that said, "You're done for," which made Zhang Borui's heart rate speed up. "Don't tell her ha. Your second older sister is truly your second older sister and has a creative turn of mind when it comes to words. She doesn't stick to the norm and is ingenious in her way in using language to describe the world." Zhang Borui immediately turned pale after hearing this. Although he had no idea what wasabi was, he could tell from Yu Fan's expression that it wasn't something that was very good or tasty. Such a lackey. Lu Hongzong coldly spat those words out, but his eyes hid a smile within them. A love-hate relationship. Just who was in love with this stinky little firecracker? As for hate, that was too intense for him. He only liked to tease him occasionally as he thought that the other fellow's angry expression and antics, like a snarling little puppy, were quite interesting. As expected, Zhang Borui immediately exploded, "You're the lackey. Your whole family are lackeys. HMPH. You talk as if you're so high above, but I've seen you. Every time Xiaofan takes out his pastries, you always eat your fill. Xiaofan, did you bring any Black Forest gâteau along today? I'm going to reserve them all. Bear Zhang, don't you hate eating chocolate flavored things the most? Why are you suddenly interested in Black Forest gâteau? Ah." Little Shido looked at him with a flabbergasted expression. He had already become accustomed to the two of them bickering all the time. Perhaps this was the way the two of them just liked to interact with each other. Or perhaps they didn't need him to mediate their conflicts at all. Zhang Borui slanted a look at Lu Hongzong and chuckled mischievously, "Only demons would like the oddly bitter-sweet chocolate. However, if I'm able to prevent a certain someone from eating his most favorite Black Forest gâteau, then I will happily eat them down as if I was downing an unpleasant medicine. What a waste of natural resources to allow a cow to munch on peonies. Childish." Lu Hongzong wasn't going to be scared by the other youth's worlds. The truth would come to light at the right moment. When had the fellow surnamed Zhang ever won against himself? And he wanted to threaten him. "What's wrong with being a bit childish if I can make you furious?" Zhang Borui made a funny face and stuck out his tongue at Lu Hongzong's backside. One of his other classmates, who was sitting at the side, saw all of this and looked at him with a weird expression. Zhang Borui stared at him and aggressively said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a fellow as handsome as myself? Are you sick? Did you not take your medicine?" That other classmate wasn't in their usual circle of friends and they were mere acquaintances. Earlier, when he heard about little Chatu's birthday celebration, he crept over silently. "You fan, let me wish you an early happy birthday. Would I have the honor of being able to?" The day before my birthday party, I will hand out invitations." Right after little Shido finished his sentence, a few more familiar faces popped out from nowhere as they all stared at him fervently. They all resembled little wolf cubs salivating over a big meaty bone. Little Shido felt his head start to hurt. He wasn't sure whether his second sister had prepared enough tables to handle all of these schoolmates who were cozying up to him. He braced himself and said, "If you all don't disdain it, when the time comes, you should come along and enjoy the festivities." "Not a problem, not a problem." The nearby students in the Imperial College immediately revealed happy smiles and burst into cheers. There were some who were afraid they had missed their opportunity and hurried up to introduce themselves such that little Shido could hear their names. In the span of the time it took him to travel from the entrance gate of the academy to his classroom, he had promised to give out a dozen more invitations. When he got home, he lamented to his second older sister about what had happened. Yu Xiaosao immediately had the manager of the medicinal cuisine house find all of the customers who had reserved a table on the day of his birthday and had them exchange their tables for a free-of-charge first-class medicinal cuisine meal instead. Thus, they managed to take all of the private tables back. Then she had little Shido send out invitations to all of his teachers and classmates at the Imperial College. Naturally, the invitations to the students were only restricted to the 30 or so people who were in the same classroom as him. Although the Imperial College hadn't reached 1,000 enrolled students yet, it still likely had around 800 total. The medicinal cuisine house would burst open at the seams and still wouldn't be able to hold that many people. Xiaosao thought about this again and decided to invite the people back to their own residence instead. The classmates who got the invitations were naturally incredibly gleeful. The students in the other classrooms, on the other hand, were green with jealousy. In the couple of days prior to his birthday celebration, wherever he went, little Shido could feel the angry gazes of other people staring at him from the side. He was so frightened that when class was done for the noon meal, he was too afraid to step out of the classroom as he wondered if he'd be stopped by people if he went anywhere else. At the end of school, he also had to be escorted home by his best friends. On the day of his birthday banquet, his best friends, Zhang Borui, Lu Hongzong, Li Wenfeng, Huang Zixu, and Zhang Lifeng, arrived bright and early at the Yu residence. They were taking on the honored duty of helping him receive his other schoolmates. However, when they entered the outer courtyard, they were immediately dominated by the imposing and majestic Imperial Prince Shu, and they instantly became as docile as a flock of doves. Once Zhu Junyang greeted the two Zhao generals and had invited the teachers from the Imperial College into the reception pavilion to have tea, Zhang Borui finally quietly came over as if he was frightened to say, "Wow. Xiaofan, you truly have a lot of clout to have Imperial Prince Shu help you greet the guests. You even have the guts to bicker in front of him. If it were me, I'd be so scared that I would have peed my pants by now. Look at your sorry state. The younger brother-in-law has the most power. Don't you know this fact? If you were Imperial Prince Shu's younger brother-in-law, he would also give you some grace." Lu Hongzong never gave up a chance to diss Zhang Borui. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy. Zhang Borui slanted him a look and said, "Hypocrite Zhang, speak the truth. In front of Imperial Prince Shu, don't you also want to pee your pants too?" "I haven't done anything shameful, so why would I want to pee my pants?" Lu Hongzong had to admit that it was hard to not be affected by Imperial Prince Shu's imposing aura. However, as a guest, he had a proper invitation in hand. Imperial Prince Shu was like the other host here, so what could he do to them? Was there anything for him to be afraid of? "Little Shido, how come you're not inviting your classmates here into the pavilion to sit?" A clear and sweet-sounding voice could be heard from behind them, and it resembled the dulcet singing of an oriole. Zhang Borui and the other four looked over and saw an elegant, graceful and beautiful young woman smiling at them. "Second sister, let me introduce you to them. These are my good friends." Little Shido introduced his best friends to Yu Xiaosao one after another, and then he spoke to his friends. "This is my second older sister." "Hello, second older sister." "Thank you, second older sister, for allowing you Fan to bring your pastries to us every day. Second older sister, you look even younger than Xiaofan. Second older sister. Little Shido couldn't stand the fawning and lackey-like actions of his good friends and hurriedly stopped them. Just what are you guys doing by calling her older sister? My second older sister has just turned 17 and is younger than you all by quite a bit. Although our second older sister is young in age, she has seniority over us all. Based on the relationship between us, your second older sister is naturally my second older sister. Second older sister, your matcha cakes and fruit cakes are incredibly delicious. I have never eaten such tasty desserts before in my life. Second older sister, your culinary talents are the best in the world. Zhang Borui was the most lackey-like of them all. He lavished compliment after compliment on her. Yu Xiaoxiao would have never expected that her younger brother's good friends at school could be so amusing. She had thought that the students of the Imperial College were all die-hard bookworms. This youth surnamed Zhang was truly too adorable. Today, I've prepared a wide variety of desserts. If you like anything, please tell the servants to get some. There's no need to be polite. Little Shido, treat your schoolmates well as you shouldn't slight our guests off. Yu Xiaoxiao warned him a few times before finally saying goodbye to the students from the Imperial College. She went back with her Auntie Zhao and godmother into the inner courtyard. Wow, Xiaofan, apparently your childhood nickname was Little Shido. Ah. So funny. Zhang Borui covered his mouth and grinned so broadly that he resembled a little mouse who had stolen some cheese. Is it as funny as the childhood nickname, big and sturdy? Ah. Lu Hongzong interjected before the other youth could react. Hypocrite Zhang, do you want to fight? Zhang Borui immediately snarled back, acting like an angry up little rooster who had its neck and feathers all puffed up. Whenever his childhood nickname, big and sturdy, got mentioned, he felt his head hurt. He had been born prematurely and was quite weak and tiny as a baby, like a delicate little kitten. His paternal grandmother had believed in the custom that a crude name makes a child easy to raise, and gave him the nickname of big and sturdy. However, one had to admit that from childhood to now, he really didn't get sick very often. Once he reached adulthood, he was not only extremely tall but also very sturdy. When he started protesting against this nickname, no one at home used it anymore once he turned 10. However, it had always been his sore point and he would erupt in fury whenever someone mentioned it. Alright, alright, can't you two see that this isn't the right environment for you two to fight? This is you fans' good day today, so please calm down. You need to leave a good impression for second older sister. The eldest of the group of 5 and the one with the calmest personality was Zhang Lifeng. In one sentence, he was able to stop the two of them from blowing up. Huang Zixu had the liveliest personality out of all of them and smiled brilliantly. Xiaofan, can you bring us to the back kitchens to take a look at what sort of desserts are available? How about, we can go help ourselves? Alright, alright, I agree with this plan. Zhang Borui immediately forgot the embarrassment of his nickname being mentioned and jumped up to express his agreement. Li Wenfeng's eyes also lit up as he nodded his head repeatedly. Little Shido was a bit embarrassed. You are all guests, so how could I take you to the back kitchen? Come on, don't be such a worrywart. Just who are we to you? Go, bring us to look around your residence's kitchens. The group of youths heckled him and began to squeeze through the corner gate to enter the courtyard. These fellows had long and lanky legs, so they very quickly arrived at the back kitchens. Because the birthday banquet was being catered by the Yu's medicinal cuisine house, the kitchen only had Yang Liu and a few capable assistants from the pastry shop busily working. When they saw Zhang Borui leading the pack into the kitchens, Yang Liu immediately raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her hips as she hardly said, "Who are you all? The kitchen isn't a place for random people to just come and go as they please. Go back out." Older sister Yang Liu, it's me. Little Shido hastily came forward to help Zhang Borui and revealed a bright smile on his face. When she saw her mistress's younger brother, Yang Liu put away her fierce expression. However, the kitchen truly wasn't a place for strangers to come and go. Thus she said, "Young master, whatever you need, just tell one of the servants to come over. Why send these honored guests over to see such a crude area?" Older sister Yang Liu, second older sister, was the one who told us to come over and choose the desserts we like. Huang Zixu gave a quick excuse and then scuttled over to the area where the pastries were held. Wow! Next to the wall was a giant stand with 5 shelves on it, and it was completely filled with all sorts of cakes and pastries. It was truly a sight to dazzle a person's eyes. What was to be done? He wanted to eat everything that was there. Yang Liu commanded her subordinates to give each of the guests a tray and asked, "Honored guests, what would you all like to drink? Tea, fruit juice, coffee, or how about some fruit tea?" Lu Hongzong had strolled over to the beverage area while all of his classmates were selecting pastries. He had been attracted by the rich fragrance of coffee. The beverages could all be had at the used tea shop, but coffee was the newest addition to the lot. Every day it sold out very quickly. Because the shop didn't take reservations for it, people who wanted it needed to line up for a very long time before they could buy some. Thus, he hadn't had the chance to try any until now. "Could you give me a cup of coffee, please?" Lu Hongzong naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. "All right, do you want to add the cream and sugar yourself, or would you prefer to have us mix it up instead?" Yang Liu personally poured a cup of just brewed coffee in a cup and quietly asked. Older sister Yang Liu, mix it up to suit the average person's tastes. Older brother Lu, although coffee has a very rich aroma, its bitter taste is not something to be underestimated, and the average person cannot stand the taste of it alone. It's better to add more cream and sugar to it to make it taste better. Little Shido gave his opinion to help out. Compared to the bitter coffee, he vastly preferred the sweet taste of fruit juice. In the blink of an eye, he noticed that his close pals were all crazily adding one plate after another on their trays. None of them seemed to be slowing down, so he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He hastily reminded them, "Are you all sure you want to take that many pastries back? The noon meal will be catered by the medicinal cuisine house. If you guys don't have any room in your stomachs to eat, Buddha jumps over the wall, then don't blame me for not warning you all first." "That's right, we're going to eat Buddha jumps over the wall for lunch." Zhang Borui, who had taken the most pastries earlier, hurriedly put one small plate after another back on the shelves. He needed to save some room in his stomach such that he'd have enough space to enjoy the legendary delicacy, Buddha jumps over the wall. Young master, a few of your schoolmates have arrived and your Lord Father sent me over to ask you, do you want to receive them in your study or have them all go to the reception pavilion? Little Shitu's personal servant panted as he ran over. Little Shido thought for a bit and then ordered, "Take them to my study, The teachers are all in the reception pavilion. If we head over there, then it'd be hard for us to leave later on." Right. Younger brother Shido is the thoughtful one here. Zhang Borui smiled foolishly as he held his tray full of beverages and desserts in his hands. He had bumped into something and now everything was clanking on top. "Thank you, older brother big and strong, for your compliments." Little Shitu's flippant reply caused the older youth to eat his own words. He closed his mouth dispiritedly. Lu Hongzong was sipping coffee at the side and was appreciating his archenemy getting put in his place. "Just what are you looking at? It's all your fault, telling others my childhood nickname. Is it that great, to not have one? All that means is that no one cares about you at home, HMPH. Just wait, I'll find your weakness one day." Zhang Borui angrily stuffed a piece of matcha cake into his mouth. Only the sweet taste of pastries was able to soothe his ruffled heart. The lively Huang Zixu shot a glance at Imperial Prince Shu, who was helping receive the guests with a faint smile on his face. The youth's eyes roved around a bit and then he sidled over to little Shido to whisper, "You fan, Imperial Prince Shu is as cold and hard as a giant ice cube. Our second sister is so delicate and weak, so how'd she end up liking him? Could it be that Imperial Prince Shu used his power and might and forced her to marry him? Don't worry, although our family's power and influence cannot compare to his, we can't allow him to take advantage of his position to bully other people. Even if we need to bring this fight to the Emperor, we still need to save second older sister from his evil clutches." "Older brother Zixu, did you lose your mind? Little Shido rolled his eyes at the older youth and huffed, "Do you think that I'm an unscrupulous person who would sell my own older sister for my personal glory and honor? Are you blind? If my second sister didn't like that guy, I would risk my own life to prevent their marriage." That's right. Zixu, If you can't say something nice, then don't say anything at all. Earlier, our second older sister smiled so sweetly and happily, so how could she possibly be the one being forced into a marriage? Our second older sister is so capable and talented, who could possibly force her to do anything? Zhang Borui had already become Xiaoxiao's faithful and crazy fanboy. Huang Zixu thought about his own older sister, who was unable to do as she wished, and couldn't help but mumble, no matter how capable she is still a woman. Just how many women in this world are actually able to take their lives and happiness into their own hands? He said this with an undertone of deep emotion. His most beloved older sister, who was fully related to him, had actually been married off by his father to become the second wife of a widower. She was now the stepmother of a 5-year-old. This only happened because that man, her now husband, was able to help his father in his career. At that time, he had also argued and fought for his older sister. Unfortunately, his father refused to listen to anyone. If Imperial Prince Shu had set his eyes on Yu Fan's second older sister, with his status and position, how could the Yu family possibly refuse him? The rumors all said that Imperial Prince Shu was a tyrannical and grim man who had cruel methods in his hands. He had also gone onto the battlefield and killed people as if they were nothing. Earlier he had just met the prince's eyes once and he was frightened until his heart froze and almost forgot to breathe. Yu Fan's second older sister was a delicate young maiden. Wouldn't she faint instantly as soon as Imperial Prince Shu glared at her? Huang Zixu was truly worried for Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Fan chuckled and put an arm around Huang Zixu's shoulders as he whispered, "You're truly thinking too much right now." Although Imperial Prince Shu normally looks quite fierce and vicious, in front of my older sister, he's as obedient as a house dog. It wasn't just Huang Zixu who didn't believe him. None of his classmates did. They all stared at him with a look that said, "Can you at least say a believable lie? You all don't believe me. Let me prove it right now for you all." Little Shatu's eyes flickered as a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He walked up to his father who was talking to Zhu Junyang and revealed a sincere look. He stared at the prince with a half-smile on his face as he said, "Future brother-in-law, earlier I saw my second sister in the back kitchen. She said that she was wearing a set of purple clothing but didn't have any hairpins that matched with it. I remember that Wisdom Jade Pavilion seemed to have just finished carving a set of purple jadeite hair decorations yesterday and it would match my sister's clothing splendidly." Although Zhu Junyang felt a burst of happiness when he heard himself being addressed as future brother-in-law, he hadn't lost his head over it. Ordinarily, when this youngster saw him, he acted like an angry little toad, puffed up with anger. It was as if he owed little Shido a few hundred taels or something. Today, on the other hand, he had flipped his attitude, so there must be something fishy. He let out a bit of his ability and read the youngster's thoughts. "Faster, go help my older sister get it. Don't you always do everything you can for her? It's time for you to show off your stuff. Let my best friends see how sincere you are to her. This stinky brat was using him as a joke. His schoolmates were all a bit too imaginative, right? They actually thought that he, as the grand and magnificent Imperial Prince Shu, would actually use his immense power to force the Yu family to promise their daughter to him. They all had too much time on their hands. However, he had to give face to his younger brother-in-law. He stared at little Shido for a bit with a faint smile on his lips until the youth finally looked away sheepishly. Only then did he raise his voice. "That set of hairpins was especially made for your second sister. This prince will go get it for her now." When he finished that statement, he whispered quietly into little Shatu's ear, "Since you called me brother-in-law, I will play along with you this time. Remember that you owe me, your brother-in-law, for this. Little Shido replied in a somewhat unnatural manner as he wasn't willing to admit his motives in doing this. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you think that you can hide your little tricks from me? If your older sister wanted me to get that set of hairpins for her, she would directly tell me and not play word gymnastics, saying that something matched something else. You, always brag about how close you were with your second older sister but you don't really understand her personality. Also, young children shouldn't get into the habit of telling lies." After he finished this, he used his large and powerful hand to ruffle his future younger brother-in-law's hair. Little Shido did his best to dodge the claw that was messing up his hair and growled, "I'm not telling lies. I'm just testing to see how much you care about my second older sister. Also, a man's head and a woman's waist are not areas where other people should be touching. So stop it. PSH. You're a little brat who hasn't even grown facial hair, so what right do you have to call yourself a man-ah? And you also know that a woman's waist is not to be touched, which makes it sound like you've tried to do that before. Does this prince need a brat like you to test my love for my future princess consort? All I need is your second older sister's approval. As for everyone else, this prince doesn't care." Zhu Junyang threw an aggressive look at the group of 5 who were peeking over in the distance. He glanced at all of them, scaring the 5 brats into complete silence. Imperial Prince Shu's tyrannical aura had just been exposed. Just one glance from him was enough to cause a person's heart to start pounding. Furthermore, his oppressive manner and words had truly shown just how much importance he placed on Yu Fan's second older sister. "Who are you calling a bat who hasn't grown facial hair yet? I'm already 16 years old. There are many guys at this age who are already fathers because they married early." Little Shido continued to hop around Imperial Prince Shu, who was taller than him by half a head. He resembled a tiny flea bouncing around. Although he claimed he was 16, that was according to traditional method of reckoning. In actuality, he had just passed his 15th birthday. Zhu Junyang ignored his complaints and reached out a hand to pinch little Shitu's cheeks a couple of times and then turned around to speak to Yu Hai for a moment. Then, he took Hu Xiaoliang with him as he left the Yu residence. His treasure pavilion had gotten a shipment of pink diamonds recently, and he had commanded the craftsman to work overtime to make a set of jewelry. They should be done today, so it was just in time for him to give out his present during his future younger brother-in-law's birthday. The little lass would definitely look quite stunning wearing this new set of jewelry to receive the guests. The future princess consort Shu's good name was also his good name. He needed to personally retrieve this set to look more serious and solemn. When they saw Imperial Prince Shu leave, Yu Fan's 5 best friends immediately gathered over and they complimented little Shido to the heavens in an esteemed manner. "Xiaofan, you're too sick. You even dare to quibble head-on with that imposing face. But, how come I feel like there was something fishy going on? Like you're not as strong as you seem. Go scram. If Imperial Prince Shu stood in front of you, you wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. How do you have the face to claim that he's not as strong as he seems? It would be the embarrassment of a lifetime to fart in front of Imperial Prince Shu. If I had a fart coming out I would definitely have to hold it back. However, Xiaofan, Imperial Prince Shu seems to treat you quite well as the younger brother-in-law. He even strokes your hair and pinches your face. Even when he talks to you, he speaks in a gentle manner and has a slight smile on his face. Now I truly believe that our second sister hasn't been threatened or forced into this upcoming marriage. From the way Imperial Prince Shu treats Xiaofan and Uncle Yu, it's more than enough to prove just how much he esteems our second sister." Little Shido grumpily waved a hand. "Do I need you guys to say this? You were the ones who were doubtful, wondering if something bad was going on, and insisted on speculating on whether Imperial Prince Shu loves my second sister or not. You forced me to lose all face in front of that fellow. Imperial Prince Shu found out what you were trying to do. Then why did he head out of the residence?" Zhang Borui scratched his head as he asked in puzzlement. "You're asking me, but who can I ask now? Let's go to my study and help me receive the other guests." Little Shido didn't want to continue on this topic. That fellow could go do whatever he wanted. They had originally planned on holding little Shitu's birthday celebration before the Metropolitan Civil Service examinations as a family. This would also allow him to relax a bit and avoid him from becoming too nervous and not balancing himself between work and rest. Xiao Sao planned on inviting grandfather Zhao's family, her godmother's family, and a few of her good friends. In addition, she wanted to invite little Shitu's master, great scholar Yuan, and a few of his good school friends. However, her only mistake was in assuming that this would be a simple matter. She had thought that holding the banquet at the Medicinal Cuisine House would be enough. In general, the rooms at Medicinal Cuisine House needed to be reserved at least a week in advance. Xiao Sao had quickly estimated the number of people and decided to reserve 3 rooms. That would have been more than enough space to cater her own family, grandfather Zhao's family, her godfather's family, the guests that Zhu Junyang wanted, her own good friends and their husbands, as well as little Shitu's schoolmates and teachers. She didn't expect that once word got out at the Imperial College that things would change that much. Now, even the teachers who were invited were enough to fill one whole table. As for the students who got the invitations, they would be able to fill 3 rooms until they burst. Then there were the students who were usually mere acquaintances with little Shito who turned up without being invited. They ended up filling another table. Somehow, the news that the Yu family was getting food catered from the medicinal cuisine house had also reached the ears of the Emperor Emeritus and a few of the imperial princes. That was it. These old men, who loved food, had all scurried over with gifts along too. Then there were a few families who had good relationships with the Fang family. All of them also appeared at the Yu residence. It was so busy that the Yu family and Fang family's people had no time to deal with it all. Fortunately, Xiao Cao had taken all of the private rooms back from the medicinal cuisine house in advance. Otherwise, this banquet would become a farce that everyone would laugh at. Their master's younger brother was having his birthday celebration, and it was turning out to be a big event. Thus, the chefs and servants from the medicinal cuisine house did their best. Every single dish was made to complete perfection. This meal was so delicious that those old gluttons ended up stuffing themselves silly. It could be said that both the hosts and guests at this celebration were immensely satisfied by this event. Before they left, every person also got a box of pastries as a gift. However, one shouldn't look down on this mere box of desserts. In the Yu's Western-style desserts store, this tiny little box cost at least a few dozen taels. There was only one shop in the entire capital, even the entire Great Ming Empire, that sold Western-style desserts. As for those old dessert shops, like Daoshang Village, who sold traditional-style desserts, they were all incredibly happy that the Yu's businesses hadn't extended their reach into their territory. Otherwise, they would have no road left to live. The manager of Daoshang Village had once tactfully inquired Yang Liu whether the Yus planned on making traditional-style desserts. When she reported to Xiao Cao, her answer back was enough to set their hearts at ease. Within the next 20 years, the Yus only planned on making Western-style desserts. This allowed all of the old and famous dessert shops to let out a big sigh in relief. Many things could change in the span of 20 years. Who knew what things would be like 20 years later? After his birthday celebration passed, little Shito discovered that his relationships with other people had improved immensely. Within the Imperial College, whether it was the teachers or students, everyone would show him a genial smile whenever they saw him. Those who were closer to him would even come over and greet him. When the students were debating, many of them would go and find him to exchange thoughts and ideas. It truly helped him to refine his own thoughts. Thus, at the college, little Shito was maturing at a breakneck speed. When Yuan Xinian began quizzing his little disciple, he discovered that the youth's ideas and thoughts had matured greatly and that his essays had become more rigorous. If one had to compare, prior to entering the Imperial College, Yu Fan was like a young eagle who had just left the nest. Although he was quite dynamic, he was also a bit young and tender in his thoughts. Now he had already matured into an adult eagle, able to fight with the winds and soar the vast skies with complete ease. He had a long-term vision and loads of potential and was just waiting for his opportunity to fly up into the clouds. Great scholar Yuan didn't show much of his thoughts on the outside, but when he returned back home, he was quite cocky and boastful in front of his son. Prime Minister Yuan felt quite helpless by this. Yes, you managed to obtain a good disciple. He has the talent to become the top scorer of the Imperial Palace examinations. He has the potential to become one of the legendary scholars who got the top score in all 3 rounds of the palace examinations. What does any of this have to do with me, huh? For the sake of your good disciple, my younger disciple brother, I even needed to resign from the spot of the top examiner. Did you have to come over and flaunt this in my face? My dear father, have you forgotten that you have a grandson who is also going to participate in these exams? In your eyes, in your speech, in your heart, do you only have your precious disciple now? Did you displace your young grandson? Then what is my placing in your heart now, as the father of your grandson? Fortunately, His youngest son's personality was like his and didn't depend on the attention of others. Every day, his son would follow his usual routine and go to the Imperial College to study, then go back home to meditate and review his schoolwork. In addition, he would even sometimes ask for guidance from the little genius, Yu Fan. Hard work could make up for a lot of things, so he was confident that his son would be able to get a good placing in the Metropolitan Civil Service examinations. The days passed by one after another. In the blink of an eye, the capital had already entered the season of wind and snow. In the past, winter at the Yu residence had a different atmosphere than it did this year. This was the last New Year's that their youngest daughter was going to spend with their family. Thus, Yu Hai and his wife became busy at the start of the 12th month as they wished to give their youngest daughter a perfect memory of this last holiday as an unmarried lady. As the eldest sister-in-law, Lu Huifang had also come to the capital with the Yu family. In the past, she had once come to the capital after getting an invitation from her good friend, her future younger sister-in-law, Xiaosao. The Yu family's residence in the capital wasn't much different than the one they had in Dongshan village. The only difference was that the furnishings were a bit more delicate and fine. After Lu Huifang entered the capital, she began to learn how to manage a large residence from her mother-in-law and her younger sister-in-law's godmother. On the day of her younger brother-in-law's birthday, she had gained quite a bit of experience and had come into contact with a lot of upper-class maidens in the capital. Although she was a bit reserved and restrained when interacting with them, she had slowly learned how to conduct herself. During the preparations for the New Year's celebrations, she had continued to help her mother-in-law and had come up with many good ideas and proposals. Lu Huifang had grown up with Xiaosao and had personally witnessed the Yu family's journey from rags to riches. She knew that Xiaosao was the one responsible for the sudden rise in the Yu family's fortunes. It could be said that, without Xiaosao, they wouldn't have the current Yu family. After she married over, her husband had often mentioned that all of the businesses in the capital were the result of his youngest sister's hard work. As the eldest brother, he couldn't help her with much, so he naturally wouldn't be so shameless to ask for a piece of the pie there. In fact, even the Yu family's properties in Tanggu were all a result of his youngest sister's efforts in setting up a good foundation. Their Tanggu seed breeding farm and fruit and vegetable business, as well as those prosperous shops at the harbor, all had the shadow of his youngest sister in them. As the family's eldest son, he naturally needed to stay in Tanggu to keep an eye on the Yu family's ancestral home and foundations. No matter how wealthy or prosperous the capital was, he wasn't the least bit envious. The size of one's head dictated the size of one's hat. Yu Heng was very well aware of his own abilities and was clear-headed enough to recognize his limitations. He was afraid that a person's heart could change once money was brought into the picture. Thus, he would, from time to time, mention certain things in front of his wife in a deliberate manner. Lu Huifang naturally knew the worth of the properties and businesses of the Yus in the capital. Every single one of them could be described as bringing in gold every day. But what did that matter? She wasn't a royal princess and wasn't someone favored by the emperor like younger sister Xiaosao. Even if these businesses entered her hands, how long could she keep them there? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one could throw a stick and end up hitting a few nobles on any street in the capital. How could there not be any envious and jealous people eyeing these businesses? Wasn't the only reason why her younger sister was able to do so well because she had a powerful backing? If anyone else tried, who could do it? That being said, one needed to be content with one's situation. Huifang was already quite satisfied with her current life. She had grown up in times where things were lacking, where her family went hungry between meals and the only thing they could afford to eat were flatbreads made of coarse grain. She could still remember those days as if they had just happened. If it weren't for younger sister Xiaosao, her father, the pillar of their family, might have died long ago during that harsh winter. Without the Yu family as a business partner, even if their family decided to raise chickens and ducks, they may not have been able to find a good market. Now, she was married to the eldest son of the Yu family and was the envy of all of the young maidens in the village. She was living the leisurely life of a young matron in a wealthy family. Why did she need to get her panties in a bunch and let greed blind her own two eyes? Thus, when her mother-in-law began to prepare her younger sister's dowry list and had called the whole household to her rooms to discuss this matter, she was able to view the long list of items and estates with a peaceful heart. "Mother, I want to leave this wine brewing workshop to older brother. Take it off. This candied fruit and canned fruits factory is for Shaolian Ah. This newly bought farmstead only plants out of seasoned fruits and vegetables, and this refrigerated storage building is for younger brother. Also, this, and this, take them all off the list." Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that all of her industries in the capital had been written on her dowry list. Furthermore, the valuable items and properties in the Yu family's treasury had all been added to her dowry too. Although she was extremely touched, she didn't know whether she should laugh or cry at this. Her parents were truly too much. They were giving everything away from the family for her dowry, so what would they do in the future? Madame Lu took the list out of her hands but didn't take anything off like she had hoped for. Instead, after thinking a bit, she added a few more precious items. As for hair ornaments and jewelry, we should go to a few famous shops tomorrow in the capital and see if there are any new varieties to be had so we can add some more for Cower. At exquisite garments, are the clothing sets we ordered ready to be picked up? Ah, that's right, I think Precious Shining Fabrics has gotten a new shipment of satins and damasks. Your godmother told us that we should get some bright cloud brocade. Madame Lu chattered on for a long time and had her youngest son write everything down. That way she could avoid forgetting things in the bustle and mess of the end of the year. "Mother, did you hear a single word I said? Ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao had been ignored for a long time and helplessly opened her mouth again. Madame Lu raised her head to look her in the eye before she lightly sighed. "Those businesses were all established by you after a lot of hard work and effort. Although they are under the name of the Yus, who in the capital doesn't know that they are owned by Royal Princess Jinan? Your intentions are good in that you want to add some income to your brothers and sister, but if they took them, how would other people view them? Especially your younger brother. In the future, he is going to enter court and become an official. How will his colleagues view him then?" Yu Hai also agreed with her. "Don't worry about the family anymore. As your father, I can't help but feel upset when I remember how you took on the responsibilities of the family at such a young and tender age. In the blink of an eye, it's now time for you to get married. The family's circumstances now compared to then are as different as the sky and the earth. No matter how good the relationships are between siblings, after they get married, they need to rely on themselves to eat and live. What's the point of relying on others all the time? Listen to us, your parents. Other than the Yu residents in the capital, you need to take everything else. Second older sister, the Yu family has me and older brother. You just need to live your own life in a comfortable manner. If Imperial Prince Shu ends up hurting you, feel free to come back to our home. The Yu family's gates will always be wide open for you." Just as little Shido finished his words, two palms had hit the back of his head. "Stinky brat, can't you say something nice for once?" Yu Hai and his wife took their hands back and glared at their youngest son. Little Shido rubbed his forehead, which had turned red after being hit. Earlier his words were a bit inappropriate. His second older sister was the family's most capable and daring person. How could she allow herself to be pushed around so easily? He smiled sheepishly at Xiaoxiao and continued, "In these past few years, the share of the profits that you've given us have been used to buy a few estates in the capital or in Jinwei Prefecture City. So we all have our own sources of income now. As for the rest of the profits, you should keep it yourself now to avoid other people gossiping that we're taking advantage of Imperial Prince Shu." Little Shido hated it when outsiders claimed that the Yu family were a bunch of social climbers. Clearly it was that fellow, Imperial Prince Shu, who insisted on clinging onto his second sister, but how did it become their family clutching onto him instead? Yu Xiaoxiao knocked on her younger brother's forehead, pretending to be angry. "I, your older sister, haven't even married yet. You want to split away from me? These businesses are all mine, so it's up to me on what I do with them. Who cares about what other people say? If you all think it's inappropriate to take all of these obvious businesses, then if I leave the farmsteads, shops, and residences that people don't know about to you all, would that be okay?" She had been living in the capital for the past 5 years and had many businesses under her banner. However, Xiaoxiao didn't actually have that much free cash sitting around, piled into a giant gold and silver mountain, like other people thought she did. She had been influenced by the ideas of people in her previous life who were skilled investors. When she had money on hand, she used it to exchange for land, shops and houses. Whether it was the government brokers or private brokers in the capital, they all knew about Royal Princess Jinan's little hobby. As soon as an appropriate property came into their hands, they would immediately head over to discuss with her. Consequently, Xiao Cao had at least a dozen or so farmsteads on hand within the suburbs of the capital. Other than the shops that she used for her own businesses, she had around 15 other shops that she rented out in the west and east sides of the city. Furthermore, she had around 6 to 7 residences that were in prosperous areas of the capital. Her stack of deeds became a thick pile when placed on a desk, and it was enough to cause many people to feel jealous. When she bought these farmsteads, shops, and residences, she always put the master of the Yu family, Yu Hai's, name on the deeds. The rental contracts she signed were also under his name. In other words, while Yu Hai was unaware, the Yu family had already gained quite a few properties within the capital. Yu Hai sighed endlessly within his heart. His youngest daughter had long begun paving the way for him, the head of the Yu family. Arg, as a father, he was truly too useless to have his youngest daughter take on the responsibility of improving the Yu family's lot. All right, your mother and I will take these businesses and properties then. As for the shops at the harbor, you 4 siblings will divide them evenly amongst yourselves. Yu Hai took the deeds for the lands and properties over and felt that it was really quite heavy in his hands. When Xiaolian heard this, she exchanged looks with her husband before saying, "Father, mother, these are all the Yu family's properties and businesses. As a married daughter, I won't step into this. You should give younger sister a share as a part of her dowry and use the rest for younger brother to establish his family. Older brother and younger brother can split it as they see fit. Oh right, younger sister, you need to find a capable steward for the medicine manufacturing factory in Dongshan village. Once you marry, it's not suitable for me as a married sister to continue managing the businesses under you." When she saw Xiao Cao was about to say something, she hurriedly continued, "Right now, my household seafood business is expanding larger and larger. Xiaomo can't handle it all by himself and needs someone to stay in the capital to keep an eye on it while the other goes back and forth between Tanggu and the capital. I truly don't have the time to manage the medicine manufacturing factory anymore, and you must not say that you want to give the business to us. In the entire Great Ming Empire, who doesn't know that the Yu's medicine business was created by Royal Princess Jinan? If the owner changes, who would still trust in it? In the end, the dowry list didn't lose a single thing and even continued to get longer and longer. Auntie Zhao had been invited over to collaborate on the dowry matter. When she saw the extensive number of things on the list, she couldn't help but be stunned speechless. Almost all of the extremely prosperous businesses in the capital, other than Junsho Restaurant, were on the dowry. The medicine factory, wine and alcohol distillery, flower and herbal tea house, candied and canned fruit factory, the large-scale refrigeration and orchard storage warehouse, the Western-style desserts shop, blossoming beauty, medicinal cuisine house. In addition, the betrothal gifts that were given to her, such as Wisdom Jade Pavilion, the fruit and vegetable shops, almost half of the capital's businesses were contained within the dowry. The Yu family was truly willing to pull out all of the stops on the dowry of their daughter. They didn't keep a single business they had in the capital for themselves. In the entire capital or even the entire Great Ming Empire, this was probably the only dowry that was this excessive. The term, 5 kilometers of dowry, was insufficient to even describe the amount of precious items and properties that were in this one. Auntie Zhao couldn't help but remark in a joking manner towards Lady Fang, "This imperial Prince Shu truly has a good fate to be able to marry such a golden doll. Even if they split from his father's estate as soon as they marry, they wouldn't need to worry about their future. No, in fact, what they needed to worry about is how to spend all of the money they had on their hands." Busy days always flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the New Year's had arrived. Xiao Cao had a joyful and exciting last New Year's with the Yu family. Zhuang Xiaomo, as an orphan, didn't have any relatives in his family anymore. Thus, his first New Year's as a married man was spent with his in-laws. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Yu Hang helped his wife ladle up a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. This medicinal dish enriched the blood, healed the body, and was incredibly tasty. Huaifang immediately fell in love with it after tasting it once. Today, as soon as the first spoonful of tasty soup entered her mouth, she ended up frowning involuntarily as the urge to retch suddenly attacked her. She couldn't help but dry heave a few times. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? His wife's appetite had always been good and she ate everything with pleasure. When he saw her reacting this way, Yu Heng couldn't help but ask her out of concern. Madame Lu also looked over in worry. When she saw that her daughter-in-law's complexion looked waxy as she held her stomach with an uncomfortable expression, she quietly asked, "Are you tired from being so busy lately?" "Older sister-in-law, let me, this divine doctor, take your pulse off." Yu Xiaoxiao leaned forward and held onto her right hand and then searched for the right place to take the pulse. She felt it attentively. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Yu Heng was deeply concerned and inquired anxiously. "The pulse is fluid, smooth and evasive, and feels like a pearl rolling around a jade plate." Yu Xiaoxiao's heart had a shot of happiness go through as she deliberately cultivated a mysterious manner, reciting poetic words. Madame Lu couldn't help but pat her as she scolded her with a smile, "Speak like a human being. Is your older sister-in-law okay? How could she not have an issue? It's a major event. A major, life-changing event." Yu Xiaoxiao had a very serious expression on her face and her tone was also very grave. It scared Yu Heng so much that his face immediately paled. "Younger sister, you are the little divine doctor that everyone in the capital respects. Can your older sister-in-law's illness be cured?" Yu Heng tightly held onto his wife's hand as his eyes turned red. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that her joke had gone too far and hurriedly cracked a giant smile on her face. "My older sister-in-law's symptoms can't be cured by me. She can only completely recover about 8 months later, when the melon is ripe and my little nephew comes out." Everyone at the table was stunned silent by this statement. It was quiet for a few seconds until she received another smack on her body. Madame Lu happily scolded her. "You naughty lass, were you trying to scare us all to death by saying it was a life-changing event? Your older sister-in-law is pregnant, so just say she's pregnant. Why do you need to scare everyone? Old man Yu, who was seated at the head of the table, also finally reacted. He opened his mouth, which was missing a few teeth, and grinned. "Great news, our family will very soon have 4 generations under one roof. I didn't expect that I, Yu Likyu, would be able to live until I could see my great-grandson one day." "Grandfather, on such an auspicious day, what sort of words are you saying? Your body is so healthy that I'm sure you'll live to the ripe old age of 100. Let's not talk about 4 generations under one room, I'm sure you can live until there are 5 generations under one roof." Yu Xiaoxiao giddily watched as her older brother fussed over her older sister-in-law. It must be a Yu family tradition to pamper and love one's wife, right? If it weren't for the fact that her grandfather had indulged Madame Zhang too much, then she wouldn't have climbed all over him and become such a nasty-tempered old woman. When she thought of Madame Zhang, Xiaoxiao naturally thought of her younger uncle, who shared half of the same bloodline as her father. She couldn't help but ask, "Shito, I heard younger uncle had also participated in the provincial exams that you took. Did he pass?" Ever since that event happened, younger uncle moved to the prefectural city and has been studying very hard. He finally managed to pass the county-level exams after 2 years. This time, when the provincial exams were over, I met him outside of the exam room and chatted with him a bit. He said that he felt like he did well. As for whether or not he passed, I didn't pay attention. Why did you suddenly decide to ask about him? Little Shito didn't have a lot of feelings for this younger uncle of his. Furthermore, it was better to show respect from a distance with that mother of his too. Nothing much, it just popped into my mind to ask. After all, he is our grandfather's son. Last time when she went back to the prefectural city and met up with her eldest paternal aunt's family, she heard that Madame Zhang had aged quite a bit as everyone in her household relied on her to live. She also needed to make money to send her son to school, so she didn't have it easy. As a mother who wanted her son to stand out among his peers, Madame Zhang would be delighted to do all that she could, no matter how bitter or tiring it was, to help her son, right? This New Year's passed even more happily and joyfully after the Yu family found out that Yu Heng's wife had good news. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored her family's protest and took the candied and canned fruit processing plant out of her dowry to give to her future nephew as a present. As for the little tyke, It had no clue that its younger aunt had just given it a giant present and was contentedly resting in its mother's uterus drawing nutrients to quickly get larger. Everyone all said that this little fellow was certain to be very well behaved. Other than its actions on New Year's Eve to show everyone it existed, it acted as if it wasn't there for most of the time. Lu Huifang didn't have the slightest bit of symptoms that other pregnant women commonly had. Sometimes, even she forgot that she was pregnant and would energetically follow her mother-in-law around to help with her younger brother-in-law's exam preparations and her younger sister-in-law's wedding planning. Everyone in the family wanted her to rest more, but she pushed away their efforts. Am I that fragile? Ah. In our village, there are many matrons who are about to give birth but are still working hard in the fields with their giant bellies. Madame Lu had also heard the older generation mention that if a pregnant woman moved around more, it'd be easier for her to give birth. Furthermore, she saw her daughter-in-law bustling about for a few days without any problems, so she let her be. However, she would still warn Lu Huifang from time to time to not get too tired and make sure to rest properly. Once the first month of the year passed, Imperial Prince Jing's estate sent the letter of appointment and letter of ceremony to the Yu residence on a fortuitous day. There was still more than a month's worth of time left before the 18th of the third month. Zhu Junyang had started to press his family to help him with the wedding. Imperial Prince Jing's estate had chosen 4 people who had complete luck. They were Princess Consort Duan, Duchess Rongguo, Marchioness Ding Yuan, and the wife of the director of the Board of Rights. The so-called complete fortune was that these people still had healthy parents alive and well, a son and daughter each, a loving relationship with their spouse, and peaceful relationships within their siblings. These 4 had noble statuses and, along with the matchmaker, Imperial Prince Jing's father, the Honorable Emperor Emeritus, came over to the Yu family to bring the betrothal gifts and money. Imperial Prince Shu's betrothal gift list made these 4 noble and high matrons, who had seen much of the world, completely speechless. Goodness gracious, was Imperial Prince Shu planning on moving from Imperial Prince Jing's estate to the Yu family's house? In addition to some of Imperial Prince Shu's own properties as well as some of the rare treasures he collected, nearly half of the treasury from Imperial Prince Jing's estate had been emptied. This included a portion of Princess Consort Jing's dowry as well. The weight of the dowry was not light. Imperial Prince Shu really wanted to make sure his future wife would have face. However, when they saw Xiao Cao's dowry list, they became speechless. When the sole daughter from Prince Jing's estate married off to a distant place, her dowry consisted of 128 chests full of precious items, causing all the young ladies from the capital to turn green with envy. It was probably impossible to fit all of Royal Princess Jinan's dowry into 128 chests. It seemed as if this would become a new record for the most amount of dowry received. Look at the quality of her dowry. It was definitely something that an ordinary family could never compare to. No, it was probably hard even for a wealthy family to match this. It could be estimated that it would be difficult for someone to receive a dowry worth beyond this even after hundreds of years. The most interesting part of this entire process was when the 2 families had to decide on the betrothal gift. This process would mainly be a discussion between the head of the family as the matchmakers mediated the conversion. The problem was that the matchmakers invited by the 2 families all came from prominent backgrounds. The Emperor Emeritus was all right. He missed Xiao Cao's cooking, so he came running pretty quickly. But the main problem was that no one dared to order him to pass on the message between the 2 families. On the other hand, the Emperor was already a busy man. It was already a great honor for him to show his face. Due to this, Yuan Xinian suffered. His legs were about to turn into thin sticks as he ran between Prince Jing's estate and the Yu family to pass on their messages. Generally speaking, when it came to negotiating betrothal gifts, the bride's family wanted more betrothal gifts while the groom's family wanted to give fewer. As a result, it usually became an endless quarrel between the 2 families. When it came to the 2 families, after Imperial Prince Jing's estate sent the list of betrothal gifts, the Yu family looked through the list and started discussing which betrothal gifts they could take off from the list. After all, there was still a son in Imperial Prince Jing's estate that was still unmarried. The 2 sons should receive the same treatment. If both sons gave out such a generous amount of betrothal gifts, Imperial Prince Jing's estate's family property would all be used up. After the matchmaker expressed the Yu family's thoughts, Imperial Prince Jing's estate not only did not subtract the number of betrothal gifts but also added a few more to the list. Princess Consort Jing told them that most of the betrothal gifts were saved up by her youngest son himself, and since he was willing to give, then no one else had a say in it. Her second son was stationed at the border and had stayed there for many years. Except for the occasional letters he would send to tell them that he was safe and healthy, he never came back. It was already difficult to find a female pig in the middle of the army stationed at the border, much less a woman. Even if Princess Consort Jing was worried about her second son's marriage, there was nothing she could do about it. Princess Consort Jing had been saving up betrothal gifts for her second son and she would have enough in a few more years. Princess Consort Jing originally thought that among her 3 sons, it would be most difficult to arrange a marriage for her youngest son. After all, he was a difficult child when he was young. She was afraid of a tragedy where her son might accidentally kill his wife. She didn't expect the heavens to bless her youngest son, allowing him to meet the right person early on. He was usually cold and stiff like a smelly stone, but unexpectedly, he matured early. He understood that he had to decide on his wife early on. As a result, as soon as his wife reached a marriageable age, he couldn't wait to marry her home. Her second son, who had been the least worrisome for her when he was young, became the most problematic one. Alas, she wondered if he would be willing to take a leave of absence after receiving the news that his younger brother was getting married. The Great Ming Dynasty was becoming more and more powerful, and the country was prospering, so there weren't many wars at the border. Why was he still in the army? Why didn't he hurry back home and take a good look at the well-bred young ladies in the capital, so he could settle down early and marry? This unfilial son of hers didn't even know how to empathize with his parents' feelings. In a gloomy mood, Princess Consort Jing added a few more pieces of valuable jewelry from her own dowry onto the betrothal list. She was still pondering whether she should add a few more profitable properties onto the list. Even Zhu Junyang started to wonder if his lady mother had forgotten that she still had another son. Were they actually trying to empty out the family's properties? Lady mother, there are already a dozen or so properties and shops in the betrothal gift list, so there's no need for you to add any more. Why don't you save your dowry for my second brother? Otherwise, he would think you're being biased to me, your youngest son again. Zhu Junyang couldn't remain silent anymore. He felt that the more the bride's side asked to deduct from the betrothal gifts, the more his lady mother added to it. With this amount of betrothal gift, it was more than enough for him to marry an imperial princess with money remaining. That was just an example. After all, how could he marry an imperial princess? Wasn't that considered marrying a close relative? Furthermore, there was a generation between him and the current oldest imperial princess. After Princess Consort Jing heard what her son had said, she put down her brush in her hand, sighed, and said, "Your second brother is hard to deal with due to his temper. It's no wonder that he feels that I'm acting biased towards you. Since childhood, he was the clever kid that caused me no headache or trouble. Your eldest brother will be the one who will inherit the title and estate in the future, so your father naturally took him under his wing and raised him personally. Your situation was special, so it was natural for me to pay more attention and care to you. I would have never expected that the child who appeared to be the most obedient would be the one hiding the most resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. Your second brother joined the army 7 to 8 years ago, and he had never visited us once. He must still blame us." When Zhu Junyang led the troops to the northwest border, his second brother had already transferred to the southwest border. From General Zhao, he received news that his second brother was doing well. His second brother started off as a regular soldier and worked his way to a 4th-ranked commander. This was all due to the meritorious deeds he contributed during his time there. On his way back to the imperial court, he received news that his second brother had performed an outstanding job suppressing the bandits in the southwest border. He would definitely receive a promotion this year. The reason that he didn't return to the capital for so many years was that Zhu Jungxi initially had no vacation days due to his low military status. Later on, he became busy with earning military merits, so he really didn't have the time to return home. He didn't resent his family at all. Zhu Junyang comforted her and said, "I have already written to my second brother, telling him the news that I'm getting married. I have just received a letter saying he would definitely be present since he's my elder brother." Lady Mother, you will soon be able to see your second soon, who you missed dearly. Is that true? When did you receive the letter? Why didn't you tell me earlier that your second brother wrote you a letter? When Princess Consort Jing heard this news, she immediately asked her youngest son to fetch the letter for her. She read the letter over and over again before she happily put the letter back in the envelope. She didn't return the letter to her youngest son. Instead, she put it inside a jewelry box on top of her dressing table, like she was storing something precious. The box stored all her most cherished jewelry, and among them was a monarch green jade head ornament from her youngest daughter-in-law. Zhu Junyang's heart softened when he saw this scene. Even though his mother complained about her children, it was obvious that she cared for and worried about them. He remembered that before he met his little lass, his lady mother's health was not well, yet she was still worried about him. He believed that his mother's health deteriorated because of his condition. At that moment, he stepped forward and embraced his lady mother's shoulder and said emotionally, "Lady Mother, you are the best mother in the world." Princess Consort Jing was surprised by his sudden hug. Ever since her youngest son fell into the water and was rescued when he was 5 years old, he disliked having close contact with other people. His temper became odder and more irritable as time passed. If it wasn't for Xiaoxiao's appearance, she didn't dare to imagine what her son would become. She never expected that she would receive a hug from her youngest son again. This reminded her of the time when her son was still very young and liked to stick to her embrace the most. His chubby little body was so soft and he smelled like milk. After hearing her youngest son's emotional words, the rims of her eyes turned hot. At the same time, she felt extremely grateful. Fortunately, the heavens had heard her pleas and sent Xiaoxiao to her son. Her youngest son was growing into a warm man. Although he still maintained his indifferent and distant attitude on the outside, he was more and more willing to express his true feelings to the people he cared about. It was all thanks to that last Xiaoxiao. She taught him well. At the same time, Princess Consort Jing was feeling a little sour in her heart. She raised her son with great difficulty, but he was rushing to leave the nest and rush into the embrace of another woman. Alas, there was nothing she could do since her son had grown up. He was probably going to forget her after marrying his wife. Fortunately, she had a reliable daughter-in-law. Whenever her daughter-in-law had something good, she would immediately send it to her future mother-in-law. Cough cough. Imperial Prince Jing had just finished attending to his official business. When he walked in, he saw the little brat holding his wife in his arms. He unhappily said, "What are you doing? Aren't you too old to be acting like a spoiled child? Quickly release this prince's wife. If you want to hug someone, you should head over to the Yu family to hug your wife. How can you talk like that to the child?" Princess Consort Jing found the situation to be quite funny as she happily punched her husband's body. She took out the letter her second son wrote and showed it to him. "Our second son is expected to return at the beginning of next month. I don't know how long he can stay. I don't even know when his next visit will be. I will arrange for the young ladies that I have taken a fancy to meet him when he returns, okay? This time, no matter what, I will make sure he will at least settle down on a marriage. Ah, look at your sons, each and every single one of them caused me headaches. How old is your second son? He's almost 30, right? Do you think you can find an unmarried man like him in the capital at such an age?" When Zhu Junyang saw how his lady mother was nagging his lord father, he looked at him sympathetically. Then, he made an excuse to escape, that, "Lord father and lady mother, my younger brother-in-law will be taking the Metropolitan Civil Service examination at the beginning of next month, so I'll head over to see if there's anything I can help him with." Seeing how her youngest son was leaving in a hurry, Princess Consort Jing sighed and said, "They say that a daughter will leave you after marriage, but having a son is no better. Look at him, he hasn't even married yet and he already threw us to the side. Tell me, how can a crude general like him help his brother-in-law who is taking a civil exam? Isn't he just using that as an excuse to meet his wife? There are around 20 or so days left before he marries his wife. At that time, he could look at her as long as he wants to. Yes, yes, yes. It's all my fault. Our son loves and dotes on his wife because he took after me." Imperial Prince Jing saw that his youngest son had left and that the maids had also tactfully retreated, so he started to fiddle with his wife's delicate and tender hands. When Princess Consort Jing heard his words, her face flushed red. She glared at him and scolded him playfully, "Aren't you ashamed? What are you saying? Aren't you afraid that someone will overhear?" Imperial Prince Jing peeled a grape, removed the seeds, and plopped it into Princess Consort Jing's mouth. He said, "We are the only two people in this room. Who will overhear us? Besides, I'm telling the truth." Princess Consort Jing ate the grapes that he fed her. She was feeling sweet and happy until she remembered the problem of her second son's marriage. She frowned again and said, "I don't care. When Junxi returns, you tell him that he will have to settle down on marriage before he can leave the capital. It'll be even better if he can marry her before he leaves. The younger generations will do well on their own. You worry too much. Okay. When the time comes, I will bring the child to go on a blind date, okay? Alas, it's a sin to have too many children. Oh right, our daughter will also be returning. She will be staying in the capital for a month. How about it? Are you happy?" Imperial Prince Jing mentioned his only daughter. Princess Consort Jing was overjoyed by the news. She sighed and said, "In the past, we shouldn't have married our daughter to such a distant place. It takes over 20 days on the road for her to return to the capital. Isn't it a difficult journey?" Zhu Junyang's older sister, who was the second oldest of the family, Zhu Junya married Lu Nianhua, who was the eldest grandson of one of the founding fathers of the dynasty, Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng was well versed in literary and military strategy. He was also resourceful, and was known as the second Zhuge Liang too. In the past he followed the Emperor Emeritus to seize power from the old dynasty. With his brains and the Emperor Emeritus's brawn, the two of them swept everything before them and built the great Ming dynasty. If the Emperor Emeritus was the commanding officer in a modern-era army, then Lu Changfeng was equivalent to the military chief of staff who assisted the commanding officer. The two people recognized and appreciated each other's talent and forged an extraordinary friendship. After the Emperor Emeritus abdicated from the throne, Lu Changfeng retired to his ancestral home to live in seclusion. The children of the Lu family were equally proficient in literacy and military affairs. They were said to be extremely talented people. However, Lu Changfeng understood the meaning behind the saying, "Water surges only to overflow." 3. He set up a family rule, stating that no one from the Lu family can take up an official post within the next 3 generations. The Lu family completely withdrew themselves from the political arena. The Lu family's ancestral hometown was located in between the Guangdong and Guangxi districts. After he retired from his government post, Lu Changfeng opened a private school in his hometown. The school was originally dedicated to teaching the children of the Lu family, but the reputation of the school spread far and wide. As a result, the private school gradually developed into an academy. The reputation of the academy located between the Guangdong and Guangxi districts was comparable to Rongshuan Academy. When the Emperor Emeritus was young, he once joked with Lu Changfeng that the two families should become in-laws in the future. Unfortunately, the children of the second generation from both families were all male, so the matter remained unsettled. Later on, when Lu Changfeng's eldest grandson, Lu Nianhua, was being harassed by a group of hooligans, Zhu Junyang's second sister appeared. She was someone who defended the weak against the strong, so she fought the hooligans, causing the hooligans to run off. A heroic woman rescued a beautiful man and thus, the two became acquainted. There was a very funny reason why Lu Nianhua was being harassed by the hooligans, but, at the same time, it was extremely embarrassing. His appearance was a mixture of all the best traits from 3 generations of his family. He had a delicate appearance and was often mistaken for a very beautiful girl when he was still young. When Lu Nianhua was rescued by Zhu Junya, he was only 11 years old, so he was still short. It didn't matter what he wore, because, even though he was dressed in men's attire, his delicate and beautiful face turned all the women around him green with envy. He actually looked like a young naive little girl cross-dressing as a man at first glance. At that time, Zhu Junya was 12 years old and she inherited her family's slender and tall figure. She was almost 1.65 meters tall. She had been practicing martial arts with her older and younger brothers at home, so she was more than capable of fighting against a group of hooligans. Zhu Junya had also mistaken Lu Nianhua for a young girl who disguised herself as a man to sneak out from her family. As such, she nagged him for a long time, repeatedly warning him to bring a few bodyguards along when he went out in the future. She also warned him to avoid going to secluded places alone and prattled on about how girls needed to know how to protect themselves. She chattered away with him, making her appear like a caring older sister. When she found out that he was from the Liu family, she even kindly escorted him home in person. When she met Liu Nianhua's mother, she told her not to blame her daughter, and that in the future, she should bring out her children more to gain knowledge and experience. This way, they wouldn't sneak out and encounter people with bad intentions. After Liu Nianhua's mischievous mother found out what had happened, she had to stifle back her laughter until her stomach hurt. She pretended to go along with the story, by earnestly agreeing to the young lady's words. She even thanked her profusely for saving her daughter. After sending Zhu Junya off, Liu Nianhua's mother told everyone the story as a joke when the family members gathered around for dinner. Liu Nianhua was speechless. He was often mistaken for a young girl since he was a child, so he had long been accustomed to this. He remained calm and collected as he ate and drank. His grandfather suddenly remembered the promise that he and the Emperor Emeritus made and joked that the two families could finally fulfill the original promise. Although Liu Nianhua was a year younger than Zhu Junya, he was mentally more mature. He was an 11-year-old boy, but he had already begun to have hazy and good feelings towards the opposite gender in his heart. The figure of the attractive and intelligent young girl, who was clothed in red attire, brimming with high spirits, had already left a quiet mark in his heart. In the coming days, Zhu Junya would often invite the beautiful younger sister along to attend activities she hosted, such as horse racing, going for an outing, and hunting in the mountains. Because she was surrounded by her older and younger brothers at home, Zhu Junya developed a tomboy temperament. As a result, she didn't play well with the young ladies from the capital, causing her to spend most of her time alone. After meeting Liu Nianhua, she discovered that her younger sister, who was only a year younger than her, was very athletic. Whether it was horsemanship, archery, or life skills, the younger sister excelled in them more than her. She was smart and was able to learn new things quickly. Zhu Junya both loved and admired her little sister, so the number of times she invited her out to play increased. But Zhu Junya didn't understand why her little sister had a habit of wearing men's attire. However, she knew that everyone had their own quirks and uniqueness, so she didn't ask. Zhu Junya's temper was similar to He Wanning's. She was blunt and a little careless. 3 years passed, and during that time, the foolish older sister still didn't realize that her beautiful little sister was actually a man. That was until the year Liu Nianhua turned 15. He suddenly had a growth spurt, growing up from 1.6 meters to almost 1.8 meters in a year. At the time, Zhu Junya had stared at Liu Nianhua, who was now half a head taller than her, with strands of a beard starting to appear around his mouth, and an Adam's apple that was starting to become more prominent. She was dumbfounded. When did her younger sister suddenly turn into a stinky man? Moreover, he was a beautiful stinky man. Zhu Junya couldn't accept the truth and became so angry that she ignored Liu Nianhua for half a year. Liu Nianhua couldn't sit still. In the 4 years they've been together, that girl had slowly entered his heart, and now she wanted to run away. Did she think it would be easy? One shouldn't be tricked by Liu Nianhua's gentle, refined, and calm outer appearance, because deep inside, he was a thick-skinned and black-bellied man. In the past, it was Zhu Junya who would often come by, looking for him to play with her, but now, he was the one who would often run to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Zhu Junya was a year older than him. She was 16 years old now. If Princess Consort Jing's health hadn't been deteriorating, then Zhu Junya would have already had a marriage set up for her. When Princess Consort Jing's health was starting to improve, she started to worry about her children's marriages. Her eldest son was the heir to Prince Jing's estate, and at 18 years old, his marriage was already settled by his father early on. Her only daughter was 16 years old and she was a lady now. Although every parent wanted to keep their daughter by their side for 2 more years, they still needed to start looking for a suitable partner for her. Otherwise, all of the good candidates at the appropriate age would all be snatched away by others. She didn't know who her daughter's temperament took after. Her daughter was careless and negligent, and, as a result, she didn't play well with the other young ladies from the capital. However, her daughter still had a close friend. Her daughter most often talked about a young lady from the Liu family, named Liu Nianhua. She praised her for her beauty, intelligence, and capability. Her daughter had never admired anyone else, but she was subdued by a young girl who was a year younger than her. If her health wasn't in bad shape and if she didn't need rest, she would have long visited the Liu family to meet this outstanding young lady that her daughter often talked about. However, during this period of time, her daughter seemed to be reluctant to leave and stopped mentioning Liu Nianhua. What happened? Did the two young girls have a quarrel? While she was trying to find an opportunity to ask her daughter for the reason, a servant reported to her, Liu Nianhua is seeking an audience. Zhu Junya, who was currently playing chess with her lady mother, had a sudden change in expression and firmly replied that she was not going to meet the guest. Princess consort Jing had long wanted to meet this beautiful and smart young girl that her daughter had mentioned numerous times. She was under the impression that her daughter was just acting like this in a fit of anger, so she persuaded her, since the other party has taken the first step by coming here to look for you to reconcile, and since there's no hatred between the two of you, you should meet her. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, the two of you will still be good friends. She didn't wait for her daughter to reply when she ordered the servant to invite Liu Nianhua to the inner courtyard. Zhu Junya was flustered and exasperated, but she didn't know how to explain the situation to her lady mother. How did she even start to tell her lady mother that her friend who accompanied to play with her, whom she missed dearly, was actually a stinky man? However, the facts made it impossible for her to continue being an ostrich. When Liu Nianhua heard that Princess consort Jing invited him in, he was nervous and tensed for a split second before he quickly calmed down. Since he already had his eyes on the reckless and willful young lady, then he should remain calm when meeting her family. He needed to formally walk through the road to Imperial Prince Jing's estate, otherwise, the young lady he had taken a fancy to would be snatched away by others. Princess consort Jing was speechless when she saw Liu Nianhua, who was 1.8 meters tall and was currently in the period where his voice was steadily changing. She had a helpless expression on her face as she gazed at her daughter. How careless and scatterbrained could her daughter be in order for her to mistake a man for a young girl that needed protection? You can't blame me. Who told him to have such an androgynous appearance? He has a face that would turn girls green with envy, so it's impossible for people not to misunderstand. At that time, that was the argument that Zhu Junya made. A pained expression appeared on Liu Nianhua's face. He didn't want to have such an appearance like this, okay. If he could choose, then he'd rather himself be a little tanner or uglier rather than having this type of appearance. However, he was still the younger sister she had protected for 4 years. Seeing the pained expression on his flawless and delicate face, Zhu Junya's heart immediately softened. As Liu Nianhua deliberately pretended to be pitiful, she gradually forgave him for his deception. Although Princess consort Jing was sheltered by Imperial Prince Jing, she could see through Liu Nianhua's attempt to court her daughter. But she didn't expose him. Instead, she happily watched the young man slowly win over her daughter's heart and step by step, walked into the young man's gentle trap. Imperial Prince Jing had already investigated Liu Nianhua's background. He came from a good family background, his principles were good, and there was nothing wrong with his character. The only problem was that he was a year younger than his daughter. However, since the youth in question didn't mind that his daughter was older than him, then he was fine with going along with the flow. Princess consort Jing was able to take another load of worry off her chest since she no longer had to worry about her daughter's marriage. Everything flowed naturally. In front of the cunning Liu Nianhua, the simple and ignorant Zhu Junya was quickly captured. When Liu Nianhua was 18 years old and Zhu Junya was 19 years old, the two got married. At that time, Zhu Junya's dowry was splendid. There were so many betrothal gifts that the train of gifts could be seen 5 kilometers away. By the time the first chest of betrothal gifts were entered the Liu estate, but the last case was still in Imperial Prince Jing's estate. This caused the young ladies from the capital to be extremely envious. After Zhu Junya and Liu Nianhua got married, one was meticulous and gentle, while the other one was generous and straightforward. Liu Nianhua doted on his wife extremely dearly after he finally married her with great difficulty. The two lived a happy and simple life. Both families were located relatively close to each other, so Zhu Junya would frequently return to her maiden home to accompany and talk to her lady mother, as well as help with managing the household. The relationship between the mother and daughter was even better than it was before the marriage. Unfortunately, happiness did not last forever. The following year, Liu Changfeng returned to his hometown, and Zhu Junya followed them back to the region between the Guangdong and Guangxi districts. They were separated by thousands of miles and, in the 10 years they were separated, her daughter had only returned twice to visit. A trace of melancholy flashed in Princess Consort Jing's heart. She regretted marrying her daughter to the kid with the surname Liu, causing the mother and daughter pair to live far apart from each other. In the past, she should have chosen a family located in the capital to marry her daughter to. Alas, her daughter married to a distant place, her second child was stationed at the border all year round, and her third child was going to be moving out once he got married. Imperial Prince Jing's estate, which was big and grand, now appeared to be lonely and empty. As for her eldest son, after his wife gave birth to the eldest grandson, she didn't get pregnant again. Princess Consort Jing wondered whether she should discuss with her eldest son's wife whether they should invite Xiaoxiao here to take a look at her health, so she could give birth to a few more grandchildren. This way, the grandchildren could add more vitality to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Okay, don't become upset over nothing, the younger generations will do all right on their own. Don't you have me by your side? In a few more years, after our eldest son can assume my responsibility, I will retire and become an idle prince. I will accompany you wherever you wish to go, okay? When Imperial Prince Jing mentioned their daughter, the princess consort became unhappy. He knew why she was secretly worried, so he hurriedly explained his plan. Princess Consort Jing's heart was feeling incomparably sweet, but she said, "You only know how to sweet talk. Just promise me that by that time that your mind won't be preoccupied with thinking about your job and cause you to break your promise. After you retire from your post, we should buy a residence close to our daughter's residence. We should live in Guangzhou in the winter since it's warm there. In the summer, we should head back to the capital. We should rotate between the two sides. Okay, I will agree to whatever you say. You're the decision maker of our family." As long as his wife would stop being depressed, Imperial Prince Jing would promise her everything she wanted. In early March, Princess Consort Jing's daughter, Zhu Junya finally arrived at the capital with her husband and children. Zhu Junyang was sent by his lady mother to pick up his older sister outside the city gate. His sister poked her head out of the carriage while excitedly waving her hands at him. She had ruddy cheeks, a bright smile, and her eyes had remained clear and pure. From this, he knew that her older sister had lived a good life these years. After exchanging a few greetings with his brother-in-law, Zhu Junyang was surrounded by a group of small radish heads. When his older sister left the capital, she was already pregnant, so her eldest son was almost 10 years old now. In addition to the eldest son, Lu Zhirui, there were 4 other children. All of her kids were male, and the youngest child, Lu Jiapei, was less than 3 years old. He wasn't afraid of strangers at all, grabbing onto his trouser without fear as he climbed up, huffing and puffing. Zhu Junyang's mouth twitched slightly. In the capital, he was known as the cold-faced demon. Not to even mention a child, even a half-grown man would become intimidated by his cold face. But why didn't it work when it came to his nephew? His unscrupulous sister had a playful expression on her face as she watched her sons bully her younger brother. He understood now that his nephews inherited their thick skins from his older sister. He resigned to his fate and bent down to pick up the 2 radish heads that called him third maternal uncle, the most enthusiastically with one in each arm. Lu Jiapei, who was a little over 2 years old, was afraid of falling, so he grabbed onto his hair and yelled excitedly, "So high, third maternal uncle, lift me higher. I want to be lifted higher." The ear-piercing yells almost caused Zhu Junyang to become insane. "Ha ha ha, I almost died from laughing. I never imagined that the grand and cold royal prince would be in such a difficult position. Husband, quickly record this scene down, so when we return you can draw it for my lady mother. She must have never seen this side of her youngest son like this, right?" Zhu Junya got off the carriage, showing no intentions of saving her third younger brother. She stood beside her husband with an amused expression on her face. It was Lu Zhirui, who was the eldest of the family, that had the most benevolent heart. He glanced at his unscrupulous parents and sighed. He retrieved his youngest brother, who was the noisiest, from his third maternal uncle and held him in his arms. Lu Jiape was afraid of his eldest brother, who acted more solemn and mature than his parents. Although his mouth had a pout large enough to hang an oil bottle from it, he still didn't dare to cause a fuss in front of his eldest brother. Lu Jiayu, the fourth child, also obediently slipped off his third maternal uncle under his eldest brother's warning gaze. He looked around before stretching out his white and chubby little hand, and said in a milky tone, "Third maternal uncle, where's the meeting gift for you?" "A meeting gift? Third maternal uncle, give me a meeting gift." "Pei also wants a gift." Lu Jiape, who had remained quiet for fewer than 3 seconds, started to clamor for a meeting gift. Where would Zhu Junyang have the experience to know that he needed to prepare a meeting gift? Even if he took off all the accessories on his body, he still wouldn't have enough gifts for his 5 nephews. Lu Jiayu grabbed the ugly embroidered pouch on his uncle's waist and smiled evilly. "Third maternal uncle, this embroidered pouch with the pink pig sewn on it is very cute. Yuer really likes it." His big eyes flashed with expectation. His eyes were saying, "Say that you will give it to me. Give it to me." If it was anything else, even if it was a top-notch jade pendant carved from ink jade, Zhu Junyang wouldn't even blink his eyes before giving it away. However, the embroidered pouch on his waist was embroidered with a lot of effort by his little lass, who wasn't good at needlework. Although he disliked the strange-looking pig named Peppa, he knew that if he gave the embroidered purse to someone else, then he would never receive another embroidered purse from his little lass in his life, since she knew how to hold a grudge. "Third maternal uncle will give you your meeting gift once we return. This embroidered purse was given to your third maternal uncle by your third maternal aunt. I can't give it to you." Zhu Junyang's attitude was very firm and his tone was very decisive, making sure there was no room for negotiation. Lu Jiayu knew from his father and mother that things sent by a wife were something that must be cherished. It didn't matter how much the brothers threw a tantrum, acted shamelessly, rolled about, or cried, their father, who loved his children deeply, would never yield. The fourth child from the Lu family thought that he had seen through his third maternal uncle's his aunt. Her eyes rolled around before he smiled sweetly and said, "Third maternal uncle, when we return, can you ask third maternal aunt to embroider the same purse for me?" Zhu Junyang immediately refused without even pondering it. "Your third maternal aunt is very busy. She doesn't have the time to do needlework. Just look at your third maternal uncle's entire body. This is the only embroidered gift that I've received from your third maternal aunt. She doesn't even have the time to embroider clothes for her own husband, so where would she have the time to embroider a purse for you? If you want one, then ask your mother to embroider one for you." Zhu Junya's expression turned unsightly when she heard her younger brother's suggestion. One must know that her embroidering skills were at the same level as Yu Xiaoxiao. Asking her to embroider a purse was the same as killing her. She didn't have a choice but to reluctantly embroider her husband's personal items as well as his pouches. If she embroidered an embroidered pouch for her fourth child, then her other children would definitely pester her to embroider one for them. This meant that she wouldn't be able to leave the house for at least 2 months. She would have to hold a needle and a thread every day. It was just dreadful just thinking about it. She hurriedly changed the subject. "It's getting late, so hurry up and get in the carriage. Don't make maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother wait until they're worried." Like she was herding a flock of ducks, she made the group of little radishes get into the carriage. However, she rode on a horse with her husband. Since her eldest son was in the carriage, the 4 other children would not be able to escape from his grasp. She acted like she was in the right to leave her younger children in her eldest son's care. What a fraud of a mother! Zhu Junyang was annoyed by the small group of radishes until he finally returned to the capital and sneakily left for the Yu family's estate with fear still lingering in his heart. He looked at Xiaoxiao, who was currently pouting after she was forced by Madame Lu to embroider her veil. He suddenly said, "We should only have 2 children in the future. I would prefer it if both of them are girls, as they're quiet and obedient. Boys are too loud." Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at him in surprise before she lowered her head, continuing to work on the veil as she asked, "Why are you talking about this out of the blue? What kind of trauma did you receive?" "My older sister returned, bringing back 5 rotten little kids. Those kids are devils. They were so noisy that they almost broke a hole in the sky. It had been merely half a day, but the back garden at Imperial Prince Jing's estate looked as if a typhoon had suddenly blown through it. I pity my lady mother's precious flowers and plants. I don't know how many of them are able to survive. Zhu Junyang would have a major headache whenever he thought of his 5 little nephews. He really admired his sister and brother-in-law for being able to look after a group of monkeys all day without going crazy. Your older sister returned. Should I pay her a visit? She had heard her future mother-in-law, Princess Consort Jing, mentioning her only older sister-in-law numerous times. She had learned that her older sister-in-law was blunt and had a straightforward character, so it shouldn't be hard to get along with her, right? Who knew? But she would eventually have to meet her and find out about her true temperament and character. After all, a mother would consider all her children to be the best in her heart. Zhu Junyang picked up the half-embroidered red veil from the little lass's hand and put it to the side. Then he started playing with her small hands. Of course you need to. My older sister wants to meet you too. Our family doesn't care about the rule where you're not supposed to meet members of the opposite family before the marriage. My older sister has just arrived today, but my lady mother said that she will hold a welcoming dinner for them after letting them rest for a day. You have to come too. However, you must make some mental preparations. My older sister's 5 children. Sigh, it's hard to explain in a few words. Yu Xiaoxiao secretly chuckled in her heart. The famous and outstanding cold-faced prince actually fell victim to his 5 nephews. It was not surprising since the children were still young, so he couldn't hit them and it would be hard to convince children to do as he said. It could be quite hard to deal with the kids. However, she still had some experience in dealing with children. Seeing how little Shido and little Linlin were so attached to her was enough proof to show off her experience. The next day, she woke up early in the morning and made strawberry, honey peach, apple, and tangerine-flavored gummy candy. She also made lollipops in a variety of flavors and shapes, and for pastries, she made egg tarts and cream puffs, which were pastries that were very popular among children. She also made several kinds of Western-style mini cakes that she specialized in before packing all the food in exquisite boxes. When she recalled Zhu Junyang's sorry figure when he was pestered by his nephews for a meeting gift, she took out the small cartoon animals carved from the leftover jade from the jade bracelet from the box, preparing them as meeting gifts for the children. After she was fully ready, she changed into a simple and stylish attire, adorning herself with the pink vermilion diamond hairpin and earrings given to her by Zhu Junyang. Her simple and low-profile outfit gave off a luxurious, exquisite, and lively appearance. Zhu Junyang personally went to the Yu residence to pick up Xiaoxiao. He saw that she had a host of maid-servants behind her, all of them carrying boxes full of candies and desserts. He remarked out of tenderness, "What are you doing up so early? Don't bother with that bunch of stinky brats and do this again in the future. It's not a big deal. I have servants helping out, so it's not a lot of work for me. It's nice to give the kids a treat." Yu Xiaoxiao grinned at him as she took the hand he offered her and entered the carriage. Zhu Junyang looked at the sparkling and shining pink rays of light that came off of the jeweled flowers in her hair. It made her exquisite and fair little face seem even more transparent and glowy. His eyes were stuck on her as if he couldn't look away. Glittery and shining jewels truly suited the little lass. In the future, when Treasure Pavilion had more diamonds and precious stones come in, he needed to bring them all back to let the lass get first pick. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her face turn bright red after feeling the fiery gaze at her back. This fellow was more and more unable to restrain the look in his eyes. In about half of a month, she was about to become his bride, and then they would truly become one household. Originally, she had been quite nervous and keyed up, but this guy would always make his presence known and would express his red-hot feelings to her. It made her have a bit of happiness within the embarrassment within her. Gradually, her complicated feelings had gone away and she became more tranquil and calm. She was now convinced that he was her soulmate in this life. Since they both lived in the western part of the capital, it didn't take very long for them to arrive at Imperial Prince Jing's estate. As soon as they entered through the side door, a group of brightly dressed kids sped over noisily. Xiaoxiao knew already that these were Zhu Junyang's nephews from his older sister. She stopped and smiled gently at the little kids who were giggling as they ran towards them. The youngest one of them was an adorable little fellow and ran the slowest. He did his best to keep up with his older brothers. His chubby and sweet little face was bright red with effort. As a toddler who hadn't reached the age of 3, it was already pretty good that he could run steadily, so how could he possibly catch up with his older brothers, who were whizzing by? He was so frustrated by this that he was about to cry. Behind him was an elegant young boy who looked to be around 8 to 9 years old. He was following them at an unhurried pace. Although he looked quite leisurely, he kept his eyes attentively on his younger brothers and kept his speed the same as the youngest one as he strolled forward. Third maternal uncle, third maternal uncle. Zhu Junyang's expression immediately changed when he saw the group of small devils running towards him. He felt his head start to hurt again. He advanced forward a step to protect the little lass behind him as he was afraid that this group of little guys would knock into her. He picked up the 4.5-year-old, Lu Jiayu, and placed him on his shoulders and then picked up 2 other boys, one in each hand as he stiffly said, "Why did you guys run into the outer courtyard instead of obediently staying next to your mother? What about Pei Er? If he fell, what would you all do?" The second son, Lu Jiaqi, pinched the rock-hard muscle on his third maternal uncle's arm. He was already 8 years old and it had been a long time since someone had last held him up in the air. His maternal uncle was so strong and clearly looked a lot more difficult to deal with than his father, Lu Nianhua. Your father, I'm teaching you guys to be independent. I absolutely refuse to admit that I am weak." The third son, Lu Zhilong, giggled happily. His personality took after his mother and he was quite simple-minded, which made Lu Nianhua quite worried about this son of his. The youngest, Lu Jiapei, almost burst into tears when he saw his second older brother occupying the highest space that used to be his. He pulled on his third maternal uncle's pants and incessantly whined, "Third maternal uncle, Pei Er also wants to be hugged. Pei Er wants to be held up high." He almost pulled Zhu Junyang's pants down from his antics. Yu Xiaosao watched as Zhu Junyang wrangled with the kids. He resembled a Christmas tree with the children hanging off of him, and the scene in front of her had unlocked a whole new view of Imperial Prince Shu. He was being pushed around by a herd of children. Despite the helpless expression on his face, his eyes were full of gentleness. This man would definitely become a good father who loved his children in the future. Since Xiaosao could see the kids from her vantage point, Lu Jirui naturally also saw the young lady, who had a smile in her eyes, behind his third maternal uncle. Her skin was so fair that it almost looked transparent. She had a pair of very large eyes, so big that they seemed like they could see straight through a person's soul. She looked so small, and it seemed like such a waste that she was paired up with his rough and crude third maternal uncle. His father had told him that a person's eyes couldn't trick people. His future third maternal aunt had a pair of eyes as gentle as water and resembled the purity of ice and jade. They were full of kindness and he could tell in an instant that she was someone who loved children and had a kind and gentle heart. If Zhu Junyang knew that his eldest nephew from his sister, who normally seemed quite sensible and clever, believed that he wasn't good enough for the little lass, then he would definitely start vomiting blood. He had praised that kid for nothing. When Yu Xiaosao saw that Zhu Junyang's clothing, which had been very tidy earlier, was now a complete mess, as if he was an eggplant that had just been trampled over, she hurried up to rescue him as his pants had been almost pulled down to his knees. She advanced forward and stooped over to hold the plump little fellow who was hollering at his third maternal uncle, begging to be held. Lu Jiapei, who had been unable to find a place on his third maternal uncle to hold on, was almost about to cry when he suddenly felt someone pulling on his armpits. His 2 feet left the ground and he immediately fell into a gentle and fragrant hug. It felt warm and soft and reminded him of the time when he was still a baby and had been held in his mother's arms. Zhu Junyang was afraid that the little fat fellow would squirm along, causing the last trouble, so he hurried over out of concern. When he saw the actual scene, he almost felt blood come up into his mouth. The young brat, who was usually as lively as a monkey, was currently nestled quietly into Xiaosao's chest. It was as if the disturbance he had caused earlier had just been an illusion. What annoyed him even more was that stinky brat had unexpectedly hugged his future wife's neck and had given a messy "mua" on the little lass's delicate cheek. Mother said that third maternal uncle had gone out to bring my third maternal aunt back. Are you my third maternal aunt? Ah. Lu Jiapei's voice was sweet and tender. The Lu family had good genes and all of the kids were as beautiful as porcelain dolls. The little fellow's large eyes were opened wide and he had a face full of innocence. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart soften immediately. The three children on Zhu Junyang all turned their attention towards her. Lu Jiayu, who was riding on his third maternal uncle's neck, regarded the strange young maiden with curiosity. He blinked his large eyes and childishly corrected his younger brother, "That's not right, she only becomes our third maternal aunt after marriage. Right now, we can only call her Auntie. Nice to meet you, Auntie. I am Lu Jiayu and I'm the fourth in the family. Auntie, Yuer really likes you all. Pei'er also likes third maternal aunt." Lu Jiapei was very attached to using this title to call her as he obediently leaned against her shoulders. Third maternal aunt smelled very good. It was sweet and fragrant and made him feel very comfortable around her. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Zhirui, saw how sweet his youngest brother was being and almost couldn't believe his eyes. If he had to choose the two people in his family who caused the most headaches, it wasn't his 7- and 8-year-old brothers, who were respectively the second and third oldest in the family and at the stage where they were getting into trouble. Instead, it was the two youngest brothers. All of the trouble that came to them were self-found and the youngest two somehow always managed to get into the thorniest situations. He had never seen his youngest brother act so sweet and obedient before. Even when his youngest brother was still nursing from his mother, he had never been so quiet. Now, he was like a sweet little kitten, nestled obediently next to third maternal aunt's bosom. If it weren't for the fact that he had kept his eye on this fellow, he would have been certain that his youngest brother had been spirited away and replaced with another boy. The fourth son of the family, Lu Jiayu, was a bit jealous and blinked a couple of times. Then he began his campaign to swindle his younger brother. "Younger brother, you've never ridden on third maternal uncle's shoulders, right? The view is so good here, don't you want to try it?" No, Lu Jiapei wasn't the least bit fooled by his brother's tricks and buried his face into Xiaoxiao's neck before breathing in deeply a couple of times. He closed his eyes in bliss. His older brother was definitely trying to steal his place from third maternal aunt. Which idiot would want to cozy up to third maternal uncle's hard and firm body? Author's note. Then who was the one crying and wailing to get into third maternal uncle's arms and almost pulled his pants down? Lu Jiayu's eyes flickered and then he extended his little hand, revealing a piece of toffee that was mostly half melted. He coaxed, "Older brother has a piece of delicious candy here. If you come out of Auntie's arms, this piece of candy will be yours all." "Don't want." Lu Jiapei found it difficult to resist the bait but ended up refusing. His eyes, however, were stuck on that piece of candy. Wah 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 wah, he really wanted to eat candy ah. Maternal grandmother's residence had such tasty candy. However, he also didn't want to leave third maternal aunt's arms, so what should he do? When she saw the two little fellows interacting with each other, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a laugh. She gazed at Lu Jiayu with amusement and quietly remarked at Zhu Junyang, "This little fellow has a lot of tricks up his sleeves." Zhu Junyang huffed, "He must have taken after the Lu family. My older sister is a very direct and frank person." Lu Jiayu saw that the beautiful auntie was laughing at him and his face turned red. He bashfully took back the hand with the toffee in it and said, "I'll hold on to this for younger brother. Mother said that we shouldn't eat too much candy as our teeth will turn black." An expression asking for praise surfaced onto his face. "Quickly compliment me for being sensible, compliment me for thinking of my younger brother. Then, does that mean that candies and pastries I brought today won't be used ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately had Wudong open up a box of strawberry-flavored gummy candy, revealing a set of delicate and pretty red soft candies. When the lid was taken off, a dense puff of sweet-scented air permeated the surroundings and succeeded in drawing all of the children's attention towards the box. They were all staring at it avidly. 6-year-old Lu Zhilong stared at the red candies that he had never seen before for a long time. Finally, he couldn't resist from saying, "Mother said that as long as we brush our teeth after we eat, we can still eat a few sweet things. Isn't that right, fourth younger brother?" Third older brother is right. If we brush our teeth after we eat candy, our teeth won't hurt and won't turn black, that's what mother said." Lu Zhirui suddenly had the urge to cover his face when he saw the gluttonous expression on his fourth younger brother's face. Had the family ever shorted you on food or drink? This was the first time they were meeting third maternal aunt, but he was losing face for all of them. What a disgrace. However, the candies that third maternal aunt brought over really smelled very good, which made them hard to resist. Lu Jiape, who hadn't reached the age of 3, couldn't bother to think too much anymore. His eyes glowed as he looked towards Xiaoxiao as he sweetly said, "Third maternal aunt, can Pear try a piece of candy ah?" Pear will taste them for his older brothers ah. Yu Xiaoxiao restrained her desire to laugh and pinched the little fellow's bun face as she said in a voice full of tenderness, "You're such a clever little fellow." At this moment, the group of little fellows had already climbed down from their third maternal uncle's body and surrounded Xiaoxiao. The spurned Zhu Junyang stood quietly behind Xiaoxiao as he was afraid that the herd of monkeys might bump into her. Oh ho! He was treating Xiaoxiao as if she was a delicate porcelain doll that needed protection. Lu Zhirui quietly observed this scene. It was as if he was seeing the way his father and mother interacted with each other. The way that third maternal uncle treated third maternal aunt must be the type of true love that his father talked about, right? It must be a fortunate thing to be able to meet one's true love in one's lifetime, right? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a beautiful box appeared in front of him. Inside were brightly colored red and yellow candies that all gave off a dense, sweet aroma. He raised his head and saw third maternal aunt's innocent and sweet smiling face. It looked incredibly dazzling. The young woman in front of him said, "Try some. Auntie personally made these fruit juice gummies. The red ones are strawberry flavored, the yellow ones are tangerine flavored, the pink ones are honey peach flavored and the green ones are apple flavored. Go ahead and find out which one you like the most, okay?" Lu Zhirui took the candy box and smiled politely at his third maternal aunt. "Thank you, third maternal aunt." Then he took all of the boxes from his younger brothers and handed them over to the assistant behind him. Eldest brother. Lu Jiayu was just about to pick up a piece of red fruit juice gummy, but the box in front of him had suddenly disappeared. He angrily raised his head and discovered that it had been taken away from him by his eldest brother. He immediately reverted back to his pitiful demeanor and gently called out to his sibling. "Are you telling me that the Lu family's customs allow you guys to surround third maternal aunt in the outer courtyard and beg her for candy to eat ah? Did you all forget what mother and maternal grandmother told us to do when we came out ah?" Lu Zhirui was incredibly stern and solemn as he addressed his younger brothers. The 4 little fellows were not afraid of anything or anyone under the heavens, but they were all scared when their eldest brother's expression turned dark. When they heard his question, they exchanged looks before lowering their heads down. Only the youngest, Lu Jiape, who was in Xiaoxiao's arms, acted differently. He hugged her neck and cutely said, "Mother told us to come out and welcome third maternal aunt. Third maternal aunt, Pear's been very obedient and hasn't been horsing around. Can I eat a piece of sweet candy ah?" All of the children of the Lu family had inherited the Lu family's good looks, especially the little devil, Lu Jiape. Not only did he inherit all of the good-looking genes from the Lu family, but she could also see within his eyebrows a hint of Zhu Junyang's shadow. Everyone said that nephews resembled their maternal uncles. When the little fellow grew older, he would definitely become a bewitchingly handsome young man. Yu Xiaoxiao stole a kiss from the little fellow's cheek and held him as she headed towards the inner courtyard. She gently said, "Of course. In a moment, our sweet treasure Pear can get a whole box of candies as a reward ah." Lu Jiape gleefully clapped his plump little hands when he heard this. Suddenly, he climbed closer to Xiaoxiao's ears and quietly asked, "Third maternal aunt, can you help me keep the box safe ah? When Pear wants to eat some, I'll go find you." "Why is that ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao felt that his request was a bit odd. Fourth older brother will trick Pear out of his candy ah? Lu Jiape pouted pitifully as he brought up his fourth brother's dark past. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned until her eyes crinkled up into lines. Lu Jiayu angrily glared at his youngest brother when he saw him tattling to third maternal aunt, but he didn't dare to refute it. This fellow always used little tricks to swindle his brothers out of their things. Thus, the other 3 were on the lookout for him. As for his eldest brother, Lu Zhirui, there were 2 things stopping him from doing the same thing. One was that he didn't dare to, and the other factor was that whenever his eldest brother got something good, he rarely used it for himself and would always share with them, his younger brothers. Thus, he didn't need to try to cheat him. Everyone will get their own box ah. When you're finished eating them, Auntie will make more for you. Whoever tries to steal or cheat candies from other people will be punished and will never be able to eat candies or desserts made by me. Yu Xiaosao propped up the youngest fellow's fat butt. Although the little guy wasn't very old, he was quite heavy. Zhu Junyang, who had been walking silently behind her, reached out and took the little fatty over to hold in his arms. Lu Jiape wasn't happy about this. Who would want to suddenly trade a fragrant and soft hug for a hard and icy cold one? Just as he was about to protest, Zhu Junyang silenced him with one sentence: if third maternal aunt gets too tired, in the future, she won't be able to make any delicious candies or pastries for you. Lu Jirui sighed in his heart when he saw his maternal uncle easily grasping his youngest brother, who was the devil incarnate, within his hands. He opened his mouth to say, "Third maternal aunt, second younger brother has just finished growing in his adult teeth, third younger brother is in the process, and fourth younger brother and fifth younger brother aren't supposed to eat too much candy. You shouldn't go through the effort to do this. The candy that I make won't hurt one's teeth. However, you can't eat too much and at most can eat 5 pieces a day. Do you all remember this?" Yu Xiaosao could tell that the eldest one of the bunch was being very courteous to her. A little kid, who was only 10, had taken on the responsibility to teach and guide his younger brothers. It really made one admire and feel sorry for the young boy. At home, under the rules of their mother and eldest brother, they could only eat 1 piece of cake and 1 candy a day. When they heard Xiaosao say that they could eat 5 pieces of the new candy in 1 day, the little radishes immediately became giddy. Within their hearts, they now viewed their third maternal aunt, who was both beautiful and talented at making candies, as a little immortal girl who had saved them from the sea of bitterness. With the chatter of the little radishes surrounding them, they very quickly arrived at the inner courtyard. In the corridor, there was a young woman standing next to Princess Consort Jing as they admired the camellia flowers together. She had thick brows and a heroic air around her. In addition, she had an aura of a free spirit surrounding her. Zhu Junya heard the sounds of them talking and raised her head to look towards the middle of the courtyard. She saw her children grouped around a young maiden who was dressed entirely in pink. Her usually energetic boys were all obediently holding onto the corners of the maiden's clothes and walked quietly by her side. From time to time, they would even reveal looks of admiration and worship towards her. Even her eldest son, who was always the most wary of strangers, had a calm look on his face as he walked with his fourth younger brother's hand in his. He was quietly listening to the young lady talk. "Third maternal aunt, are you sure you're not a little immortal girl from the heavens? You're so amazing. You even know how to grow strawberries and cantaloupes out of season. The one who spoke was the second son of the family, Lu Jiaqi. He loved eating strawberries the most. Unfortunately, the provinces of Guangdong and Guangxi didn't grow strawberries, so he had only eaten strawberry jam before. Furthermore, this jam had been sent to him by his maternal grandmother." Lu Jiayu immediately piped up, "Third maternal aunt must be the reincarnation of the little immortal girl in charge of candies in the heavens. Third maternal uncle has some doggone luck in order to encounter her. Third maternal aunt, have you ever thought about it? Third maternal uncle really doesn't match up to you." Zhu Junyang suddenly felt his hands itch. What was wrong with this group of little brats? Couldn't they think a bit? After all, if he hadn't struck first to get close to her, would they have a third maternal aunt then? Did they want to be able to eat delicious candies and desserts? Lu Jiaqi flashed a quick look at third maternal aunt and surreptitiously pinched his fourth younger brother as he quietly hissed, "You're so dumb. If third maternal aunt changes her mind and doesn't marry third maternal uncle, then third maternal uncle will marry someone else. Then, third maternal aunt won't be our aunt anymore, right? Then would she still make delicious candies for us to eat? Lu Jiayu's eyes opened wide when he heard this and he covered his mouth with his hands. What should he do? He couldn't take back the words he just said earlier, right? Would third maternal aunt really listen to him and decide to not marry third maternal uncle? Third maternal aunt, in actuality, although my third maternal uncle's face is a bit stinky and he looks a bit too feminine and has somewhat of a bad temper, he's really not that bad. Aren't you a little immortal girl? Be benevolent and take him into your care. Otherwise, he won't be able to get a wife even when he gets old and it'll be quite distressing." Lu Jiayu wasn't a bit like a 4-year-old kid and was quite eloquent for his age. Yu Xiaoxiao had been quite amused by the children's childish words and thoughts. She could tell, however, that there was someone observing her. She raised her head and saw a heroic and free-spirited beautiful young matron who was gazing at her with a smile on her face. Yu Xiaoxiao knew then that this was her future older sister-in-law. Zhu Junyang's older sister didn't resemble him at all. Although her features were quite pretty, she was more handsome than stunning. Her eyes were pure and clear and her smile was frank and open. In actuality, out of Imperial Prince Jing's 4 children, only Zhu Junyang resembled Princess Consort Jing in appearance. All of the others took after their father. When Zhu Junyang was born, Princess Consort Jing had once muttered to her husband that her youngest son and daughter were birthed incorrectly. They should have had their genders switched. This was a lamented fact. Zhu Junyang had also expressed that he was willing to switch appearances with his older sister. When he was younger, he was constantly being mistaken for a girl by other people and it had caused him a lot of trouble. Princess Consort Jing introduced the 2 of them to each other and they politely greeted each other before heading into the reception pavilion. Zhu Junya was afraid the children would cause trouble and sent them off to the side hall to play after they showed her the boxes of candy they received. These kids would be a bit quieter with a snack to eat. However, she would have never expected that her youngest son, who could never sit still, was clinging to his third maternal aunt's bosom like a sweet little boy with his box of candies in his hands as he asked, "Mother, Pear will be very, very good. Pear will sit here and quietly listen to third maternal aunt and mother talk and I won't disturb you too. Can mother let Pear stay behind?" Zhu Junya wondered if her son had been swapped out for another boy. Ever since this kid could crawl, he was never willing to obediently stay in someone's arms. However, he was currently quietly sitting in her future younger sister-in-law's arms as he obediently shared the candies he loved the most. Something was going on today. Princess Consort Jing had a gratified look on her face as she remarked, "Our pair has a connection with Las Xiaoxiao. Las Xiaoxiao always gets along very well with children. In the past, her youngest brother, liked to stick close to her at all times and always listen to whatever she said. Now, he's only 15 years old but he's about to participate in the Metropolitan Civil Service exams this spring and enter officialdom. Furthermore, the Fang family's only son, her godmother's son, also wants to spend all of his time at the Yu residence. Even his mother takes a back seat to her." Following that, she described the fate that had linked her to Xiaoxiao to her daughter. "Yar, if it weren't for this Las Xiaoxiao, I don't know if my body would have lasted long enough for me to see you today. Imperial physician Zheng had once privately talked to your Lord Father about my condition but I was very well aware of how bad it was. He said that my body wouldn't be able to last more than 5 years. Look at me now, more than 2 sets of 5 years has gone by. Not only has my body completely recovered but I'm also becoming younger with every passing day. Everyone says that I look like I'm in my early 30s and that when I stand next to your eldest brother, we look like brother and sister. Just look, I've skipped a generation now." Although the words made it seem like she was complaining, she was extremely happy as she said all of this. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful and want to spend more time in their youth? This daughter also believes it is true. When we stand next to each other, we truly look like a pair of 2 sisters. Younger sister-in-law truly is capable. Please tell me your secrets in conserving and preserving one's health. Zhu Junya spoke quickly and pulled at her mother's hand, which looked even more tender than her own, and complimented it zealously. Princess Consort Jing patted her daughter's hand and looked towards Xiaoxiao. "Since these are all secrets, we absolutely cannot let it leak outside. However, you can have your younger sister-in-law prescribe some medicinal cuisine and teas for you to use. Furthermore, she can select some proper skin care cosmetics at her shop for you too. At that time, you can put it on my credit. After all, I am one of the only Diamond Card members at Blossoming Beauty, and I get half price off of everything." Even Zhu Junya, who lived in the faraway 2 provinces of Guangdong and Guangxi, had heard of Blossoming Beauty, and the name struck her silent. In the Hubei and Hunan regions, any noble matron who had a set of Blossoming Beauty skin care items was the envy of all of her peers. Every noble lady in the capital racked her brains to use her network to get a set of Blossoming Beauty cosmetics as well. End of chapter 670. See ya in the next chapter. Thank you.